Day 2 in Cartaxo, Portugal, and well, opening day threw up its fair share of surprises with the defending champions Marlow losing both of their matches on opening day, and Friendship CC, they were on fire. We'll see them again. Also some new teams to this series. We'll see the Fighters, we'll see Wild Panthers, and we'll see the Coimbra Knights. So it's going to be a big day of cricket ahead. 4 T10 matches. Mr. Maximo here, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series Portugal Cartaxo, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. We have 4 T10 matches from Cartaxo, Portugal today, matches 5 through 8, day 2 of this 6-day tournament. We'll get to see a few new faces, a few familiar faces too, so I'm really looking forward to a big day of cricket ahead. And we're starting with match 5, Fighters CC against Wild Panthers. Well, both of these teams are on ECS debut, and I'm really looking forward to seeing this contest. I think it'll be a pretty good game between these two new teams. There must be a few nerves around, but I think that it will be highly entertaining. It's time to go over to the coin toss. Charles Croucher, the match referee, is with the two captains. Let's go to the coin toss for Fighters CC versus Wild Panthers in match 5. What would you like to do, Akshay? It's Wild Panthers that win the toss, and they've elected to bowl first. Seems to be a bit of a theme, and look, it makes sense to me, especially if you are on debut in the format, to know exactly how many runs you'll need to chase, because sometimes the batting, when you're batting first and you're not that experienced, we saw from Urish yesterday, their first match of the tournament, just kind of losing their way a little bit. So I think it's not a bad shout from Akshay Patel, the Wild Panthers skipper. And look, they do have some pretty good players to watch as well. Azhar Andani, we've seen him before on ECN. He has 341 runs in his ECN career, and he has 2 50s as well. That's in 21 matches. And another familiar face is Mohammad Siraj Nippo. Well, he was a Golden Ball hero last year when he was playing for the Gorkha 11, and we also saw him in the Portugal T10 in April. Now, he's good with the bat and the ball. He has 244 runs in 21 ECN matches, but his little left arm orthodox, I think they're pretty clever, and he actually has 31 wickets in ECN cricket, so watch out for them. For Wild Panthers, they will be bowling first. Batting first, the Fighters, well, they have 4 wins and a tie in their 11 games. They're 5th in the league, so they're just ahead of Wild Panthers on the table, but not by too much. But what I can tell you about them, Balwinder Singh, there's a player we've seen in Austria before in the ECS. Watch out for him. He has 153 runs and 4 wickets in his career. Ranasawa, we saw him last year for ACC in Cartaxo. But really for them, I think that Mandeep Mull, I think that he is the one that I'm watching. He's their vice captain. He can hit a long ball, and we'll probably see him, I think, somewhere at the top of the order. I think I'd like to see him opening actually for Fighters CC. So it's going to be a big day ahead. Of course, we've got Friendship coming up in the next match as well. So we will see Friendship and Fighters on day 2 here. And the conditions, well, I can tell you, it's a beautiful sunny day at the moment. Currently 24 degrees. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 28. They do say there's a little bit of a chance of a shower, maybe in the middle of the day. So we'll watch out for that, but I don't think we'll have too many interruptions. And well, Corey Rutgers is my commentary partner for the day. It'll be great to spend the day with you, Corey. Let's get over to you in the commentary box and get ready for match 5. The news from the toss, Wild Panthers have won the toss, and they'll be fielding first. Cool, thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome here to the beautiful ground here in Portugal, to Cartaxo. Hope I've pronounced that correctly. We're back for some T10 action. It's day 2 live, and looking forward to this one. Should be a good game between Fighters CC versus the Wild Panthers. Yeah, you heard that correctly. Fighters CC are also in this competition, and well, it's a pretty nice warm morning here, and if you have a look on your screens, well, there's a couple of names to look out for. One for sure is Azhar Andani, the top order batsman for the Wild Panthers. He's number 72 in the T20 rankings, just below David Warner. And another name I really like down the bottom there is Ravi. Just one name, just like Seal. Really impressive. So bowls good outswingers. Looking forward to this one. It's going to be tight, and well, both teams with their first games of the tournament, they got to watch all the action yesterday. And yeah, it should be a good contest. Gives me great privilege and pleasure to introduce Vinny Sandhu, my co-commentator and good friend. Vinny, good morning.
Morning, Corey. Morning to all of our viewers. Great to have you with us. Yeah, really looking forward to seeing these two teams. Not often you get two teams on debut playing each other. And it'll be a great opportunity to see exactly what these two teams can offer. 7 teams in this competition. So it's a great opportunity to get to know them a little bit. And hopefully you can come along on this journey with us. So getting ready. And here is the first ball of the day. And it's a wide. Oh, how often do we see that? And this is Dix Patel, who's opening the bowling. Got a bit of outswing there. Got to be a few nerves around. I do have a few players with some ECN experience. Next one is also a wide, so some good movement, but I guess, Corey, it's always just a matter of when the ball is swinging, you do have to control it.
Yeah, there's still quite a bit of a breeze here at this ground, so and with that shiny new ball, it's going to swing quite a lot. Just has to get his control. It's swinging a long way. Oh, that's wide again. I think we're going to start this game with 3 wides. I don't think I've seen that before. I think I saw.
Wish I could say the same, Corey.
Oh, really? I think Daryl Tuffy had a shocker for New Zealand once.
That one's famous, isn't it?
But yeah, this is the first time I think I've seen 3 wides start. Maybe he might go cross seam for this one just to give himself some control.
And I think he needs to approach from a slightly wider angle, and so just keeps his body position because he's getting that good movement. This is better. And bit of an appeal, but I don't think there was any bat in that. And we can see how fired up these Wild Panthers are. And the fighters, as you'd expect, they're up for the fight too.
Yep, you have that team name for one reason and one reason only, to fight. So it should be interesting to see how they go in this tournament. Better ball, that good delivery, nice length, nice line. And we'll be looking to control that swing and ask some questions of Singh here.
Slight delay at the moment. But you might notice the Wild Panthers, we looked at their list, that they have, I'm going to count the Patels in their lineup. They have 7 Patels in their 11 today. So that'll be a bit of fun for us.
Yeah.
But yeah, just a bit of word to the batsman. I'm not quite sure. But you know, there's various protocols still in place. There's COVID protocols. There's a lot of playing conditions, and at the moment we're just getting ready to resume. And so I welcome all of our viewers who are watching on YouTube as well, ECN European Cricket Network, and join the live chat. We've got a lot of great discussion in there yesterday. So, you see that you can see us here. We've got the camera on today. I know that we were...
Geez, look at that.
Yeah, I know. Caught me napping. But morning to you, Corey.
Morning,
we had a
mate.
lovely time here last night, and maybe as the week goes on, we'll talk a bit more about this cricket ground and how it came about, and the fact that Paolo Buchamatsa, we can see his house. It's right behind. Very, very fine leg. And so he can just walk home. So he was a very hospitable host to us last night, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Thank you very much to you, Paolo.
Thanks,
Butchie.
mate. Yeah, no, he's done pretty well here. He bought the land 12 years ago, him and his family, or it might have been a bit longer, but started to seed the ground and created a cricket oval, and now it's the home of cricket. They just
Looks
played
great.
their first internationals here a few months ago.
Looks great. And you know what? We had a little bit of rain overnight. The ground does drain pretty well, so I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem. Pretty much has burned away already. Expecting maybe a little bit of a shower in the middle of the day. So I'm still not quite sure what this what the problem is here, but we will endeavour to find out. And well, we saw Friendship yesterday. What do you think about Fighters? And actually, it's a great time. Actually, Corey, we had a bit of interesting information about how the Fighters got their name. Fighters wasn't their first choice, was it?
Well,
you couldn't make this up, by the way. This story.
This will do one for you while this delay just continues. Friendship CC, who were already on the comp. Apparently a new club started.
Well, Friendship were new themselves.
Yeah.
So Friendship said, hello, we're a team. We would like to be called Friendship CC. And they've gone, okay, that's fine. And then another new team, not too long after, turns up. And then tell us what happened next.
Well, they asked to be called Friendship CC also. And remarkably, the Portuguese chairman had to turn around and said, well, we've already got a Friendship CC. What's your next option? So they chose Fighters.
This one's coming our way, and it's not going to carry to Corey. And, well, he got that on the full, but that's gone down. No, I heard that hit your hand. I've got no idea where that's gone, but I can tell you that's the first one of the day. Maximo! 6 runs, and, wow, this will be a great replay. I don't know if we can get all the way to Corey. Now, be honest, did that carry? Did that carry? Well, we're going to have to get the officials because they had a good view of that. Anyway, pick the dirt out of your headset. Let's go again. And this time it's in the air, but it's not going to carry. It's third man. Wow, that's an action-packed start. It was actually a good effort from you, Corey. It's sad. I probably am going to have to put it down as your 4th drop. But I tell you what, that one was the hardest one of the lot.
Yeah.
Oh, you can put your headphones on and you can.
Well, I'm back. What a start to the day. That would have smashed the equipment as well, and that was a really good effort from me.
That's number one.
No,
number one is protect the equipment.
Oh, I did protect the equipment.
Yep.
I fell short.
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
Give you that one. Made a good thwack off your hands.
Yeah,
how is that a brand new Kookaburra? They're extra hard, these balls, as well, aren't they?
I tell you what, that might be me done for the tournament.
Soft hands. Edged and goes past the keeper. And, well, this one did fly quickly, but it wasn't too far away from Kishan Suthar, who's behind the stumps for the Panthers. He was prowling around and just go down as 1 run. Entertaining start.
Well, very entertaining start, and if they can get another boundary here, this would be a great start to their T10 tournament. Oh, it's a big appeal, but I reckon that's just hit him outside the line. Oh, it's almost run out as well. Oh, chaotic cricket, Vinny.
This is what we come to expect in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Look at this one on the replay. It wasn't too far away, was it? I mean, it's just gotten so far outside the off stump, though. Outswinger. This one should be out, and it's held. And there is the first wicket. The first wicket for the Wild Panthers in ECS cricket. And they are thrilled about it. Hardik Patel, he takes the catch. And this one, well, it had to be taken, Corey. It's just a miss hit. Maybe a slightly slower ball. I think it might have been the kind of off-cutting change-up.
Yeah.
And that is the first wicket down. It's 12 for 1.
Yeah, interesting first over. 3 wides, a 6, almost a run out, and then a wicket to finish. So, yeah, pretty exciting stuff to start this day. And, well, it is a gloriously beautiful day here in Portugal. And, yeah, absolutely loving it. So, it looks like the new batsman's going to come into the crease with a little bit of pressure after a wicket in the first. But they'll also be happy that they scored 12. And I think a pass score might be around that 100 to 105 mark. So, it'll be interesting to see how this pans out. Both teams looking to register their first win.
Yeah, for sure. And an interesting kind of first over, like you said. I mean, 12, I think that's pretty good going. I think what I'm seeing, I think about 110 to 120 still is going to be par.
Yeah?
No, I think that's the way it's going to go this week. And so, yeah, you get 12s. Power play in around the 35 to 40 mark. I think you're pretty happy. But how often do we see one good over in the power play and a couple of quiet ones? You do need to try and make all of them productive. But yeah, I guess the other thing with the power play, you are often facing the best bowlers, or the best fast bowlers of the other team. But now we're going to see a spinner, and it's Siraj Nippo, who we were just talking about with his left arm tweakers. Oh, from the back pad. I think this might have just been going down the leg side, but you can see he's a dangerous customer, and he's pretty much right on the money from the first ball. Yeah,
I like the look of this guy. I've been told from a few of the Portuguese players that he's really, really talented. Tall arm action, sliding, and that is a good decision.
That is a good decision.
It's sliding down leg, but yeah, he's quite tall.
Good shout.
And I like seeing a left arm off spinner with the new ball. Actually, it's a tricky thing as a right-handed batsman.
This one's on the pads again, but I think same old story. He's not really turning it back. He kind of slides it in, doesn't he, to the right-hander?
Yeah, he looks like he's just trying to hit that stump line. And, well, once again, good decision from the umpire. That sliding down leg, but good start from the bowler. Nippo. Oh, like the look of him. Very tall.
Just takes a bit off this one. He won. Yeah, he was a Golden Ball hero last year when he was playing for Gorka 11 and playing as Rossio against Werush.
Yep.
He took the Golden Ball and he bowled the batsman.
Okay.
So that was Golden Ball number 8.
Yeah,
a long way back now. So I'm sure he's got fond memories of that.
There's something about a left arm off spinner that can control it and bowl stump to stump. It's always a problem for the right-handers. Deep mid on and deep mid wicket. So you sort of feel you feel cramped for room always.
Yeah, I think I'd be trying to make it a definite move and maybe trying to go over mid-off or inside out. But it does take a definite movement and intent to do that. And it goes the other way. And I think, how has this not bowled him? I mean, this one will probably be 5 wides in the end, unless it's gone over the stumps. Yeah, it's 5 wides, but this actually shows you, when we talk about balls just missing the leg stump, this is a really good example. I mean, you would have sworn this one would have hit, but it just snuck past the stumps and it goes for 4.
Oh, wow, that's so tight. Should that be called a wide?
Yeah, it's wide. Yeah, that's fair.
If the batsman's standing in his normal position, though, that's hitting the batsman in the knee.
But he wasn't.
Yeah, okay. Tough call, I think.
I'll tell you why I like that rule in a second, but it is a bit harsh maybe. But here's the thing. If you start introducing judgment to leg side wides, you'd actually then get a bunch of variation. So yeah, that one you might argue, okay, that's a bit harsh. But different umpires have different interpretations. And so I like the fact it's a fixed point. The leg stump is the point where we judge wides on leg side. And
yeah,
okay. So he hits the stumps and he gets the dismissal. I'll give you one though, when a batsman was bowled around his legs like that and he was complaining to the umpire early in the season because he thought, how can it be bowled? It's a wide. He's giving it the big, what happened there? As we get to the end of the over, that's a pretty good one from Nippo. It's 20 for 1 after 2. When you take out the 5 wides, it's an outstanding over.
Yeah, I like the look of him. I'd heard a little bit about him, and tall arm action, looks like he just slides it on. It would be nice to see after if he bowls with the older ball, if he can actually spin it as well. So looking forward to see that, but yeah, pretty even start in this one, 20 for 1 after 2. And yeah, it looks like Samir will continue. But it's going to be interesting to see how these teams do. We saw yesterday morning such a low scorer in the first game of the day, Vinny. And I wonder if it'll be low again.
Oh, it just gets over the bowler. Yeah, I mean, maybe still haven't had all the dew kind of wiped off the field. That's one issue, I suppose, but I still think, I mean, you should be putting 100 plus on the board if you're batting first. I think anything less than that, you'll feel a bit light on. We did see some low-scoring ones yesterday.
So just adjust deep mid-on, and it looks like deep cover as the 2 boundary riders in the power play. And that's beating him outside off. So a little bit of outswing here for the bowler. And it looks like Patel's starting to get his line and length right, which is good news for him and the Wild Panthers. Can they get a second in the power play? Oh, that's really reared off a good length, Vinny. This pitch did have a little bit of variable bounce yesterday. And, well, it's good bowling. You've still got to put it in the right areas. And he's been the bat here. And Singh, well, 1 of 4, needs to get on with it. Where is it?
In the air. Well, this is going to be a really difficult catch. Oh, and he just doesn't get there. And then he's put it across his own net, has he? Well, we'll have to have a look at this one again. I mean, this one would have been out as well. Now, they run 3 there. Oh, this has got a bit of everything. All right, let's have a look. Give us your best decision on this one. And, yeah, he drops it, but then it just hits his body when he's in stride. Bang.
Oh, no.
And then that's fine.
Oh, I think he's fine there. It might be a brilliant piece of fielding, Vinny.
Yeah, well, we didn't see that one, what happened next. But yeah, it seemed to just do enough to keep it inside. It was very close to rolling into the rope, just didn't quite. So I guess in the end, that's good fielding. And I didn't actually, we have to do a recount. I think they got 3 there.
It's all happening early here, Vin.
Swing and a miss.
Well, it's one of those ones he's gone for the catch, hasn't he? Just out of his body line, and then he's accidentally kicked it 20 metres.
How do you catch those? Everyone talks about catches where you're running back with a flight with the ball being difficult. So I want to maybe give me a few tips. This next one's short, and it's going to be away from the field. This is going to be a boundary to finish the over. It's a nice pull shot. That ends the power play at 29 for 1. after 3. But, I mean, is there a way to make those easier?
I think probably in cricket circles, it's well known they're the most difficult catches to take. You've got to let it sort of drop over your right shoulder, Vinny. You don't want it to be too far outside your body line. So obviously if you can get the ball under your eyes a little bit quicker than usual, just to try and set your feet and catch it over your right shoulder. But what you'll find with a lot of cricket is it gets quite swirly, and they sort of do the old dog run. They're going in circles and twisting and turning.
That's right.
It's not easy, and it's one of those old adages, practice makes perfect. So if I'm a cricketer and I'm not too confident on overheads, I am taking a lot more. A lot of the cricketers say that it should be easier with a few clouds in the sky, because you get a better depth perception.
Right. Yeah,
when it's a
sense.
bright blue sky, I remember being in Zimbabwe, and a couple of big players will have remembered that they really struggled with the bright blue sky. But there's a few clouds today, so hopefully the catching standard will stay high.
It's Path Patel, over number 4. This is in the air, and this one is going to fall into a gap, and well, he's overrun it, and that one is going to be 4. So that's a good start to the over. It's all placement. I mean, deep covers back here, probably catches this because it's in that kind of range, but there wasn't anybody there, and the results 4 runs. And look, see there, the fielder just getting in a bit of a tangle. And that is the hardest part of the ground to field. That's what we're hearing as well.
Yeah,
from all the locals.
A few of the players said that sort of region's a little bit bobbly, so it's going to be hard for them to field it efficiently.
Well, that is pretty good bowling, but again, it's not quite controlling the swing.
So do you think these teams, Vinny, obviously they got to watch all the action yesterday, and I'm sure they would have tuned in. Do you think they get a slight advantage starting a day late?
I think maybe, especially when you're new to the tournament. I think both these teams are new, and they'll have a bit more of an idea based on what they saw yesterday.
Yep.
Having said that, Friendship CC didn't have too many problems yesterday on opening day, did they?
No, they didn't. They were very, very impressive indeed. But yeah, I do wonder, these teams got to watch a lot yesterday, so maybe they're a slight advantage to the nerves and everything like that. And both of them have started not too bad here. And that's, I think, just a little bit of a batsman error here. He's obviously bowling outswing, as you can see on your screens, and he's trying to go a little bit more leg side with it. Just like the first shot of the over where he went over cover. Would love to see him just step a little bit closer to the ball and lift it over that wide extra cover region. But nice bowling from Path Patel. And that one is just a little bit too wide. I'm disappointed with that. And well, you call them the avoidables. They're already creeping up. We should change it on the little screen. Instead of it saying extras, should say avoidables. But yeah, they've just got to be careful with these extras, because it's not just the one run you get, it's the extra ball and the over later that still hurts you.
Exactly right. Here again, and well, this one in the end, it's an acrobatic stop. I'm going to keep this 1 to 2. Oh, now they might get a 3rd.
Oh.
There, you said there'll be no 3s this week, and there you go. It's raining 3s at the moment. They might have got 4 if they missed that one.
Yeah, that's a little bit of hard luck for the fielder at deep cover point there, and he's done pretty well to stop it. I think that's Dan Patel out there, and big throw in. He's hit the stumps, and they've gotten the extra run, which has got them through for the 3. Good running, good awareness from the batting team. And, well, that's probably another avoidable overthrows.
Yeah, I have to agree with you.
Gee, they're really, really motivated here. There's a lot of fight in this game. Wild Panthers very vocal.
Yeah, I like what I'm saying.
Oh, that's hit hard down to us at deep mid-off, and oh, that's pretty good fielding, Vinny. Like that a lot, and yeah.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Well,
the fielding's so important, isn't it, Corey?
Well, he's just saved 3 runs there, and it might look simple, but that is flown off. That would have hit us in the commentary box. I'm glad he stopped it. But he's flown away quickly there and stopped at a certain 3 more runs.
Once again, we see the batsman trying to go leg side. That will take us to the end of the over. At the end of 4, it's 39 for 1. It's one of those games, a bit of a topsy-turvy affair. I suppose batsmen getting a few away. There's no lack of intent from the batsman at the moment. And great opportunity to say good morning to everyone, and whether you're watching on FanCode India, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, ahead of a great day's action with Corey Rutgers. And Corey, you're straight into the action, almost taking a catch in the very first over.
Yep.
But you did well, you protected our commentary box.
It would have almost smashed straight through the screen, so luckily got a hand on that one. But yeah, looking forward to this. It's a pretty intense game. Both teams are really right up for it.
It really is. This one, wide down the leg side. The ball has been swinging around. Wait for this. Was there something on this?
I think he might have got, it must have hit the toe of the bat as it went through to the keeper. Otherwise, I think that was called a wide.
No doubt. The umpire had the best look at it, of course. So this is Mittal Patel going over number 5. He's hovering at that 10 and over mark. This one does get something on it, turns on it. Won't be an easy stop for the man at fine leg. In fact, he won't be able to stop it. That's a nice boundary, but again, just a bit too far outside the line of the body, and that's easy pickings for the batsman.
Yeah, sure. We saw yesterday, we thought that the bowling was a little bit short overall, so don't want to see too much of that creep back in, but yeah, easy shot for the batsman. And is this, just looking at the two lineups quickly, Vinny, and you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Patels.
7 Patels.
Is that a record for a team?
Oh, there was one where we had, I think, 10 Sings.
Wow. Are they all brothers then?
I don't think they're all related. It's just a very common last name. This is big trouble, and he's going to be gone. And he got across, didn't he? And unfortunately, he just got a bit too far across, and that's going to be the end of Sing. He just showed too much of the stumps. And I think that looked like a fairly straightforward decision for the umpire, Corey.
Yeah, I think that's the right decision. We'll have a look at the replay here. Ball goes coming in a little bit, targeting at the stumps, and because he'd shuffled across, that is what you call plumb.
Yeah, I mean, one thing actually impacted outside the off stump, so if he'd gotten a little bit further outside the off stump, he might have been okay, but Covey, unfortunately for him, that's the end of the road, and that's the second wicket, 43 for 2.
Yep, big wicket as well. He's looking all right, 18 off 15, so that is a big wicket at this stage. It's sort of a bit of a war going on here, a little bit of a fight. It's really to and throw this game.
Fighters.
Yeah, it's to and throw. Each over's almost gone for around 10, but they're picking up wickets and a few crucial dot balls in between. The fielding standard has been pretty good as well in the morning. So you could go either way with this one at the moment. But yeah, it's great to have everyone back here today.
So that's good bowling. I think that's a good place to be, full and straight at really any time of the innings.
Any type of cricket as well.
Oh, this one's in the air, but it's going to be safe. Bit of a chase. I thought there might have been 2 there, but they made a late decision to hold up at 1. And that will bring Gagandeep Singh back onto strike. Oh, this one's whacked, but I don't think it's got the carry. Good luck with this one. And, well, he did everything he could. And you could just see he was never set under that ball. He's on the little treadmill, wasn't he? The feet were still moving, and he had to wait a long time for it to come down.
Well, yeah, he didn't get a hand on that one, so I don't know if you can classify that as a drop. Really good from deep mid-on, though, to track around and help his partner out and save the 4.
Good call there. This just turns into a full toss, but hits straight at Nipper at cover.
Yeah, I like that they've kept cover tight there. A lot of teams put their cover back on the ring, but if you keep cover tight, it actually gives you just a few valuable dot balls. So that'll bring an end to the over, and it's 45 for 2 after 5. Pretty evens, or do you feel that the bowling side's just ahead, Vinny?
Oh, look, yeah, for me, I just think the bowling side is fractionally ahead at the moment, but they've had to work to get back into the game. And having said that, I mean, Wild Panthers have never actually chased or played an ECS game, although they do have a couple of players, I think, are danger players, Azarandani with the bat, Nippo himself with the bat, and so I think they're very capable of chasing down 100. So I think they'll be very happy if they can keep it down below that mark. Yeah,
okay. Looks like some more spin coming into it, so slow bowlers having good tournament so far. Wow,
really tossed that one up, didn't he?
Yeah.
This is Dam Patel, his first ball in ECS cricket, beats the bat.
Yeah, I'm not too sure I'd go that flighted, but obviously likes to give it a bit of a rev and a little bit of air.
Oh, this is in the air, and well, this is just over my head. And that one, we've been in the action today. That one's going to be over here. Maximo. 6 runs. Well, Corey, I know you wanted that one, but I think I'm taller than you, and I didn't really get near it, so
well,
I don't think you had a shot.
I'm not too sure if I heard a little finger touch on the end there, if you're honest with me, Vinny.
You'll have to go to snickometer, but one thing is you protect the equipment, number one, and I wasn't going to unplug myself because I was going to take everything with it, but still, that was a good straight hit, wasn't it? I liked that shot because it was straight through the line of the ball.
Well, he's obviously it's good to see a traditional leg spinner, but just got to be careful with your flight here. You don't want to be too flighted and give the batsman a bit of chance to get under it. He gets through his action quickly. Oh, that is flighted. That is big. That's a huge 6, Vinny. Well,
we're not catching that one.
No.
Absolutely no chance. That one's into the car park. Maximo, back to back. Well, I might have said that I thought the bowling team was getting ahead. Well, can I change my mind? Because this one is huge.
Yeah, well, I just mentioned to you that you just don't want to be too flighted. It gives the batsman a bit of time to adjust and get under the ball, especially if you're going to be bowling length. Probably just a little bit too much air on those last 2 deliveries. And what I like about the shots, though, Vinny, nice and straight over us at mid-off.
Yeah.
That's what I like to see. Not cross bat, nice and straight through the line of the ball, and some nice cricket shots on display early here. And those 2 6s, well, they need just a little bit of a push along, but if they can go at 9s, they'll end up on 97. They go on 13s, they'll get to that 114 mark.
Yeah.
Which I think 110's par,
Yeah.
personally. Yeah, I think 110 from everything I've seen in the comp so far.
No, fair call.
Oh, he's got to come around the wicket, Vinny. What do you think of that?
He's trying something at least. Change of angle, and this will be a bit of work for the man. He does well, just keeps it to 1. That's Parth Patel, who's been good so far. Oh, it goes after this one, and this one is absolutely nailed. I tell you what, the officials and the commentators, we've done more fielding than the actual fielders so far in this innings because we've been busy.
Yeah, it is following us everywhere at the moment, but that's the 3rd maximum for the over. And, well, around the wicket leg spin, I've not seen too much of that. Oh, well, I'll tell you what, doesn't matter. He gets the wicket in the end. But I think that over, I think the batting team will be happy with their work. 3 6s in the over. The bowler gets a bit of a consolation wicket. But I think he'll be bowling it a little bit flatter next over. But good on him. Stuck to his guns and got the wicket, Sandu.
Yeah, sure did. And, yeah, I mean, I know it's hard to find a cricket reason that you want to do it. But sometimes you just need to change something if it's not working. And it basically got the batsman thinking less about hitting straight through the line over the offside. I think it got him thinking hitting across the line. You see, that's just one he just mistimed. At the end of 6 overs, it's 65 for 3.
Yeah, so big wicket at a crucial stage, 6 overs in. So if you were to put your Nostradamus hat on, Vinny, with 4 overs to go, 65 for 3.
6 over check-in time. I still think we're going to, I think something tells me we'll see around 9s from here. So 36, I think 101.
101?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll put 10 on that. I think 111.
You think it's going to be 10 more? I've just got a feeling that new batsman coming out, I think Wild Panthers, I think it'll be something in that range anyway, 101 to 111 where we've both kind of put our markers.
It's that there's a sort of length area outside off that if you hit it hard enough, you get some pretty nice carry to the keeper.
Yeah.
So if Andani can just keep aiming in that area, and Azra Andani, looking forward to seeing him with the bat later.
I know, a lot of people are. So.
Oh, not that one. That's a little bit wide. He'll be disappointed with that.
No, but we're enjoying the action here. That's what it's all about. Let's see what we're going to get from Azarandani this time. Full, straight, dot. Good bowling. Yeah. 111 looking now.
Yeah, it is good bowling. Just making sure that keeps that line straight, but also getting really, really full, sort of the low full toss / Yorker. Always difficult for the batsman to get away. Oh, that's an underneath edge, but they've got 3rd man there, and it'll just be a single.
So it's been a really interesting start to this game, hasn't it? And certainly appreciating your company, whether you're watching on FanCode in India, or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network.
Yeah, it's been an up and down sort of match, topsy-turvy.
Yeah, that's what we like, though.
Yeah, no team's really taken the full momentum just yet. Interesting field. They've got the 6-3. No, I'm not a big fan of it, but they've got 2 extra covers, so needs to keep it outside off, and look, that's what it looks like he's doing.
That is the plan, isn't it?
Yeah, it has
about
to.
The line he's consistently been bowling there.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that's a nice cricket shot, though, down to deep extra cover, and well fielded from the man out there. Just the single.
We've seen some good stops, haven't we, in the field? I know they've missed a couple, but remember, they are an ECS debut. Think of all the pressure of the bright lights. Swing and a miss, and look, Wild Panthers, they are really up for this.
Yeah, they are.
Taking the fight to the fighters, aren't they?
Yeah, I like it. If I don't know if you can hear through the mics, but yeah, they are very loud and very vocal as a team. So nice to see that. Obviously, competitive bunch and excited to be playing on live TV. Oh, Vinny Sandhu, that is met. That is a huge 6 over deep mid wicket. It was just back of a length, and he's hit that a long, long way.
Well, if you're missing a couple, this is how you make it up. This one was absolutely whacked, wasn't it? Great shot. Just what the doctor ordered for the fighters.
Yeah, much needed. They couldn't get the boundary earlier in the over, but hey, it doesn't matter when it comes. You have a look here. Yeah, just sit in the wheelhouse and put his hands through it. Didn't really move his body. It's a lovely cricket shot. 74 for 3 after 7. And, well, that's what I mean about this topsy-turvy match. A couple of dot balls, then bringing the boundary.
So, just a reminder that we are only 6 days away from the first ever European Cricket Championship. Pleased to inform everybody that Dream 11, the official partners of the European Cricket Championship. So the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship will begin on Monday. It will run for 4 weeks. There are 15 European cricket nations. The first ever international T10 cricket. And we're all super excited about it. Mitchell Patel starts with a wide. And look, I know that you're going to be working with Czech Republic in the 3rd week. And we'll see Portugal, of course. They're in week 2.
Yep.
It's great talking to Conrad Greenshields this morning about how things are going with the Portuguese national team and some of the plans that they have. And they're really looking forward to the experience.
Yeah, I think they might be a bit of a dark horse to progress from their group, as that's punched down the ground lovely for one, and a little bit of a bobble, but does the mopping up fine. But yeah, looking forward to that. I think there'll be a few dark horses that tournament. Don't just look to the Netherlands or to one of the bigger names.
Yeah.
I think that we said yesterday, Spain, Italy, Germany. Yeah, someone's coming through there, I think.
Yeah, this one's going to be called a wide outside the off stump. So, and a few of those avoidables. I think you take the avoidables off this, and I might just have a quick peek at the.
Yeah, there's been a couple of extras, hasn't there?
Yeah, I mean,
it's starting to hurt them a little bit.
14 wides. After that, probably 15. Here's the next one, though. It's going to be touch and go. It's going to be Maximo. That takes them up to the 80s. Well, that 100's still on. And they've just had the knack of hitting those sixes just when it seems like the innings is losing its way, haven't they, Corey?
Yeah, they're just hitting the odd 6 at the right time. And that was a low full toss. Sometimes they're hard to get under, but not this occasion. Hits it beautifully. And there is a slight breeze pushing it straight. So just get it in the air and see what happens from there, as that's hit down to deep mid wicket and well picked up just for a single. But yeah, that score is still ticking along. I think that I mentioned 111 was my estimate. It's looking around that mark at the moment, but still a very good over. That has to come from Nipo as well, the left arm offie. I think he'll be hard to get away. Oh, that's a nice cricket shot, Vinny Sandhu, and that's 1 bounce 4.
It's well placed, isn't it? It was well placed, and he just waited a little bit longer, and that's why he hits this square, I think. So I think it's very clever batting, and he really does make an effort to go inside out with that one.
I like the look of him. He's just using his hands beautifully. That's probably the shot of the day for me. He's just, like you mentioned, let it come a little bit later. Opened his hands to hit it over that wide extra cover. Deep mid off, didn't have a chance. So another boundary, and well, the fighters, they're starting to get up to a pretty competitive total. As that's hit out to deep mid off, Vinny, and well, easy fielding, no fumbles. Just be careful with the throw, and good backing up from the wicketkeeper.
I mean, you take those 15 wides out. I mean,
15, is it? Ooh.
Yeah, up to 15 wides.
Well, this is that sort of thing. So it's the 0.5 in the over, but the wide's being re-bowled now.
Yeah.
So if this goes for a boundary, I think that could be added on to your avoidables, you know.
Yeah. It's a funny one because I see what you're saying with that. With no balls, I'd agree, but I mean, a wide, you never really got the ball in the first place to hit, you know. So it does take us into the 8th over, though. 90 for 3 off 8. And I'll see how many the fighters can put on ECS debut. And we might see Nippo coming in now. I'm not sure who it was early. They said this Nippo's action reminded them a lot of a certain Sri Lankan left arm spinner's action. See if you can pick it. I haven't guessed yet, so I don't know. I have my guess who I think it is.
Well, it's definitely not Rangana Herath, so...
Oh, you don't think so?
Nah. He's too tall for that. Herath was...
But his action. I don't know what he looks like.
Herath was short and stubby and bowled little round armers. He's a bit taller.
He gets plenty of this one, and this one is going to be out. Great catch. Look, that's excellent technique, and he's certainly excited about it. That's Dix Patel, and takes it with ease. And this is a clever catch because he had to kind of take it to the side of his body just because he was keeping an eye on where the boundary was. But he had really good soft hands there. He accepts the catch, and it's 90 for 4.
Well, good boundary awareness, Vinny. He knew exactly where he was standing and didn't hesitate at all. You can see a couple of fielders usually get a little bit nervous when they're right on the boundary, but see here on your screens, calm, set feet, and a little bit of showboating to finish off, blows a kiss back to the bowler. But big wicket, and well, I really like the look of this Nippo. Left arm off spin. He had bowled a 5 wides in the first over, which cost his figures a bit, but tall action. But yeah, was it Herath you think he looks like?
Yeah. Yeah, that was my guess. All right, I can't remember who it was. I'll have to scroll up in the chat. But tell us who you thought. This is hit hard, and it's going to be a bit of a chase. And, well, it's not going to get there. And probably wasn't the best of it. Corey will give you his thoughts about the fielding, but I think this one was always finding the boundary for the moment it left the bat. 4 runs.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I just sort of feel like some people lead with their feet instead of getting their body and their chest down, and they'd be disappointed with that. You've got to back up the bowlers as a fielding unit. It's so important to back up the bowlers because T10 is a difficult game for bowlers, obviously. But they'll make an adjustment to the field, and they're going to put someone else out on the offside, it looks like. Well, this is a very interesting field. 3 men deep on the offside and 3 men in the ring on the offside. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Well, tells you where he has to bowl it.
It's an effort ball. He has too much effort for the batsman and the keeper, who can't handle it cleanly. And he'll go down and buy it. Another avoidable for me.
Yeah.
Should be stopping those.
Yeah, the keeper would be disappointed with himself there. Could have stopped that one, but hey, mistakes happen. What can Nippo do here? Can he prize out a wicket, get Rayo out or Singh out? Just another dot ball. A wicket's as good as a dot ball, basically. Oh, it's the old French cut, Vinny. The old French cut for 1.
Yeah, can happen. We are in Europe when it comes down to it.
Still not sure why it's called a French cut.
Yeah, I just think it's because typically the French wouldn't play cricket. Think about the origins of French and English in the times when cricket vernacular was being developed.
Yep. Not
really the best friends, were they? Oh, this is in the air, and I don't think there's anyone catching this. That's another ball. That's endangering us. Maximo, and that brings up the 100 in style. Well, I think for this time, Corey, you're closer than me because that takes them to 102, and there's still 7 balls left in this innings.
You know what's been really impressive, Vinny? They've hit about 5 sixes through deep mid-off. They're following us today.
Yeah. That's a good, fairly safe spot to hit as well, hitting through the line of the ball.
Yeah, it's really impressive. Nice straight hitting from the batting unit, and they're getting themselves up to a pretty good score. Again, Vinny Sandhu. Well, right on cue. We said they're hitting straight really nicely, and that's exactly what he's done again. A little bit full from the bowler, but hey, you've still got to hit it, and that is a lovely, lovely cricket shot.
Really smashed.
108 for 4 off 9, Vinny.
Oh, they're flying
off for 120.
now. It's been one of those innings. I said the bowlers were slightly ahead, and I think they were at the halfway point, but haven't they taken off in style? Now we're going to the last over. Nippo, well, he gets some treatment, and you don't see that very often in this country.
No, he'll be disappointed. He just went a little bit full with those last 2 deliveries, which have probably ruined his figures. Yeah, they have 1 for 24 off 2, but a long tournament to go. Well, with 1 over left, 6 wickets in hand, dare say that the batting team will be throwing absolutely everything at this. Be interesting to see how they go. Looks like Parth Patel will bowl the last.
A little bit high, I think, for the LBW, as signalled by the umpire. And well, no signal as well, so maybe he thought there was a little bit of inside edge on that.
Yeah, it might have been a little tickle. That's why it wasn't called leg. Oh no, sorry, it's just a late call
Yeah,
for leg bias. He got us.
You wouldn't have forgotten. Tell you what, Corey, diving, you've got dirt all over you. You can see the condition in the outfield. Just
bit excited.
5 balls to go.
Oh, that's a nice cricket shot, Vinny Sandu. Nice and straight. Oh, well fielded. That really took off. Big bounce.
Yeah.
Pinged in, but yeah, that's good fielding.
Yeah, Nippo. He delivers in the field as well.
Well, what a little cameo this is from Rayo. Imran Rayo, he's got himself to 23 off 8.
Yeah, really useful contribution. And this one will be a wide. So once again, those wides, those avoidables. That to me is probably the difference between them making 100 and not making 100, basically.
Yeah, it's going to play a big part in this game. You'd think that if the Wild Panthers can bowl a good line of length, they might be favourites to defend 110 to 120. Extras always hurt you.
It's a tiny bit of bat on this. I'll get 1.
It's risky business. There's only 3 people on the leg side, so
yeah,
he'd be disappointed he didn't get more bat on that. But hey, got away with it. Couple of balls to go. Well, they're going to surpass what I estimated as well. I said 111, so they're going to go past that pretty comfortably. And they're probably thinking as a batting unit, 120, 12 and over, and they'll be happy with their morning's business. What a shot. Vinny Sandu. Well, I tell you what.
How good's the offside 6 hitting been? Unbelievable work. And that's another one. Well, you're 111. That's going to be about as bad as mine because they've gone miles past that now. 118, still 2 balls remaining. And now we're talking about that par. I did think it was 110 to 120, and they've reached it, and they've reached it in style.
I've never seen so many sixes through deep mid-off and wide extra cover. Beautiful bang. He's 30 off 10, Vinny.
Yeah, great stuff. Oh, a bit of extra bounce, and we do see that with this pitch, don't we? See occasionally just a bit of extra bounce, and it's not always consistent, which I think at least offers something to the bowler. That one surprised the batsman a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Got that extra carry through, which we were talking about, right area. And, well, brings us to the last ball of the innings, Vinny. Can they get one more boundary?
We'll be trying. Well, it's in the air, and well, the fielder is just going to take it on the bounce. Well, they might as well go for 2. This is poor cricket for me, because that's the last ball of the innings, and I think they probably would have made 2. In the end, they're going to make 119. We'll explain the thought process here. It's I'll let you do that in a second, but let's first just reflect on this innings that saw fighters on ECS debut against Wild Panthers, also on ECS debut. They put together 119. 120 will be the chase for the Wild Panthers. And well, when we look back at some of the highlights of this innings, it was an interesting start. There were a few wides, but also plenty of action. And Corey, you were straight into it straight away. Another half opportunity, but in the end, didn't we see a lot of Maximos first up here on day 2?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of 6s in that innings. I think the 6s have almost doubled the 4s, and we'll get the numbers for you in a moment. But yeah, look, there was a couple of opportunities there. Kicked that one for 4 almost, but a bit of footwork at the end just kept it in. There was a bit of a topsy-turvy start, as I mentioned a few times. Good batting mixed with some good bowling, and yeah, it's a pretty intense sort of game. Here was another big opportunity, but just falling out of reach and going for 4 there probably could have saved that.
Yeah, it was actually 5 4s in the innings, but there were 9 6s in the innings. So yeah, it's a very interesting innings. But
how often do you get that?
Yeah, I mean, you do. It depends on the ground. I mean, this kind of a ground, I'd expect them to be about the same. Sometimes you get grounds that are small but slow, and you do tend to see more 6s than 4s, but I really liked it. And look, especially in the second half of the innings, I thought the fact when the bats went through the line of the ball, it was fairly safe, and there was value for those straight hits.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was probably the most impressive thing for us in the commentary box was the straight batting and the straight hits. As that was hit through deep mid-wicket to the leg spinner, a little bit short there, and you can see he uses his crease really well, deep in the crease to make sure he can get elevation under the ball. And, well, it was a good comeback, though, from the bowler. Tied him up for room. The next ball glances the back pad and, well, goes onto the stumps. A bit more disappointed with that. A nice little reverse camera shot for you there. And, well, after that, it sort of felt like this game could go either way if the bowling unit could get onto a bit of a roll. But it wasn't the bowling unit that got onto roll. It was the fighters that got into roll. And, in particular, Imran Rayo, he batted absolutely beautifully. and put on a decent partnership at the end there. And these sixes, well, you don't have to hit it 100 metres to get a six, just clear the boundary rope as that one did. And they just kept on getting that total up. We had guessed that we thought the par might have been 95 to 110, but with these shots at the end, definitely exceeded. This is beautiful batting, straight in the wheelhouse, just putting it in the air. There's a bit of a breeze coming this way as well, but unfortunately, that one just fell short. We thought, well, can they still attack the left arm spin? And that's what they did. They took everything on after that. That one screwed it away for a four. Maybe the fielder could have got down a bit better there. But these ones here, just put them in the air and let the wind sail them over, straight over deep mid-off's head for an absolutely monster six. Really quick hands, as you can see. Snaps the wrist at point of contact. Bit of a golf shot, really, just like that one there. It's beautiful batting. So that was over the rope again. So the score kept ticking along, and they got themselves up to a more than competitive, it feels, 120 chase. So be interesting to see if Wild Panthers can keep their calm and take this match deep. We'll have a look at the scorecard, and well, Goginda Singh 40 off 24, but my man Imran Rayo should be holding his head up massively, 31 for 12. And if you look at that bottom left, well, that hurts any team in any format. 20 extras. They'll be kicking themselves. You take off those 16 wides and maybe that one bye, and you're only scoring 102. So these are the little things in T10 cricket you've got to be careful about, especially as a bowling unit. And we'll have a look at the bowling figures now. And well, yeah, it was a bit all over the place, really. No one keeping the economy too much. Azhar and Dani only given a 1 over. That was a little bit of a surprise. Went for 9, a couple of wickets between, but no one taking a 2-wicket bag, and everyone going for more than 20s. It was definitely an innings decided by bat. But once again, I have to mention that 20 extras, 16 wides. Got to think about the extra balls that were bowled as well, that were hit then from the 7th ball off the over. But that brings an end to the first innings. It was pretty exciting, pretty action-packed on day 2 here in the morning. We'll be back in a couple of moments. Looks like the Wild Panthers, well, they need 120 at 12s. It's going to be an interesting chase. Join us then. Thank you. Hello and welcome back here. We're in the beautiful Portugal. It's a bit cloudy here today. Maybe I brought some of the weather from Netherlands with me. But looking forward to this chase. It should be interesting. 120 needed to win. And well, it's the Fighters CC versus the Wild Panthers. And it's going to be very interesting indeed to see if they can get themselves close to this total. I think they're just about 10 over par, if you ask me. So looking forward to that. And welcome back to everyone via YouTube and FanCode in India. Get your questions in. I know you're all in the live chat. It's great to be back. Great to see people's names like Andrew and Keanu. It's good to see you guys. Phil G, all enjoying the live cricket action here in Portugal. I wonder who's going to take the cake in this one. It'll be pretty tight, I think. It's going to be an interesting game. And I'm looking forward. There's a couple of players I'm really looking forward to seeing. Azhar Andani, I hope he's opening. I'll be able to confirm for that for you in a moment. He's meant to be very, very talented. So nice start for him. And well, it's a slow, steady in-swinger. He'll be happy with that. And well, they said to look out for him as a batsman. That's a glorious cricket stroke. A little bit of in-swing and just uses his wrist, comes through the ball and through the leg side for 4. Not too sure you need a slip. A lot of teams have been running a slip this week. Not too sure on that. They need to score 1 or 2 boundaries and over to make sure they stay up with this rate. Oh, that's a nice shot. Oh, he might have picked him out. Oh, it's just fallen short of deep square leg. So he caught up with the ball well down his leg side and flicks it for a single. And he's off to a pretty good start. And it looks like Waka Nazir is the opening batsman with him. Haven't heard too much of him. Looking to see how he goes. Sawa looks like he gets a bit of swing in. To exploit this power play. Can they get themselves to about 40 off 3? That would be a pretty good start. Oh, that's short. Wow, that's bounced. That's taken right off and well, given a wide by the umpire, and I actually think that's the right call. It went well above his head, so that'll be the one bouncer for the over, and it'll also be a wide. So some cloud cover rolls over. It's a different sort of day here in Portugal. A few clouds. We're expecting actually a little bit of rain, phenomenally. Wasn't expecting that when I packed my boardies and singlets. So hopefully the weather will stay good and bring you 4 live games today. That's full and on the legs, and they should scamper through. I dare say that will be a leg by as the keeper imitates to throw it through but doesn't throw it. So a lot of in-swing here. If he can just control it a little bit better, get it outside that off stump and swing it into the stumps, he'll be happy with his work. But yeah, Azhar Andani might be the key early. He looks good. Only seen a couple of shots, but looks technically correct. That's well played and just nudged into the offside, and they'll scamper through for a quick single. Good running from the batsman and good support from the sidelines. It gets quite blustery here. We had this yesterday as well. Just every now and then the wind really picks up. So a windy sort of day here in Cartaxo. Come the charge, and he's pulled that straight to mid-wicket. Oh, interesting option, straight to the fielder. That will bring an end to the first over. 8 for none. Well, tell me in the chat, do you think they're going to have enough batting cavalry to get themselves to 120? It'll be interesting to see if they can. You need to score at least a boundary and over to stay in touching distance, and a couple of sixes along the way, you feel. New bowler operating. Looks like it's going to be Balwinder Singh with the new ball. I've heard he's a pretty tidy bowler. So can he follow up that decent work after the first? Only 8 off it. I think you'll take that as a bowling unit. If you can keep them well, anywhere under 35 after the power play, you'd be pretty happy with that start. I think the batting team needs to get to that 40-ish mark if they can. And Dani's on strike. that's a lovely cricket shot, straight to square leg. They're scampering through for a single, and it's pretty good running. Well, was a little bit tight, but I tell you what, you need to be positive as a batting unit. You can't just be sitting in the crease and waiting. So he's flicked it straight to the fielder, but they'll be able to get through for a single. Most of the people in the inner ring are on the rope, on the boundary, sorry. Nope, that's not right either, on the ring, I should say. So there should always be a single if you can just drop and run it. The two boundary riders, they've got a deep third man and a deep cover point. Oh, there's an edge. Will that be stopped by third man? I don't think it will. It'll go away for 4. And, well, a little bit of luck there for the batsman. And much needed, I think. See there, an edge has flown straight over Steve. Even if there was a slip in play, slip isn't catching that either. So that'll be the second boundary for the chase. They're going to get 2 4s. And it's that power play sort of time. The batsmen usually ride their luck and see if they can muster as many boundaries as possible. It looks like they've brought third man a bit finer now, so following the ball a little bit there. I'm not always a big advocate of it, but the captain's obviously got a hunch. Oh, that's 4, and that's the inside edge now, so using both edges beautifully. That one might go for 4 as well. Well, I'll tell you what, that short third man who went fine has gotten around to it, and they'll get back for a second. A bit of hard luck for the bowler there, Singh. He'd be disappointed. But not a bad start from the Wild Panthers. What a name. Fighters versus Wild Panthers. Pretty violent. Oh, he's got a lot of that. That's over mid-wicket, and that's going to go for another 4. So that's 3 4s to start. You see here, it's a good length ball, but it's just a little bit straight, and we're in the power play, so all he had to do was lift it over the inner ring, and well, that's what he's done. Just got it over the mid-wicket's head, and pretty quick boundary and pretty quick outfield here, so it's gone for 4 easily. And decent start now from the Wild Panthers. Still a few balls in this power play they need to try execute. As the bowler just loses his run up, and you'll see the umpire signal dead ball. So decent start here from the Wild Panthers. Nazir's moved himself to 10. Oh, that's high, that's long. It could be caught. There's a deep mid wicket. No, it's not going to be caught. 6 runs. Well, perfect start this for the Wild Panthers now. Like I said, there's a pretty big breeze blowing this way, straight down the ground. So if you get it in the air, it's going to fly. And that was a monster hit. You see there, it's in the wheelhouse. Got enough bat on it. And just clears a man on the boundary. Goes for 6. Oh, that's short. Well, it's hit high in the bat. It's going to fall well short of the fielder, and they'll just scamper through for a single. So that'll bring it to 26 for none after 2. Wild Panthers, they'll be happy with that start. Looks like this opening partnership is going to be really crucial to dislodge. I saw some really talented opening partnerships yesterday as well. Pretty even game overall though at this stage, and that gives me a good opportunity to welcome back co-commentator, good friend Vinny Sandhu. What a start from the Wild Panthers, Vinny.
Yeah, after flyer, that's what you want when you're chasing 120 for victory. It's pretty simple, isn't it? You just need 12 and over. Try and stay ahead of the curve. I'm going to see Ranasawa coming into the attack now. And we have seen him before. He played for Alvalade last year, who ended up making the final. They didn't have a good time in the final. They bowled out for 45, but he did make it. That's the main thing. So he's a silver medalist. And a bit of zip through to the keeper, but this has moved a little bit too much. It's called wide.
Yeah, don't want to give away too many extras. It's just what the fighters did in their bowling innings. So it just needs to stay calm. And it's this crucial third over of the power play, Vinny, where the batting team are basically trying to hit every ball for 6.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Oh, that's well bowled, Vinny. He's gone the in-swinger now, so showing his talent. The first ball was a big outie. This is a big in-swinger. I don't think the batsman's picked that at all.
Yeah, and I think that's the key. They just need one good over here just to bring back into the contest fighters and give them a little bit of confidence.
it's going to be the outswinger again, but outside off stump now.
Yeah, off stump line's key. So they want to be 36. It just shows you these targets. I mean, 120, it's never easy chasing 120 plus because you can be on track, but then something can happen and it just puts you behind the 8 ball, and then you find yourself playing catch up the rest of the time, perhaps with some new batsmen. This next one's short. And this is hit in the air, and in the end, he manages to stop it. That's for Indiviric.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter how you stop it. You've just got to find a way to stop it. And it's just that back of a length bowling's getting here. Anything full's actually been pretty good so far, and they're getting the ball to swing.
Yeah.
So when you got the ball swinging, you need to keep it up on that bit of more of a full side than a short side.
Yeah, I think so. He horns this one across the line. It's another chase for Vierick. It's going to have to go a long way. And they should get 2. And they will. So that's also good running. And if you're not hitting boundaries, you do need to push between the wickets. And that was what we've seen a couple of times this over.
Yep, good running between the wicket. Nazir's got to 21 off 10. And Dani, we've seen a little bit of him. He looks good. Yeah, it's pretty evenly poised at the moment. I said they'd want to get to 40 off the power play, and they're on track. If the bowling team can get a wicket here, though, they'll be pretty happy with their power play also.
Goes after this, but he hasn't got it at all, and it should be caught. It is caught, and Gangadeep Singh takes the catch. So that's a big wicket. And Nasir, who looked good for 21, is the first man to go. And the Fighters, they have their first wicket in ECS cricket. It's 32 for 1.
Well, we just said as a bowling unit, if you can get a wicket here at the back end of the power play, you'd be pretty happy with your work, and I reckon they will be. They've got the dangerous man. He out for 21 off 10, like you mentioned, Vinny. And, well, with a couple of balls left in this power play, this game's pretty nicely poised for an interesting finish. Obviously, Andani's the key. We mentioned 72nd ranking in the T20 World Batting Rankings. Pretty impressive stuff. He looks good off his legs, so excited to see if the Wild Panthers can take this one deep. It'll be interesting to see what the Fighters have outside the power play, if they'll operate with a few spinners or not. I think the spinners have been pretty well used in the tournament so far, whereas the medium pace bowlers have been hit around a little bit more. But 2 balls left in the power play, Vinny. What team would be the happier at this stage, do you think?
Look, I still think the bowling team. Because they've got still a lot of runs to get.
That's a bit of a flick over the leg side. Looks very strong on his legs, Vinny, and that will go away for 4. So, Azhar Andani, we've been told about him. He had an unbelievable T20I series not long ago, and showing his prowess with the bat already. He looks very efficient on the leg side. Looking forward to when he gets the ball outside off stump to see how he plays it there. But last ball of the power play coming up.
Yeah, well, I want to keep changing my mind because it's been, you called it topsy-turvy. It's probably the best word to describe it, isn't it? Because every time you think the game's going one way, it tends to go the other. And Andani, well, I'm definitely not going to count them out if he's at the crease. And we've still got Nippo to come. Can be quite dangerous with the bat as well. He goes straight this time. And he just gets enough to get it over the infield. Again, if the long on's back on the boundary, that might be a catch. But you can't have him everywhere in the power play. It's the end of the third. 40 for 1 after 3.
Well, nice shot. Let the ball come the whole way, and obviously playing the field where they had a deep mid-wicket and a third man, so just had to loft it over mid-on to get the boundary. That's 5 4s in the power play, Vinny.
Yeah.
No 6s yet.
We only saw 5 4s in the innings, in the first innings.
Yeah, unbelievable. Only see 5 4s in the first innings, but 9 6s. So very odd, but hey, 5 4s already in the power play here. And Azhar Andani looking a class above. We'll have a look at the Manhattan. Vinny, talk us through.
Yeah, well, look, a few skyscrapers towards the end of the innings, weren't there? And that was the story. The way they were able to accelerate. And you don't always see it. And if I looked at the splits there, they were 45 off the first half and then 74 off the second half. So sometimes I find it useful to look at those first half, second half splits.
Yeah.
And you can see they really picked up the pace, didn't they?
So the umpire signaling power play is over. Looks like Mandeep Singh, the captain, has the ball in his hand. It looks coming off the long run, so no spin yet. There'll probably be another medium to medium fast bowler as the keeper's back. little bit more of the traditional field, Vinny. I didn't see enough of this yesterday, but this is pretty much the T20 standard field. Maybe you could bring mid-off up and have cover back. And they've done their homework, it looks like.
Yeah, I think so. There's Mandeep Singh. Short, a bit of a top edge. There's no one anywhere near this. And where's that one going to fall? It's going to just trickle across the line. I mean, it could have gone anywhere. But that'll be cuatro carreras and 4 runs to start the 4th.
Yeah, 6th boundary of the innings. No sixes just yet, all 4s. But Patel, be happy with that. 4 off 1, striking at 400. That was probably one area we thought everyone struggled yesterday with the bowling, Vinny. It was all a bit short. A lot of boundaries through backwards square. So once again, that ball's a bit short. If he can get his length a bit fuller, ask the batsman to get it over mid-off cover region. It's a more difficult shot to play, but it was his first ball, so we'll give him a little bit of wiggle room, and he'll be looking to get that length a little bit fuller.
He just needs to make the adjustment, doesn't he? So keep an eye on that rate required. Oh, it's a short again. He really goes upstairs this time. This is a good bouncer. I think this one is over the shoulder. I might see this one from side on. And you can only bowl one ball and over that's over the shoulder, but it can't be below the top of the head. And judging by the fact that it's whistled past his nose, I think that probably was okay. It wasn't above the head, but he can't bowl another one over the shoulder now for the rest of the over. So the batsman can have, I guess, a degree of confidence that it'll be fuller, but that doesn't mean you can't bowl short balls. It just means you can't bowl them above the shoulder. So you can still bowl a good one, maybe into the ribs.
They sort of, yeah, it was high. Geez, you might want a lid after that. But they sort of say at the highest level, you don't want to use that short ball in your first 3. Because if I'm a batsman, I'm planting on my front foot here, as I know I'm not getting another one up in my grill. And that nice Whippington there as Andani hits that nicely.
It's one of those ones. You can still bowl. This is what I think as well. I don't think it's as big of a deal because it doesn't mean you're going to bowl full. It's not binary. It's not just full or just short. You can still bowl a good short ball that's not above the shoulder.
You need good control.
Take a bit of a risk because sometimes you can't really control the amount it's going to bounce.
So the thing is, just by doing it early, just puts a bit more pressure on the bowler though.
It reduces your options.
If he goes another short ball, which by accident can happen as well, over shot, it's a no ball, and that free hit's costing teams, and the extras are costing teams.
And that ball can go for runs as well, and then it's free hit. So they want to be about 48 after 4 overs. So they're pretty much right on track.
These two teams look very evenly matched.
Well, you know, in the league,
evenly matched.
In the league fighters, they've got 4 wins and a tie.
Yeah, and a tie.
Season, and 4 wins and a tie.
And a T20.
T20.
Huh?
Yeah.
Super over?
No.
What?
I don't know. And the Wild Panthers have 4 wins, so there's only half a game separating them.
Oh.
Well, this is on length, this is in the air, but once again, looks to be in the gap. So they're going to take this opportunity to take 2 and have plenty of time thanks to the slight fumble down there, and that takes them up to 48. So they are right on track in this chase.
Yeah, I reckon we're on for a bit of a grandstand finish in this one. It's pretty evenly poised.
We had some close games so far.
Yeah, compared to Capella last week, there was a few blowouts, but this has been a really fought and tight contested.
Goes full this time, dragged away. So it'll take us to the end of the 4th over, and at the end of 4, it's 49 for 1. So strap yourselves in, big finish. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, as well as Corey Rutgers. I hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you're watching around the world. In Portugal, we're having a great time, and we have 4 T10 matches every day this week. And of course, we're here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday and Saturday. Sunday we'll have off, but then Monday, first ever ECC. Very exciting times in European cricket, but you know, a bit of cloud cover at the moment, so I don't know if that changes anything. We did say there's a chance of a shower in the middle of the day, so hopefully we have no interruptions. But yeah, this game, Corey, for me, it's really evenly poised at this stage.
It's been a pretty good game of cricket so far, mate, and it's been topsy-turvy, as we mentioned, but hey, who's going to take the initiative in the last 6 to get the win for their team?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They have these situations where certain players love to be at the crease or have the ball in their hand or be in the field. They want the ball to come to them in these big moments, and really when we come to the end of these tournaments as well, when the pressure's really on, these are kind of situations that are really valuable in giving you that experience of playing under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely, and you are right. The people that play well under pressure will stand up in these sort of moments and win the game for their team, so it'll be interesting to see.
This is Deepu Mansurpuria. He's going to bowl over number 5 on the way. Ditch Patel is in the air, and this should be a simple catch, and he's grasped it. We've seen a few go down so far. This one went up in the air, came down with a confusion raise on it, and that's a big miss. And that sort of 50 comes up, but not in convincing fashion.
Well, there's two things here, Vinny. As the ball's in the air, he's still walking towards it, and he doesn't set his feet, and then he lets it get ridiculously low. You shouldn't be trying to catch a ball below your knees when it goes that high. So, a couple little technical errors, and yesterday there was a few spillages. Let's hope that the standard can lift just a little bit.
It goes to this, and this one is going to go all the way. Maximo! And Darnie, well, he makes them pay for their mistake. He wasn't the man that was dropped. This one, well, no one was catching it. So it's drilled down the ground. It beat long off, and he takes Deepu deep.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised that Paulo and Conrad and a few people in the Portuguese setup have told me to watch this guy. It looks a little level above at the moment. Small in stature, but nice setup. It's a good cricket shot.
He's a very good player. This time, a bit short, and this one is smashed. Well, this is going to be 6 more, and this for me, I don't know if there's such a thing as the perfect pull shot, but have a look at this one, Corey. He picks up on the length really quickly, gets himself in a very, very good position, and absolutely nailed it.
Well, the key there is he's not trying to overhit the ball. It's just respecting the back of a length delivery and just timing it. And he's obviously got a bit of a good blade in his hands. He's 73 in the world, and just below Shimron Hetmeyer and David Warner. I dare say he'll be going up that list soon.
Oh, that's a good one, though. Good comeback from the bowler.
Mm.
Yeah, because they want to be around 60 at halfway. So you can see now these are kind of bonus runs. Got 2 more balls left in this over. And he's above a few people as well.
Yeah.
Above Ross Taylor.
Yeah, let's have a look. He's above Heinrich Klaassen, pretty decent name there. Above Ryan Bell from Zimbabwe, good name there. Ross Taylor at 78. Finn Allen's a huge talent as well, so he's above all of them.
Wow. He's hit the ground here. Don't think that's out. This will be a bye. Well, it probably won't be a run, because otherwise he would have been out.
Yeah,
Just waiting for the signal.
As the batsman imitates a go for a second, that's never there. Yeah, it's probably one of the more disappointing buys. Hope the umpire will signal it, and he shall signal it now.
There was a noise there, but I felt that it was the bat hitting the ground as it went past.
Well, and Darnie's missed the last 2 drives on the offside, just walking at the ball a little bit. He looks very efficient straight in anything back of a length. So as a bowling unit, obviously just want to keep it away from the 4th stump or 3rd stump. Maybe keep it on 5th stump to him.
Are you going to book him for reckless driving?
No, not yet. And a bit of tactical stuff here from the bowling team.
To Dix Patel, it takes a big swing and a miss. So that over had a bit of everything. 13 off it in the end. At the halfway point, it is 63 for 1.
Well, this is shaping up to be one of those last over finishes we were talking about. In Capella last week, we weren't blessed with too many last over or last ball finishes. I think we had yesterday 2 matches that went right down the wire. This one's shaping up there as well. You see there, Wacker Nazir made 21 off 11, decent start, but Hazar Andani at the top, 28 off 12. He's done that pretty quietly. It's always a good advocate for a good batsman is someone that's scoring, and you don't really feel it till you look at the scorecard, and then all of a sudden, oh, he's on 40, or he's on 50.
Mark of a good player.
Yeah.
But I mean, Dix Patel, he's got his role to play as well, I think.
Well, do the partners here just control it and get Andani back on strike, or do you think they need to attack also? At
a minimum, I think they need to look to get off strike. But that doesn't mean if you get a 4 ball, then you just tap it for 1. I think what I wouldn't be doing is taking big swings and misses and chewing up balls, hoping for a boundary, because you don't essentially they don't have that pressure on them to do that. That's more on Andani. Yeah, well, Andani's, you're seeing that he's rolling the no stickers on the bat. I mean, when you're 73rd best bat in the world, there's a few sponsorships coming, I reckon. Be lining up soon. Here's Mandeep Singh. This is cracked down the ground, and it's going to go all the way. Balle, 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 6 carreras. And there's 6 of the best, and Andani is really heating up now. He might have missed the last couple, but he certainly didn't miss this one. No, looks really good. Just gave himself a little bit of room, but what I like about his batting so far is not overhitting the ball, which a lot of the players in this tournament so far are falling into. He's just timing the ball. Obviously, it's 50 to 55 metre boundaries, so you don't need to overhit it. A 6 is a 6, even if it goes for 57 metres. Here's the comeback. And this is mature batting for me. He didn't necessarily get carried away trying to play another big shot. He was happy just to knock that one for a single. I like Patel as well. They're just backing up. All the inner ring fielders, point and cover. Well, if they're not going to be tight, there's an easy one there. So good batting. Keep ticking the score over after the boundary. And as you said, Andani's crept to 35 now. But yeah, I wonder if there's a few sponsors around the world looking to get their names on the back of that bat. Why not? Well, here's the next one. And he hits this one well, and this is going to be 6 more. And now Patel getting in on the party. And this is his first Maximo. He moves to 15.
Well, this is the moving over, isn't it? 2 6s in the first 3 balls, and yeah, they're taking initiative here. Sort of with old cricket, Vinny, maybe batsman would work a 1 here, but I sort of think Patel, well, if he can just keep going in these next 3 balls and they get another boundary too, they're almost ahead in the game.
The payoff of getting the shot, and it wasn't like he went looking for it. He found a ball in his zone. He was comfortable hitting through the line. So it wasn't an indisciplined shot. And look, if he happens to get caught there, then he's still got Andani at the crease. The payoff for hitting the 6 is huge. And now he's going to go again, and it's going to be the same way. It is back-to-back Maximals. Patel rolls the dice, comes up with double 6s, and they're up into the 80s. And well, this rate is really back under control now. It's well below the 10 and over.
Yeah, well, that's 3 6s in the first 4 balls this over, and that puts Wild Panthers in a pretty strong position. So with the last 2 balls of this over, as we watch the shot here, and just gave himself a little bit of a shuffle across and got under the ball. And there's a bit of a breeze, I've mentioned a few times, blowing into our face. If you get it in the air, it's going to go.
Yeah.
But these last 2 balls of it, you might as well go at these as well now. You've already got 19 off the over. Don't nudge a 1.
Hasn't been a change in length from Mundeep. He's just running in bowling length and being hit out of the ground. Similar kind of a ball this time, bit of swing.
Oh no!
Oh, and it's good effort from the fielder, but it's going to run away for 4. And he did try and make the cutoff. That's going to be 6-6-4. Patel, he's lit up now. They're up to 86 with a ball to go in the 6th over.
What do you call those overs that go over 20?
Magical overs.
Well, this is now a magical over and has a chance to be supersonic or whatever you want to call it, because there's still 1 ball to go. As a few droplets start to fall. Vinny, we're in Portugal. Can you please explain what's going on?
Yeah, not meant to be raining, is it?
No.
They did tell us there's a chance of it. Yeah, so this over has gone for 23.
Yeah.
Supersonics when you get 30 plus. They're pretty rare.
What's 25 plus?
Just a good magical over. Really
just
magical.
a good magical over.
Don't want to have too many names. All right, here we go. Mandeep, it's gone the journey. And this last one, it's hit pretty well. And again, it's some work to do for the fielder. This one is stoppable. They'll get 2. So in the end, what's that? 25 off the over. It's not the quarter century you want. And that was after Mandeep's first over. It was pretty tight, only went for 9. At the end of 6 overs, 88 for 1. Game-changing over, really, for the Wild Panthers on debut.
Good over for the batting team. I think that last ball, I think deep extra cover was a little bit behind pointish. Seemed very square. Could have been a half a chance. But looking at the bowling figures here, who are they going to turn to? They've only used 4 bowlers. So we're going to see a 5th bowler that... And this is why sometimes I think teams could get that 5th bowler in a little bit early. I don't mind teams going 1 for 1 for 1 for 1 for 1 with the ball just to keep the batsman guessing. And you see the fielding teams may be a little bit worried at the moment as they're having a bit of a team meeting. No spin as of yet, but there's a couple of spinners I've seen in this tournament that have looked pretty decent, and that stump-to-stump line seems to take wickets, so might be an option, might be worth the gamble. But with 32 needed off 24, you'd imagine the Wild Panthers should win this in the next 3.
Yeah, well, this is where you need to have, a single-digit over just to steady things. I mean, 8 and over. The only way you're back into this game is you can really get an over of, I'd say 5 or below.
Yep.
It's just hard to see where it's going to come from at the moment. Sometimes we see the batsmen kind of losing their minds a bit in this situation, getting carried away, but
I dare say Andani would, he knows probably after his exploits in the international series, I think he ended up with a couple of not outs in chases and things like that. I dare say he'll just carry his team home. Cricket education.
Nothing silly. Here's Ravi with the ball. This one's on leg stump, and this is going to get past the man at short fine leg. It's going to roll down the hill for 4. That wasn't necessarily a good start from Ravi, but unfortunately for him, he pays the penalty. That's going to be 4 runs.
Well, it just shows that if you beat the inner ring and 1 metre left or right of the fielder, it's going to go forward. The outfield is quick.
Super quick. And it's kind of the outfield slopes downwards slightly all over the ground. It's almost the pitch is in the highest part of the ground and like a kind of upside down dinner plate.
Yep.
So it's just going to assist it rolling away.
Yep. And the boundaries start the over. The pressure's on the bowler now.
It's in the air and it's a chance. It's taken. And it's a good catch, and they needed something to go their way. And Deepu Mansurupia, he was able to hold his position, and well, the fighters, they're going to fight, and they pick up their 2nd wicket, 92 for 2.
Yeah, I think Azhar will be disappointed with that, and he just got in control of the chase, and he wanted to see his team home, but unfortunately he won't be. So hey, A wicket can change things, and a new batsman, a lot of pressure on him now.
Yeah, so let's not count them out just yet. The fighters, and that was a good catch. And we've seen a few go down, but that's a pressure situation. And Deepu held his nerve. Mansapuria in a really key position there down the ground. We've seen lots of boundaries get hit to and over that position today. So this brings Nippo to the crease, Siraj Nippo. And I know that he's no stranger to us on the European Cricket Network, but he makes his debut for Wild Panthers in this game. And he comes in at a situation I think suits him, 28 off 22.
Yep. A few people in the chat asking, will the rain come in this game? But I don't think we'll get a full game in here. I don't think there won't be any rain delays here. We felt a couple of little drops, but famous last words though. Yeah, that's
said
also
it won't
true.
rain. Ask Rico about that in Bulgaria. And he said, I see a few dark clouds in the distance, but I don't think it'll be upsetting us. And then we had like a category 4 about 5 minutes later. As the next one is just down the ground. Be a single, good confident start for Nippo. Gets off the mark in the series.
Yeah, I've heard good things about Nippo as well, and looking forward to seeing how he bats. But hey, spin to win again. Spinner comes on, gets the wicket. Yeah. Spinners have been effective in this tournament.
Love the first one back, because that's the 4 runs that didn't really want to concede, but they did get the big wicket around Dhani. This brings Patel back on strike. He's been heating up. He's on 27. It's hit though, and again, change in pace. Very, very effective.
Well, the thing is, we're bowling a spinner. You keep the keeper up to the stumps then as well. So all of a sudden, it changes the angles.
A bit claustrophobic for the batsman as well,
yeah.
I suppose. This is well hit though on the leg side, and it's going to beat the man. Well, he's just timed that so well. Vrindar didn't have that far to go, but he didn't even have a prayer of stopping this one, Corey.
No, he didn't. That's a hell of a shot through the leg side. Just put his bottom hand through and whipped it extremely hard and splits the gap out there, and he'll get 4 for his troubles. So the Wild Panthers just keep going, and well, they're looking good to chase this down.
Harvey's just been a bit too leg stumpish a couple of times this over. This one's better.
Down.
That's just to get around. There we go.
Down.
Prowls around. That's a bit of a teaser. And oh, how's that for an arm? So that's just a bit of an exclamation point on the play. That's the end of the over, and the score is 97 for 2. So 23 will be required of the last 3 overs of this one. And coming up next, we have the second match of the day. It is match 6 of the series, and I know that a lot of people are looking forward to seeing Friendship CC again. I know, Corey, you're like #1 in their fan club. Friendship CC will be taking on the Coimbra Knights in the 6th match, and you know, so much cricket action coming your way. ECC, of course, we've talked about it many times, and we're looking forward to the ECC as well.
Looking forward to all those teams playing. I bet you they're all very excited.
Super excited.
Yeah. Group A, Group B, Group C, and well, Luxembourg get a ticket, and they'll be looking forward to going there as well, and looking forward to seeing all of them play over in Malaga, as we're back with some live action. And well, thickish half inside edge of the bat. They're rushing around, but it will only be a single.
Yeah, so maybe there's another twist in this yet.
Yeah, can there be a twist? They probably need to get Patel out, well, obviously in the next couple of balls, and then if you have 2 new batsmen at the crease, anything can happen. But if they don't get Patel this over, it's starting to get away from them a bit too much.
How's the way Patel switched gears?
Oh, and I don't mind that, you know. Batsman went to do a little shuffle, and the bowler, well, thought, I'm not going to release the ball this time.
Did you hear that clock in the distance?
I did.
That was cool.
Yeah, it's out of nowhere. We are in an interesting part of Portugal, aren't we?
Yeah, it's a beautiful part of the country. So this is Bhavinder Singh. It's a bit earlier in the year, actually.
It's not bad bowling, that sort of low full toss, aiming for that Yorker.
He was playing for Salzburg in the Austrian ECS earlier this year. So yeah, can fulfill this role. It's just about hanging in the game, and I think taking it to the last over. If you're still live in the last over, absolutely anything can happen.
Yeah, they need to get just another wicket, keep slowing this rate.
Nippo, it's in the air, and it could be caught. It's going to fall between them, And the throw's a bit wide, otherwise it might have been a run out. And in the end, the fielders, I thought the collision might have been on there. Sometimes not so easy to pick it up when it's thick cloud cover, is it? Because a few balls getting hit today.
Well, it just split them. It split them perfectly.
Yeah.
So good teamwork. They couldn't stop the two, but yeah, it's a nice shot. I mean, hitting the side screen's always a big advocate of it.
Impo hits this one straight. Should only get one this time. So they're just hanging in there at the moment. 18 off 14.
They get Patel now. It's almost back to 50-50 because it's never easy for a new batsman, but they have to get Patel now.
I think you're always in the game as a fielding team when it gets to the crunch if the runs are above the balls required. Because you're only ever a couple of dot balls away from really like that. From getting yourself back in the game. Well, this is going to be a nasty one because he's hit this, I think, onto the back of his leg. He's hit it pretty much out the middle. And straight away the pad comes off. Diksha Patel, well, he's a man they don't want to lose at this stage to injury. Might see this one from side on. You'll get a good idea of what happened. He actually just hits the ball, and straight away he was in some serious discomfort.
Yeah, I've done that before as well, Vinny. The old French cut onto the ankle bone.
Yeah.
It's not protected on a certain angle, so if you do it, it hurts, and it hurts in a big, big way. And hopefully he'll be okay, but yeah. That cricket ball isn't soft.
No,
when
really
you get inside edge, it seems to gain speed. Have a look here. Whack.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You can feel, bat straight down. A little bit of a, he knows straight away he's in a bit of trouble there.
There you go.
Oh, back. Oh. It makes me shudder. And I tell you what, if he can't continue here,
he'll continue.
It'll be pretty interesting because a new batsman then has to come in. Will he be able to run hard between the wickets?
Now, I'll give you another one.
Talk to me.
It's the last ball of the over. Is that old debate again? Does he take a one, keep the strike, or does he play a big shot?
I think he's just playing a big shot, mate.
I think he can. I mean, you've already seen Nipper hitting the ball pretty well. He's not looking in great shape though, is he? He had the pad off straight away.
Well, Scott Edwards was asking last week for some new equipment, new protection. And I'll tell you what, could you go the old little ankle guard?
Back pads. Well, you know, in baseball,
has a pad either way.
Your back pad's just a full, just a cylinder.
360 pad.
But in baseball, seriously, they do have some protection down there in the ankle for the balls that you foul onto yourself that a lot of top level players would use. Yeah, because I mean,
I reckon we should go this to the baseball helmet, no pads and a glove. Make it pretty exciting if you get hit in the shin.
It would be something that would be different. So look, big ball this now, and I have to say that Balwinder Singh has bowled a very, very good over here. It's only conceded 5 off the first 5 balls.
Brilliant over. Well, can he just go for a 1?
Love these close games. Oh! He's knocked him over, and he will go no further. Diksha Patel, well, he was down, and now he's out. That's the end of the 8th over, 102 for 3. And what an over from Balwinder Singh. Only concedes 5 and finishes it, caps it off with the big wicket of Patel.
Well, I tell you what, when you've hurt yourself and then you get bowled the next ball, that limp just becomes a bit bigger as you come off the crease. And I tell you, he's nailed his Yorkers this over. Sensational over.
Makes it into a Yorker as well, the way that he kind of moseys down.
Mosies.
Yeah, it was, look, full and straight. I don't care what you say. It's always a good go-to plan. It's always a good, a difficult ball, whether the batsman's set or not, even if they've been driving the ball out of the ground. But, well, this really puts us back to 50-50 for me now. Let's have a look at what's coming up. It is match 6, as we were saying, Friendship CC versus the Coimbra Knights. So we saw Friendship yesterday, and Nazrul Islam was pretty good, wasn't he? Also, Mohammed Assad. Let's talk about the Coimbra Knights. So they've got a couple of big ins from April. We've got Junaid Khan, the national representative in the team. Miguel Stoneman, watch out for him as well. And their captain, Chris Redhead, will be very keen to get out there. And I can tell you news from the toss. The Friendship CC, they won, and they decided they'll bat first. I don't think that'll bother the Knights so much. They'll know how many they need to chase. But Friendship CC, they did build their wins off the back of some good batting first performances yesterday, Corey.
Yeah, they did. And looking forward to seeing Miguel Stoneman there. Sam Miguel. Oh, I heard he's a bit of a player, so looking forward to that. Here we go.
Here's Ravi. Well, he's mistimed this, but he's going to get away with it. And now's the time where they might be looking for 2, but I don't think they're going to find it. And that makes it 17 off 11. I feel like we've got another one. We're going down to the wire, Corey.
Yeah, you can flip a coin here. This could go either way. Who's going to stand up at the death? Well, we're going to have a last over finish, I reckon. pretty excited, really. What a great way to start day 2 of live T10 action.
Yeah, you won't find anything better.
Interesting. They've brought deep cover up and put deep fine leg. I'm not sure of that.
Oh, and this is one thing you
can't
don't afford
do
at this
that.
stage. And I
Tell you what.
he wasn't taking any chances, was he there?
Think-
Just Suitha, the new batsman.
I think the batsman's umpiring as well. Don't like that.
He just said, how's that? It's just a batsman's appeal. Maybe that's coming into the game.
Oh, he's tried to hit that to the moon, Vinny.
See, this for me isn't knowing your role at this stage. I think you just need to score. If you score for every ball from here on in, it's hard to lose. The only way you're going to back yourself out of the game is with a succession of dots or wickets. This time he leans on it and he gets some. And how they made a meal of this. Oh, too many cooks spoil the broth. And this one somehow gets through for 4.
Oh no, that can cost you a game of cricket. That really should have been stopped for 4. Maybe they would have turned for 2. So they've given up some freebies here. You've got to be disappointed as a fielding team. Should have been stopped. They both had a chance. They were both in position, and lack of communication. So big boundary though. On the edge now, but short third man. Oh, don't let it go past. Oh, thankfully he stops it in the end. So there's the single, and they're just staying a little bit ahead, the Wild Panthers. I think they're just ahead because 7 wickets in hand. Well, they can go at almost every ball. One more 6 will almost kill this game, but stranger things have happened.
It goes after this one. It's got a mile high. Where it lands, nobody knows. It went so high. They're going to come back for 2, and they're just going to get there. So
good running.
Well, yeah, well, it was good running. I mean, sometimes you see the ball hit in the air, and the batsman kind of freeze because they're thinking about whether it's going to be caught or not.
I like the bowler doing the Josh Butler type of dismissal as well. So obviously good awareness from the bowler.
Yeah, you can do that when the balls are coming in at a very fast velocity, because then you can kind of go and get it. But I think most throws when they scoot in, you're better off staying behind the stumps. But 9 off 7, and the keeper was a total spectator there, and that's going to keep Nippo on strike. It'll be a bye to finish the over, and well, we are going to the wire. 112 for 3. Just think about some of the runs that got away in that over.
Three runs should have been stopped. The 2 out there on the boundary and the bye.
Yeah.
So they should be defending 11, but now you're defending 8, and you'd say, if you were to be a punting man, you'd say the batting team's still just ahead. But hey, last over pressure is always different. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Bit of a conversation from the bowling unit, just to who will take the last and put all the pressure on themselves. Yeah, 8 to win. Well, what a way to start the day. In for a bit of a doozy. And it's going to be interesting. Can Nippo get them over the line? Left-handed, right-handed. The keeper's up to the stumps. No, he's going back. Good option. And it looks like they're going to entrust Deepu Menu Superior.
Yeah, we took that good catch, and he's going to have to try and close this out.
Well,
that starts with a good dot, doesn't he? And so, well, 8 now off 5. Nippo's just a little bit hit and miss at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's struggling a little bit. And, well, good start from the bowler.
Would you say that the fighters have been fighting this game out? Because I would.
I would as well. Nice pun.
Not in a nasty way, but they've shown a lot of fight. Goes after this one. Now, do you go for 2 here?
Yeah.
It'll be a tough one. I mean, a good throw and he's gone here. And he will be gone. Well, that's a big moment in the game. And Corey, we always talk about how important fielding is. That was a genuine 50-50. Nippo took it on and he lost. So they lose a big weapon. Nippo goes for 9. It's 113 for 4.
Brilliant fielding out there. I think he should have turned for 2 as well, because if the foe throws anywhere off, you're making it. And great bit of fielding. Good gather by the keeper. You look here, and yeah, definitely out. So
good decision by the umpire.
Yeah, in a pressure situation, you need to make the right decisions, but I think that is it.
I'm not so sure if I guess balance of probabilities. For me, I can also understand if he didn't, because you've still got some more balls to go. I think that's what percent of the time do you think the fielding's executing that run out?
Well,
the fielder and the keeper.
I think with some of the throwing standards being a little bit below par, I'm going to there.
50-50?
I'm backing myself.
I'm what percent do you think your chance, as you're turning, if you had to calculate what percent your chance you are of getting run out, what are you thinking? 50-50?
No, it's probably 40-60.
Okay.
Yep.
That just shows you how good the fielding was, though.
Yep.
So 4 balls remain. I need 7 to win. Now 6 to tie. What do we see? A golden ball. Has anyone got the tingle?
No, not yet.
Oh, good bowling. Tell you what, he's been sensational, Mansapuria. He took that good catch. He got rid of Andani. It's almost man of the match stuff if he can hold on in the last over.
For the first time in a long time, I would say that the bowling team's ahead now.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to hit a boundary to be in this. Yeah. I think the bowling team, what's gone this, how many is this over? 1 run?
Yeah.
2?
We've only, I'll tell you exactly.
I think one run.
Yeah, only 1.
Unbelievable.
The one that came before the run out. Yeah. Okay, this time they're going and it gets past the bowler. And now they're going to come back for 2. The throw's going to take the keeper a mile wide.
Oh,
and
now
we're going to get a third, are we?
Oh, no.
Wow, this is just absolute chaos. Get a load of this. So they're going to get 3 for a ball. It was just hit down the pitch and just got past the bowler. And that'll make it 4 off 2. Oh, wow, this is crazy stuff.
Well, Kishan Sutha, the non-striker who ran at first, he deserves credit because he was pushing so hard, and then the match awareness to realise to go again here.
He made the play, didn't he, essentially?
He did.
He made something out of nothing. So now, all right, the tingle's on now.
Yeah, it is.
It's 4 off 2 required.
Bit of bad fielding could cost you a game. Really good bowling, though.
Really good bowling. I mean, he was very close to stopping that as well.
4 off 2, Vinny. Well, 50-50 again out.
So, are we going to have a blockbuster finish? Oh, this one's hitting the air. Well, he's rushed in.
Oh, no.
And he catches it. Oh, I thought for a second that might have been misjudged. He was very quick to get in there, Gaganu Singh. But he holds on to the catch. Well, that might end the golden ball thoughts because they'll need 3 to tie. And they're going to need 4 for victory. And I kind of said at the halfway point, still kind of stayed on the bowling team because he's chased to the 120 plus. There can be some things that happen that just put you back a bit, and that's what we've seen in this last over. Again, the pressure is on all players. That's the end of Sutha. And they did cross. So this is that rule we were talking about. And from next week, it'll be different on ECN. From next week, if there's a catch, you'll have to go back to your original end. So in this situation, the new batsman would have to be on strike. But as it is, it won't be the new batsman on strike at all. It will be Hardik Patel.
Yep.
He's only faced 2 balls. He's got 3.
Yeah, and a bit lucky to get
the 3 was all in 1 ball. So
I reckon he might edge this for 4.
Oh, well, if the ball's legal, I don't think we're going to see a tie, although we did see a 3 earlier in the over. So here we go. Last ball of game 5. They need 4 to win. And it's edged, and they're going to do it. Oh, where's this gone? It's going to be 4, and they're going to win off the last ball. And that's the best 7 you'll ever see in your life. And it coming off the bat of Hardik Patel. Well, spare a thought for the bowler. He executed an outstanding last over, but I guess he just gave him a bit more, bit of length. And Corey Rutgers, well, he's got the crystal ball out, and he's spot on as the last ball is edged for 4. What a game. In the end, it's going to be 120 to 119. Wild Panthers, they win on debut, and the Fighters, they fought all the way. They end up going down by just a single run. Can you believe it? What a game we saw. We said there wasn't too much between these 2 teams, Corey, and in the end, it was just a solitary run the difference.
Yeah, look, I don't want to be too critical on that, but when you've got a lower order guy, you have to have a 3rd man for your last ball 4. You have to bring up your defense.
I think they had one. It was up in the circle.
It was in the circle.
But even if it was back,
he might have stopped
50-50, he may or not. It was a thin kind of an edge, wasn't it?
It's a small thing, isn't it? But hey, look, what a game of cricket that was. What a way to start day 2. We'll take you through all the highlights, and it was Azhar and Dani at the start who batted really well with some lovely shots through the leg side, and here was a little bit of luck earlier in the innings as some runs came through. And at this stage, it was all the batting team. We thought, wow, they're off to an absolute flyer. They might coast themselves to this score, but credit to the bowling unit. Really impressive display from the bowlers that just kept their head up. And they took the odd wicket along the way, as this was a lofty shot over the leg side. Got a big piece of that, and a pretty good start this was by Azhar Andani and his opening compatriot. But once the wicket started to fall, it was difficult for the Wild Panthers to keep going with that momentum, and the fighters would have been pretty happy with their effort. It's we get a delivery here that was sort of spliced away. There was a lot of splice shots, and unfortunately just let it get a little bit too low on him there and was dropped. And Deep, who bowled a good last over, bowled a decent over here as well, as this was a really good shot through deep mid off the sill. And the batting team, Azhar Andani, just showing what you can do when you just time the ball. You don't have to overhit the ball. A little bit of back of a length and a really nice swivel pull there that carried the distance for 6. And at this stage still, it was all the batting team, and we thought, well, if they keep going along like this and keep finding that boundary every over, they're going to coast themselves to this score. But in a topsy-turvy fixture, and with T10 cricket being a little bit like that sometimes, it can change in the blink of an eye. And there was another 6 over deep mid off, and the batting team at this stage was still in control until, well, can he catch it? No, another 6. So the possession of boundaries just kept happening, as it gets quite blustery here in Portugal. And they had a little bit of luck along the way in that third man region. Another 4 going through there. Then they brought on the spin to see if they can stem the tide, as Azhar Andani played a nice shot through the leg side for 4 there. But this was the big wicket. This is what everyone was waiting for. Andani coming down the wicket, trying to get one more 6 to wicket, caught well on the boundary there by Deep. Really important catch. That brought Nito to the crease, and they were thinking, well, batting team's still ahead at this stage, but bang, another nice shot through the leg side. And the impressive thing about Fighters CC, they really stuck together as a unit. There was a bit of an injury in the last couple overs. Chop onto the ankle bone there, which would have hurt anybody, and that maybe put him off his game a little bit, because the next delivery, well, have a look, absolutely cast him a brilliant Yorker, and that maybe tore it back to a 50-50 ballpark game where we had to go into the last with 8 runs required. And at this stage, we weren't too sure which way it would go. A little bit of comical fielding here on the boundary, which cost them an extra 2 runs, and little things like that, they might look back at a fielding unit and be a little bit disappointed at, because they could have potentially won the game. This was an important run out to start the last. The big wicket of Nito, good keeping, good gather, and that took it down to the last ball. They needed 4 to win. I said you've got to put a third man in. They didn't have a third man in, and these are the little things. I don't know if third man would have got around to it specifically. Might have saved it. Might have been 3. Could have been a golden ball. But these are the little things the lower order batsmen do their job, and they'll be absolutely wrapped. You'll see the winning shot here. Here it goes. Edge, 4 runs. Give us the chocolates. Give us the cake. We are the winners. Unbelievable ending to Game 1, Match Day 2. You can see the jubilation on the batting team there. Absolutely wrapped. The Wild Panthers, well, they sneak across the line. What a game of cricket. As some rain starts to fall in Portugal. I'll be getting out of that very shortly, but let's have a look at the scorecard. And 39 off 16 for Azhar, 32 off 17 for Dikshit Patel. And look at that, Hardik Patel, 7 off 3, 4 and a 3. He came in at the end, and, well, he produced. He did what he had to do to get his team over the line. Only 4 extras, but exactly finishing on 120, which was the required total, taking all 10 overs to get there. What a game of cricket. I'll have a quick look at the bowling figures in a moment. Quick look at the bowling figures. They should come on our screen, and here they do. And just looking at the bowling figures overall, well, they're really good from Ravi, 1 for 18 off 2 overs, and Mandeep Malt 1 for 21, but the rest got a little bit of tap. Mandeep Singh will be disappointed to go for 34 off his 2. 7 extras, 4 wides, and those 4 wides also hurt. They were given 20 earlier in the day, so a couple of extras creeping in. But what an end to Game 1. And, well, they get over the line just. And the Wild Panthers, they'll be absolutely ecstatic to start their tournament with a win. So that brings a conclusion to Game 1. We'll be back shortly for Game 2. Looking forward to that, and stay with us. We'll bring you that live soon. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal. And with one game in the bank, we still have 3 matches today in this FanCode European Cricket Series Day 2. And now Friendship CC, what a day they had on day 1. They had 2 wins, including the big scalp of defending champions Marlow. And they are here to take on the Coimbra Knights, who we see for the first time this week, but they're no strangers to ECN action. We did see them in the FanCode Portugal T10 back in April. So now let's go over to Imtiaz Rana and Chris Redhead, the 2 captains who are with the match referee Charles Croucher for the coin toss for match 6.
Heads, please. Heads is the call. It's a tail.
What would you like to do, Imtiaz?
Bet first.
Friendship CC, they win the toss and they're not scared to bat first, and that is really how they built their wins yesterday, on the back of some good performances batting first. And look, we're going to see some of their big hitters, and I like Mohammad Assad as well as Mohammad Nazrul Islam, both really clean hitters of a cricket ball. And Assad, it was an all-round contribution in their second match yesterday against Werash, but Nazrul Islam, what a day he had in on day 1 on ECN debut. He had 114 runs in very, very quick time across the 2 matches. Let's talk about the Coimbra Knights. So it's great to see them again. Their captain Chris Redhead, he'll have to chase, and so I'm not sure that will be an easy proposition, but it does give them a chance to work their way into the game. Look, and they are a little bit stronger than the team that we saw in April. They've got a couple of big ins, Miguel Stoneman, Junaid Khan as well, some national representatives. So I think they bring a bit of strength to this Knights lineup, and I think they'll fare a little bit better than how they went back in April. So the news from the toss, Friendship CC, they won the toss. They'll be batting first. It's over to Corey Ruckers in the commentary box as we get ready for match 6.
And we're back at a bit of a bird's eye view of the beautiful ground out here in Cartaxo. Thank you to Paulo for creating this ground many moons ago, and it's a bit of a bird's eye view, but it is beautiful out here, and one of those aesthetically pleasing cricket grounds, as you can see on your screens, and an exciting week to be here. But we're back for the next second match of T10 action on day 2, and surprising to tell you this, it's raining in Portugal. There's a bit of drizzle going around. I'm in my jumper, I don't know what's happening. Pretty upset really. It was raining my whole summer in the Netherlands. Didn't expect it to be raining here, but it won't stop any of the live action. Looking forward to this one. Friendship CC, my boys, not sitting on the fence. Come on, Friendship, playing the Coimbra Knights. Should be a bit of a doozy, and Friendship have elected to bat, so don't mind that. And the Coimbra Knights just adjusting their field, and another batsman without any stickers on the bat. Looks like a couple of people wanting some sponsorships in Portuguese cricket. Don't mind that either. We're almost underway. Looks like for the Coimbra Knights, it's going to be Junaid Khan. Well, if he bowls anything like the Pakistan Junaid Khan, I'm excited to see. Hopefully that rain will stay away, just a little bit of drizzle, so it might be a bit more difficult for the fielding team. Looks like they're going the old traditional deep fine leg, deep third man as the 2 boundary riders. Got a gully, and just a ring on the offside and a ring on the leg side. No slips. And what can Junaid Khan do? Looking forward to seeing how it goes. Welcome back to everyone on the live chat. Here we go. Match 2. Oh, what a cricket shot that is. And blows through Point's hands and get a single. Well, oh, he's almost turned for 2 there, but definitely not there. Good mopping up by the keepers. Eating a bit of stumps to start his day. But away go Friendship. And yeah, that name is real. They're off the mark. Welcome back to our viewers on FanCode in India and via the YouTube chat. Hope you're looking forward to this one. Should be a good competitive game. Look out for Nazrul Islam in the Friendship CC lineup. 2 50s yesterday, a couple of wickets and a few catches. He was the star player of the day. He'll be looking to repeat those feat today. But it'll be Mizu Rahman, who's out there as well. Looks like Junaid's deciding to come around the wicket. No, good. He's staying over the wicket. I always like it when a right armer stays over the wicket to a left-hander to start. See if you can swing it back into those pads. And he's got to put a first slip in as well. Don't mind that either. Fine legs, very fine. Very, very fine. That's interesting. Well, maybe there's a reason for it, as that's wide down the leg side. But that might be one of the finest fine legs I've seen in a long time. So it looks like he got a little bit of pace about himself. Tall fellow, long legs. He's got that through to go to the keeper quite well. Just needs to keep his line and length steady to start this crucial power play. As that's full outside off, and a bit of a splice drive will bring third man into the gap. Oh no. Well, he'll be absolutely, he might have nutmegged himself. We'll have a look at the replay. It should have just been a single. And let's have a look here. It's bobbling to him. Oh, he's gone the old nutmeg straight through the legs. So disappointing. That's 3 runs cost. I might do a pluses and minuses this game, actually. The old pluses and minuses in the fielding analogy. So that's +3 to the -3 to the batting team. No, +3 for the batting team, -3 for the fielding team. You can't be going in the minuses overall as a fielding team, and a lot of cricket teams measure that. So the early boundary. Oh, that's full, that's edge. Well, he's going to get another shot. And, well, good effort from the young man out there. And that's the second 4 through the third man region. And, well, 2 4s in this first over. I'll be disappointed with that, but as Junaid, as a bowler, Junaid Khan, you're sort of thinking, well, I haven't bowled the worst deliveries, but they've gone through for 2 4s. Yeah, and for those that don't know, it's a bit of a coach's way of keeping track of how a fielding unit works, and you get pluses for stopping maybe 2s and good bits of fielding, and you get minuses for poorer moments of fielding, and they're on -3 to start. Can they keep themselves in the positives? Because we're finding so far, I think, in this tournament, the teams that are fielding well are getting over the line. So it's important to field well as a unit. It's Coimbra Knight's first game of this tournament, and they'll be looking to set a high standard. Oh, that's again, he's brought into the game again. Oh, yeah, well done. Well done. Maybe a little bit nervous, but just the single as third man's getting peppered at the moment. Good captaincy to have the third man in, though. And how about in the chat? We'll start with a little bit of a cricket question while we also enjoy some live action. Who are some of the fielders you used to love in white ball format? I know for me, I was a huge Andrew Simons fan. One of the great fielders in T20 cricket and 50 over cricket. Would have loved to have seen him play T10 cricket, that's for sure. As Junaid Khan comes in again. Oh, that's well bowled. That's really well bowled as the keeper goes for a cheeky run out. He saw him advance and just put it back of a length, and that's going to be the one bouncer for the over. But yeah, any fielders that you used to love watching, or any fielders you would love to have watched play T10 cricket? I couldn't go past Andrew Simons. Unbelievable in the inner ring, the outer ring, ground fielding, catching, run outs. I think he was the complete package. I know people talk about Jonty Rhodes and Ricky Ponting, but they weren't outfielders as good as Andrew Simons was. This brings us to last ball of the first over. Well bowled and hit straight to mid-off, but the inner ring's on the ring, which is the right tactic as well, and that'll be a single, so it'll take us to 12 for none after 1. And I tell you what, Friendship CC, they are on the right track. Once again, they won their first 2 matches yesterday. They'll be really happy with that. They've got a destructive middle order, and they'll be looking to continue. Hey, and it gives me great pleasure to bring in on this windy, cloudy day somehow, Vinny Sandhu. What's going on with the weather?
Strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I think it's just a passing shower. That's what the forecast says. Hello to you, Corey. Hello to all of our viewers. Great to have you with us. And haven't we had some cracking matches? I mean, that's really 3 matches out of 5 now. 3.5 even. That have been real humdingers. I like what you're doing in the plus minus. Anyway, here's Girish Singh. Little edge. Oh, I've got flashbacks to the last ball of the last game, Corey. What a game that was when we saw that the Wild Panthers needed 4 off the last ball. We'd kind of already thought it was going to be a bit beyond them halfway through that last over, but just shows you anything can happen in T10 cricket, and that's what makes it so exciting. But yeah, I was hearing you talking about fielding. Simon's right up there for me as well. He's the one that normally does the plus minuses in Australia.
He is, yeah, he does. It's a little old coaching tool as decides to come around the wicket now. And that's going to be a big wide, and just a... I'll ask you a quick question.
This was close, I think. Once he's from side on.
You reckon that was close to a run out?
Yeah. Look at Muhammad Asad, because he really had to stretch, and he looks like he's said being out in the face.
Oh, yeah, that could have been tight, you know. I got one for you. Would you call that a -1?
Yeah.
Yep.
Should have been held by the keeper. Hey, do me a favour. Also, I want to know catching chances, catches taken. Can you do that for me as well?
Absolutely.
So we'll see what percentage of catches are taken in this game, and maybe you can break that down between teams. Yeah. So
yeah, I think that's going to play a big part in this week. As I mentioned, the fielding. And can Singh get the first wicket for the Coimbra Knights? That's wide, and that will be signalled wide by our big umpire, Tyrone. He's a big umpire.
Yeah.
But no, look, a couple of people in chat. Keanu saying Jonty Rhodes, obviously, but I think Jonty, of course, etc. But just for an all-round package, Simons could have fielded anyway.
So, yeah, true.
Jonty, I can't remember. Did you ever see Jonty at deep mid-off and places like that?
No, but
not so much.
Probably could have. just didn't. Yeah. Well, this is going to come.
We'll protect the equipment, Vinny.
Yeah, that's going to sneak past us, and it wasn't quite off the middle of the bat, was it? But he did get the placement right, and it goes straight down the ground. 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot that, and just a little bit full and mid-off and mid-on in the ring. So all you have to do is clear them, get it over, and turned it into a little full toss, and the batsman shuffled down to create that. So good batting.
Got another name for you in a second.
No problem.
I'd probably throw Mark Waugh in there.
Yeah, unbelievable catcher, wasn't he?
Yeah, but he could field anywhere. Just you didn't see him often on the boundary because they valued him more a bit closer. But
I've got one current player that plays for Pakistan, and I think he's one of the best fielders Pakistan's ever produced. He's in and out the test team a bit, but Shadab Khan is an absolute freak in the field. If you ever want to look at a good run out, he's running against Babar Azam in 2 PSLs ago. He's almost like an Australian fielder, not to sound arrogant there, but his movement is phenomenal.
It's an emphasis on fielding, which is now, I think, carrying into other cricket-playing nations, which I do think Australia, with that strong team, did set the standard.
So it's hit hard to mid-off, and the old barrier takes it well, and just a dot ball. But yeah, Mickey Arthur, when he went to Pakistan, put a big emphasis on fielding, and well, they'll be looking for a new coach. Misbah Haq and Wako Yunus resigned this morning.
Is that right?
Yep, they have.
Hot off the presses.
Yeah, there's a bit of stuff going on in Pakistan cricket.
Turmoil in Pakistan cricket. What next?
Yeah, as that is hit to mid-wicket, and I'm not going to call that a -1. That was a pretty good attempt by the bowler.
I think you got to be. I think with your plus-minus, you have to be pretty clear about him. I think if you start just doing half, you're just going to be too busy. So it's he's deciding to go full, given the opportunity to extract some swing. It's very cloudy conditions, so we would think traditionally these are good swing bowling conditions.
Oh, that's a full toss. That might be through the gap. It isn't. Straight to the fielder. It will be a dot ball as he throws it back to the bowls in. Bring an end to the over. 21 for none off 2. And Vinny, were you pretty impressed with Friendship yesterday?
Oh, how could you not be? I mean, what a scalp for them. It's a dream debut. Marlow, the 2-time ECN champions, going down to Friendship. But look, having said that, I heard my coach used to say, you don't win tournaments on day one. And so
good call.
It's important that they keep it up, and sometimes you see teams getting better towards the end of the week, sometimes you see them getting worse. But I mean, Friendship, because they haven't played any T10 cricket, I think they probably will get better and better, as long as they're not too complacent. They continue that uncomplicated approach, that positive approach, and I think that they've got a very good shot at the title based on what we saw yesterday. Now here's a man we've seen a bit of on ECM before, Andrew Winter.
What's he bowl, Vinny?
He's a bit of a veteran in the game. We'll just bowl little nibblers.
Yeah?
Yeah, medium fast.
Where's he from?
He's English originally.
Okay.
And yeah, he's real good start as well, and he's right on the money first up.
Yeah, don't mind that. Looks like he gets a bit of carry through the wicket, and yeah, nice bit of away swing to Andrew Winter. So he's been residing over in Portugal for a while, has he?
I'm not sure exactly how long, but yeah, quite a while, and it's great to see him out there. Of course, we saw a lot of these players back in the FanCode European, the FanCode Portugal T10, I should say, back in April this year.
Yeah, well bowled, Andrew. Well, there's not much to dislike about that. Nice, tall, strong action. Hits the crease quite explosively with his run.
You wouldn't know this because I think he looks very, very good for his age.
Don't tell me.
He is 49 years old.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell you what, he gets it through for a 49-year-old.
Not bad
that's
at all.
Really good. Oh, well, there's an opportunity here because deep mid-off's in place. And, oh, would have been an absolute spectacular catch. Brilliant, brilliant effort. It has to go down in the drop list.
Yeah,
it's tough.
Now 0 for 1.
Yeah,
but,
and well, does that go as a -2 as well? Because if it's caught, it's a dot ball. Yeah, it has to. It has to.
Depends. There's got to be a calibre of drop catch where you
That's-
don't put as a negative. We go, that was a good effort.
2 hands to it, though, so I'm going to have to call it tough crowd. Andrew Winner, really like the look of him. 49. Okay, I'm not just blowing smoke up here. For a 49-year-old, he gets it through.
Yeah, 49's the new 29, Corey.
Yeah, I tell you right now, at 49, I'm not running in and bowling seam up. Lovely action. Look at this. Tall, and he's getting it to kiss the deck. And it's starting to rain quite heavily here. This is remarkable
this is the
weather.
Shower. They was calling it around 1 o'clock local, but it's only 11:45 at the moment, so
Yeah.
a little bit early.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. Oh, Vinny Sandhu, that's one of the biggest of the day.
that was over by about 20, 25 metres. And well, Winter, not too much wrong with the ball, but Assad, didn't we see some big hitting from him yesterday? He has been a little bit sluggish so far, but he whacks this one, and this one completely nailed for 6.
Phil G's jumped in while we had that question for our viewers before. Alan Border, he
Yeah.
remembers being in just a bit before my era, but
Yeah, he revolutionised that short mid-wicket position.
really.
He kind of was the first one to really specialise in that position in one-day cricket. Good
Well-
slips, fieldsman. End of the over, and that's the end of the power play as well. 29 for no loss.
Pretty impressive from Andrew
Pretty good.
Winter.
I mean, at one, they got hold of him, but that's going to happen from time to time. And, yeah, 29 for no loss. What do you think about
49?
that? 49, so he says.
That's really, I'm really impressed with that. What a lovely action. We have a little look.
He works a lot on developing the game in Portugal as well.
Oh, good on him.
Which I think is fantastic.
Yep. That's we have
But
a look.
how about Girish Singh though? He's been in the play so far. Bowled the first over, and that's putting down the catch at long off. But it was a real tough one, especially in these conditions where the ball must be a bit greasy. So
Yeah, it would have been an unreal catch if he had held it, but it does take us outside the power play, so expect the field to spread here. Well, maybe they haven't noticed because there's no one on the deep mid-wicket boundary here.
Mubin Tariq is going to bowl, and yeah, they've just got the 4.
Well, there's no one on the leg side sweeping. They've got 6 in the ring. So
Maybe it's a trap, Corey.
Oh, please don't keep 6 in the ring. Oh, wow, that's different.
Well, I mean, attacking.
Oh, wow, he's given a big flighted ball. Oh, the crowd goes wild in the background, and it's a wicket first ball. Tariq, Mubin Tariq, he will be ecstatic. He kept 6 in the ring for a tactic.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't mind this sometimes because if it's been working for you, then why give the batsman some easy ones and it induced the big shot? Oh, it's really coming down now.
Yeah.
And yeah, the Coimbra supporters, well, they've come a fair way to be here as well, Corey. But that is a big wicket. Mr. Rahman just totally gets this wrong. And in fact, now it looks like we're going to see the players coming off the field. And this can be a bit irritating.
Oh,
because,
no.
especially because we haven't reached the 5 over mark. So if we are to resume the game, Friendship will have to resume batting to at least get the 5 over mark. So it makes the window a bit longer. Having said that, we're only expecting a passing shower. And so you can see there, it has picked up very quickly. I tell you what, we got our tent just in time. But you might get a look at us here in the commentary box. And yeah, this is us here. And look, we've got the tent above us now, thankfully, because if this was about an hour ago, that's it. I would have picked up my bat and ball and microphone and probably gone home.
Yeah,
but
I'll tell you
pretty
what,
cozy now.
we're very lucky we got this tent. It is coming down here. I've lived in Netherlands this summer and it rained all year in the Netherlands. I can't believe it's raining. It's meant to be a sunny week. I was looking forward to some dry weather.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's rare. Apparently, it's hardly rained at all in Portugal over the last few weeks. So it's an unfortunate interruption. I'm still hopeful that it'll stop, and we know this ground will drain pretty quickly. Just a matter of making sure the pitch is safe to play, and we hopefully can get a bit of an interruption. Not everyone wants it. Sujoy Malik in the chat saying, please about this match. Come rain, come more. Well, just think of us. Think of us here. Hello to Selva Kumar Murugasamy as well. Look, if you do have any questions, put them in the chat. We'll let you know how long we need to at least get 2 overs in, let's say, plus a 10-minute break, plus 5 overs. So that's 8 plus probably.
It's already
need about 40 or
starting
50 minutes required. So, I mean, it is possible for us to reduce. So I think we've got about a half an hour, 30, 40-minute window where we have to get back on. But we might take this opportunity to leave you for now. And look, there's been so much exciting cricket on ECN this year. If you stay in our live chat, I'll give you any updates that we have as the situation develops. Also, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, to keep you apprised of what's happening in this match and also everything else that's happening in the world of European cricket. You can also peek ahead to the European Cricket Championship next week, ecc.cricket. But for now, Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo along with Corey. We'll let you know what's happening shortly from Portugal. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Chris, on this side. Single is fine, no boundaries.
Hello and welcome back to Cartaxo in Portugal. And we are in the midst of the 6th match of this FanCode European Cricket Series. And it's great to have your company with us. Good news is we've got the players back on the ground. As you can see, we're going to resume with Mubin Tariq, who took a wicket with his own delivery so far. Next one is the dot. I can give you a bit of an update with regards to this match. It's an 8-over match now, so it has been reduced by 2 overs per side. Power play in the second innings will be 2 overs, and 3 bowlers may bowl 2 overs in the innings, and the others can just bowl 1 over. Joining me in the commentary box is Corey Rutgers with me, Vinny Sandu. And look, Corey, 8 overs. And the other thing I should mention is there will be a little bit of a bump, or an adjustment, I should say, for the batting side on account of the game being reduced unexpectedly. And this is, well, just going to get away from the fielder. That's Junaid Khan, who... well, he's got some long legs and arms, and even he wasn't really able to stop that one, and that'll be 4 runs. Welcome back, Corey.
Yeah, welcome back. Love a bit of T8 cricket, and 8-over affair, as Vinny mentioned. A passing shower here in Portugal, pretty unbelievable, and he'll be disappointed to miss that. I put that down as a -3, but welcome back to everyone via YouTube and FanCode in India. So 8 overs aside, and there'll be a Duckworth-Lewis adjustment after the first innings, of course, as we get back here, and that's well bowled as he plays and misses outside off stump. So difficult for everyone when the cricket is in wet conditions, but glad to see us back out there, and it's very blustery and very windy. So, well, what's a good score in 8 overs? I'm not too sure, maybe 80 to 90 as he comes in. That's flied and hit down to mid-off and should be easily stopped for a single, and it is. But yeah, as I mentioned, welcome back. Glad that we're back and live, and it wasn't too long of a day. Just to lose a couple of overs is a good result for everyone involved. As that is flied, and oh, that is collected. You shouldn't fly that much. It's in the tent. Yeah, 6 runs. It almost collects some of our crew. What a shot. Well, Nazrul Islam, he had a huge day yesterday with back-to-back 50s, and he started this day the right way as well. Just a little bit too much flight from the bowler, as you can tell. Really loopy, and, well, it's a bit of pudding for breakfast, that. Just got to keep it a little bit flat up, and brings an end to the over. 41 for 4 off 4. Only 4 overs remain in this innings. Bit of rain-reduced match. Pretty rare, I imagine, in Portuguese cricket to have a rain-reduced match. But it's 8 overs each way, and a power play of 2 overs in the second innings. So, looks like we will have Miguel Stoneman now. Great name, Miguel. He is going to come into the attack. Ponytail ready. And he'll be looking to get a couple of wickets or a couple of dot balls under his belt. See what he can manage. And he comes, and that's a wide ball outside the off stump. Add signal to wide. So only a couple overs remaining in this first innings. You've got to be careful as a bowling unit. Don't want to be giving away too many freebies. Oh, and that's high. Could have a wicket second ball. No, it's going to land in no man's land. Bit of top spin on it. And, well, it will be pulled back in and just the single. So a little bit of luck for the batsman. But as I mentioned, it does bring on Nazrul Islam, the dangerous batsman. He had a 6 already in his first 2 balls.
Yeah, he doesn't muck around, does he? Very, very powerful striker of the ball.
And he'd be confident after yesterday's exploits as well. Back-to-back 50s, as we mentioned. Oh, well, he's hit that, and that's going to go for 6, Vinny. He is in some red-hot form.
This wasn't even out of the middle, was it, Corey?
No.
But, again, he gives himself that margin of error. Again, I think the bowlers just have to adjust the length. And at that pace, he's able to get in the front foot. And even if he doesn't quite get it, he's going to get full value for it.
Yeah, I've got 5 in the ring as well. Different tactically, but good batting. He's already hit 2 sixes in his first 3 balls. He's going to go at everything here. Oh, that's beaten him outside the off stump. So good comeback from Miguel, and looks like the Coimbra Knights, well, they've got some pretty good support in the bleachers. A lot of them have come down to support their team's debut in this tournament. And good to see some fans here. Oh, that might be signalled wide at will. I was during the break, Vinny, having a quick chat with our inspirational leader, Dan Weston, and he's nicknamed me Dr. Cricket.
Dr. Cricket?
Yeah.
Must be one of the, you would have gone to those dodgy medical universities, like Dr. Nick off The Simpsons, maybe.
In comes Miguel, and that's well bowled. And yeah, one of those online bachelor degrees.
But Coimbra is actually about an hour and a half from the ground here.
Oh, is it?
So yeah, it's a bit of a drive. So it's nice to see the family and friends making the journey. They're super excited to see the Knights in action in this ECS.
Yeah, good on them. That's down the leg side. It's a
Oh,
top
no.
edge. It should be caught. Who wants it? Well, oh, the big man wants it, and it's Andrew Winter, and he's looked good before. And Miguel gets the big wicket.
Oh, stay calm. Winter is coming, and he was the one that wanted the ball. There were probably three of them that were able to catch it. You see, just gets it wrong, and it's this leading edge, and wow, they're really fired up. And why wouldn't you be? As another wicket goes down, we knew that both of those players are very, very dangerous, and that is the end of Nazrul Islam, who's having a sensational week with the bat. And the score now, it's 50 for 2 in the 5th over.
Yep, so 8 over fixture. Haven't seen too many short format games.
E8s. It's not really a T8.
What's the lowest? Have they done like a T5?
Oh, we've done heaps of, well, they're F5s, because you can't be 10-5. It's
Oh, Formula
yeah,
1 5.
no, it's
I like the F5.
5. But anyway,
F5 sounds like Formula 1.
because it's not T8, is it? Because it doesn't start with T.
So what is it?
E8.
Yeah.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's an 8 over game, and Stoneman's pretty happy to have his first wicket of the series. They did cross while that ball was in the air.
Oh, and that's up in the air. Could be caught again. Oh, unlucky. As well, Miguel does a bit of backtracking. I like that from the bowler. He's covered some distance there.
He wants it. That's the end of the over as well. A pretty successful one in the end for Stoneman. And it's 51 for 2 after 5.
Yeah, well, 8 over game. Yeah, it's pretty rare indeed. And I don't think I've ever been involved or anything
We've had
that
plenty
short.
of, I mean, 5s are the minimum. And so, you know, if it does get very, normally it's before a ball's bowled, we'll have a certain cutoff that we'll know, okay, we need to really try and get the ground fit because the latest we can start is a certain time. And so, yeah, I've seen quite a few 5 over games. They're really pretty exciting.
I wouldn't mind the, well, couldn't you ever just do a 1 over game?
Well, the issues you have is then, you know, you're not really getting most of the team playing. So in 5 overs, you can still bowl 5 bowlers.
Yep, as that's flighted. Oh, that's probably stumped. It is stumped. Well, it's going to be a second wicket. And Mabeen Tariq, he gives it a bit of flight. He'd be wrapped with that, Vinny.
And that's the second time he's got a wicket off the first ball of his over. And he's not afraid to toss this one up and just tempt the batsman. And he just couldn't help himself, could he? So the Knights supporters, well, they're up and about. That's another wicket. 51 for 3 now.
Yeah, second wicket for the young man, and he'll be absolutely wrapped with that. So
Mohamed Hassan and of course before him Nazrul went, and that's their 2 big hitters. Got quick succession, Corey.
well, we're going to get to see a little bit of friendship CC's middle to lower order for maybe one of the first times in this competition. Obviously, the 2 big fish are dismissed, so will be interesting to see how they go about their business. But yeah, you don't like Dr. Cricket?
I think you do better. I mean, I think you're more of a mad scientist than a doctor.
Mad Dr. Cricket.
Come back to me on that. Dan is good at so many things, but giving nicknames, probably not in his wheelhouse. But hello to Dan. It's great that you're watching. I know that they're very, very busy getting ready for the ECC next week as well. Got plenty of eyes on Portugal though during the day.
Oh, it's flighted again, Vinny. And, well, you keep 5 in the ring for a reason. There's that 5th man, gets a dot ball. And it looks like Moten at the crease now. Remember, 8 over match. Very short, in and out. Well, there's the dart, well bowled, and another dot ball. So what an over this is, 3 dot balls to start.
Yeah, and Tariq, he's just pulling the string on him, isn't he? He's just tempting the batsman. Neither one has scored a run yet. This is a crossroads for Friendship CC.
Oh, he's flighted that massively, and it's a Bit of a miscued shot to deep mid wicket just for the single, but Moten will get off strike. And well, I guess with so many wickets in hand, you're expecting them to nearly try and hit every ball for a boundary here.
Yeah, exactly right.
Still windy, blustery conditions here in Cartaxo.
Yeah, it is, and I don't know how long this weather's going to stick around. It was meant to be just a passing phase.
Oh, it's driven the edge. It's a little bit wider outside off stump and will just be a single. This has been a really impressive over from Mabeen Tariq. Not giving too much away. Slow off spin, but it's proving to be pretty efficient at the moment. Can he get a 3 for an 8 over game? You never know. It's got a chance. It's flighted again, and that's hit, and it's caught. Well, it is a 3 for. What a catch. Andrew Winner, he's not 49, he's 29.
Oh, wow. This is an amazing catch in the conditions as well, because still a little bit slippery. And isn't he perfectly positioned? Sometimes I call this position kind of Swiss Army knife of positions, because it's good for a lot of things, stopping runs, but also picking up wickets. And Tariq, what a way to finish. 3 for 14 of his 3 overs. But it was all about the catching here of Winter that makes this wicket, I think.
Well, you told me before that the man's 49, but he's moving like a 29-year-old in the field. He's done fantastically well so far. So 2 catches that over, and Friendship, well, they've been tested out pretty hard here. 2 overs to go, 12 balls, and want to get themselves up to 70. It's an 8 over fixture, as I said. So
what we should mention, I mentioned earlier, they will probably get a bit of a bump because of DLS.
Yep.
Because I'll just explain why. For 3.1 overs their innings, they thought they had 10 overs to bat, and they approached it that way. But then I suppose it was reduced unexpectedly, and so they'll probably get a couple of runs. I don't think it'll be that many, but they'll probably get a couple of runs added on just as a compensation for that. So maybe up to probably maximum a few, but you never really know with DLS until you plug it into the computer.
No, that's
all right,
true.
here we go. Here's Junaid Khan. And he's another national representative and a player that I'm looking forward to seeing. He played for Oporto in the T10 back in April, but here he is turning out for the Knights, and they're very happy to have him, Corey.
Yeah, you can tell he's got a bit of skill about him. Nice, tall action, tall bowler, and decent pace as well as he moves his mid-on back and breaks fine leg into the ring. Oh, that's why it could be caught. Oh, it is caught. Well, Coimbra catching everything. That was toe of the bat. And, well, Junaid Khan, you said look out for him. He's got his first wicket of the tournament, Vinny.
Yeah, and so there you go. And that's the captain. That's Chris Redhead, who's in the position. And look, put another one down in the catching column. It's kind of off the toe of the bat in the end, wasn't it? But, wow, the Knights, they didn't have too much success in April, but they're turning it on so far. And this would be amazing, actually, if Friendship beat Marlow, and then 24 hours later, lose to the Knights. I don't think anyone would have seen that coming.
There's just a slight delay here as they want to just check the catch and make sure it was taken cleanly, but I think it was. And yeah, the batsman's been given his marching orders, so he now walks off. And have a look at replay here. Claimed it straight away, it rolled, and he sort of tucked it up into his chest, so the right decision's been made. It was definitely a catch, and that is the 4th wicket.
Yeah, so all handy. Although the wicket's not as important, I suppose, with the reduced game. So now 10 balls remain, and like I say, they're on track for something like mid-60s. Again, that might get just a little bit of a tip, I suppose. Like we go to the restaurant, you get a little tip, get a little tip on top. I've seen DLS go backwards actually in these reduced games as well, but that's more to do with when they've lost a lot of early wickets.
Yeah, okay.
Which wasn't really the case. They only lost 1 at that point.
Interesting to see Junaid's decided to come around the wicket after taking a wicket from over the wicket. So that's interesting.
Well, maybe knows something.
Yep, well bowled and dug out nicely. It should just be the single, and is just the single.
So, yeah, really enjoying what I'm seeing from the Knights so far. Certainly, I think what we'd love to see is players and teams learning the more they play in this format of the game. And the Knights have obviously gone back and made a few plans. At the moment, they're looking pretty good.
Oh, that's spliced away over wide extra car. Got to watch the spin here, and he does. They could push the run and get. That's really good running. If he gets there, it is. He'll get there.
It's good running because he made it.
Yes. But that's the intent you need to show with only a couple of balls left in the innings. So nice from him there. And
can't be an easy field at the moment, although they've fielded very well. But
as my co-commentator swallows a fly, happens to the best of us. You okay, Vinny?
Mute button would come in handy. Yeah, don't worry, I'm alive. Here's the next one.
Oh, that's hit hard. Deep extra cover. And, oh, big bobble, and he's taken it with one hand. Good fielding.
It's probably not one for the highlights, is it?
No, probably not.
I couldn't even get one more syllable out.
I thought you were choking then on the excitement.
Yeah, maybe I was. Anyway, that's one that I can say hasn't happened so far in 730 matches.
Yeah.
Junaid Khan, though, on last ball of his spell.
Well, it could be caught, Vinny, and it is caught. It's a low full toss, and he's hit the high up on the bat. Miguel Stoneman with the catch, and well, Junaid gets 2 for the over. And these wickets, well, they're all dot balls as well.
That's the key, I think. And yeah, Stoneman wasn't going to make a mistake. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Yeah, I don't think it's quite what Junaid Khan wanted it, and it was just below the waist. And umpire said that's fine. And so another one has to go. That's the end of Sajid Hassan. He goes for only one. It's 57 for 6. End of the over. Just one over remains now in his things. And well, here's a man that's caught very well. Also bowled pretty well in his first over. Andrew Winter is coming back to bowl the last over.
Yeah, well, he's been everywhere. And what we're looking forward to next, we're off to Malaga, 13th of September to 8th of October. Pretty excited for that, Vinny. T10 international cricket.
Extremely excited. And Spain versus Belgium will be the first game.
Ooh.
Match 1, Monday morning on the 13th. Thanks again to all of our partners. And we certainly are appreciative of the support that we're getting with what we're doing here at the European Cricket Network. And this Dream 11 European Cricket Championship is going to be next level. All right, here is Andrew Winter, last over.
Wow, really like the look of Andrew Winter. I mean, 49 years old, but you wouldn't guess it. He's bowled really hard length. He's taken 2 catches. He's having a sensational game here, and really impressive stuff from the big
Something
man.
I would say about the Knights, though, is they've struggled a little bit with the bat in their T10 career on ECN so far. Having said that, they've got a couple of ins. I think Junaid Khan looks a big in for them. So they certainly have a bit more support. In the last 5 games, they've had 2 washouts, but in the 3 games they did go on the park, they're averaging 73 per 10 overs. So
yep.
Different conditions, though, so it's not always easy to compare.
As he beats the bat, they're going to try scamper through for a bye, and he's been run out. So good work from the keeper. And I tell you what, they've been really good in the field. That was Zaman with the run out.
Yep, he wasn't missing out, was he? That's Mohammed Zaman, who just didn't want to miss, did he? And this almost hit the base and went over. We have seen that happen before. But yeah, it's all about the bowling there. I mean, that wicket won't go to Winter. You might as well give it to him because he was able to just get it in the spot that the batsman felt uncomfortable, and he was able to replicate it. So I thought we might as well just do it anyway. Nothing to lose.
Yep.
Except
that's the old diamond duck.
Yeah, Hussain, unfortunately. He comes, he goes. But, I mean, unselfish as well. We thought, well, I'm going to take this on. He knows he's got a pretty good chance of being out. But it does just mean another player gets a chance to face. 3 balls remaining. You don't see too many maidens in the last over. Have seen it. But you have to be good. Does bring a left-hander on strike. The new batsman is Raihan Khan.
Yeah, they've taken most of their opportunities and they've fielded really well so far. But like we said, it's only 8 over match. Friendship, they need to get a boundary in these next 3 balls. Take a little bit of momentum.
I think it helps having left-hander. Just means Winter has to adjust his line slightly. But geez, he's bowled well.
Oh, that's huge, Vinny. Well, we said they needed a 6, and that is a big 6. Hits the sight screen.
Bang. And this is why you take the run even though you give up a wicket, because it just gives a different look. And I tell you what, I had Raihan Khan listed at 7. He's coming out number 9. Well, maybe he needs to go up the order, because that was an outstanding shot first ball, and no one's really hit Winter, and he smashed him for 6.
That's probably the first time Winter's just got a little bit too full. Oh, that one's off the edge, and well, it will just land into the vacant area on the offside just for a single. So it brings us to the last ball of the innings.
Yeah, just a reminder, I think we'll have a DLS adjustment. It may or may not affect the score. Sometimes it's less than 1, but so what the runs you see, you might see a different target in the second innings. I think it'll be, I don't like guessing, but what do you think DLS will be? I think they might get 2 or 3 runs.
5 runs.
We'll find out. All right, here's last ball of the first innings.
Well bowled. They should try to scamper through, but that should be stumped. I reckon the bowler should be rewarded there.
Well, it won't be, but I can see your point. Because again, Winter, a bit like the first over, he only got hit once. Apart from that, they barely were able to put bat on ball. And the keeper had so much time here. He said, well, I'm already on the run, and I think I'm going to beat you there. So that's once again, Alamin just not able to kind of get the bat on ball when it was required. And they can finish this innings with a final score of 64 for 8. So that's 64. It's basically they've got an 8 and over for 8 overs. So it's a bit like, I suppose, putting 80 on the board in a 10 over game. Looks a bit light on.
Don't wickets affect DLS?
They do. I mean, but it affects it at the point which there was the interruption.
Okay.
So at the interruption, I think they had plenty of resources. So, I mean, who knows is the short answer. There's only 3 people in the world that understand all of it. I understand most of it, and I know that typically I think we're going to see probably the score go up slightly. But anyway, Corey, take us through the highlights of this as we saw Friendship CC win the toss, elect to bat. And although we had a bit of an interruption in the middle of the innings, they ended up having to use pretty much all their batsmen on the way to 64 off their 8 overs.
Yeah, it was a pretty interesting start. We had a bit of rain, bit of a blistering wind, but also some lovely shots to start. And in the power play, it was pretty much all Friendship, but then it changed with this wicket, and it was the big man's first wicket, Andrew Winter. He bowled really, really well, and he deserved this, and I'm really happy for him in the end because they say he's 49 years old, but you wouldn't have thought it. That was hit wide of deep extra cover for 6, and well, the spinner came into the attack and a big inside edge first ball, and pretty big wicket that for Mabeen Tariq. And the Coimbra Knights in their first match of the tournament, they'll be really happy with all their efforts, especially in the field. You'll see some of the catching and the spin bowling come up. But it was a lot of flighted deliveries, and they seemed to pay off. There was the odd boundary in between, as that one could have been stopped by Junaid Khan. He'll be disappointed, but Mabeen Tariq, he'll be happy with his work. That he got the big wicket of Nazrul Islam. I mean, Nazrul Islam hit a big 6 there and got a hold of a couple. He got another one there where it just got held up in the breeze and cleared the deep mid-on fieldsman for another 6. But Miguel Stoneman came on and got the big wicket, and Miguel will be really, really happy with his work. And nice catch by Andrew Winter. Really good fielding, and he's been really safe there. And it was a second wicket not long after for Mabeen Tariq, stumped really well there by Mohammad Zaman, and just beating him in flight. Bit of a swipe across the line, and hey, as a keeper you've still got to do the hard work, and he made sure he did it pretty expertly. And well, it wasn't over there for Mabeen Tariq. He still had some work to do, and he got another wicket for caught by Andrew Winter. Andrew Winter's second catch. That was another wicket to fall, and in these 8 over match, you had to keep throwing the bat. And nearly every delivery, there wasn't any time to get yourself settled in or anything like that. It had to be boundary a ball almost. So the wickets kept coming, and this time it was Junaid Khan's turn to get the wicket. Well caught by Miguel Stoneman at backward square. And a couple of run-outs for the keeper to end the innings. There's one. Really good keeping. We're going to see one nice shot for 6 in a moment. But yeah, there was one run-out for the keeper. Good stuff. A little bit of lawn bowls and signals to the umpires out. One last boundary for the innings for Friendship CC. They'll be happy with that. And just a full half volley. And then one more run-out for the keeper. Bit of I'll beat you to the stumps, and that's what he did. And yeah, he beats him there and gets the second run out for the over. Pretty rare for a keeper to get 2 run outs, but we witnessed it there, and really impressive bowling.
And I've got some information, Corey. They've applied the Duckworth-Lewis. That surprised me slightly. They've actually reduced it by a run, and I think that's all about the wickets they must have lost late in the innings.
I think wickets do affect it, so they're actually better off going mediocre and only keeping it 2 down.
It's strange, because I don't think that wickets that have fallen, once you know there's 8 overs, should be particularly relevant, because you know you might as well just throw everything at it. You shouldn't. But anyway, having said that, so the target has basically been reduced by 1 run. So although they scored 64, that score has been adjusted to 63. So the target will be 64 in the second innings of this one. Have a look at the scorecard. It was the 2 likely offenders again, Assad and Nazrul Islam, who top scored. 23 for Assad, 13 for Nazrul Islam. No one else really able to get going. Rahman, nice shot early, but he went for 9 soon after. And Rayhan Khan, well, he came out and actually smashed a really good 6. I would love to have seen some more of him. With the ball, well, 3 bowlers were able to bowl the 2 overs. For me, I really liked Tariq, the way that he had command of his spinners. 3 for 14 of his 2 overs, including wickets off each of the first balls of his 2 overs. Also 2 for 16, Junaid Khan on debut for the Knights. Good to see him out there. And Stoneman had 1 for 10. But for me, Andrew Winter, right up there with the best of the bowlers. And he didn't concede too many at all. None for 15 of his 2. So have a quick break. The sun's shining, which is good. And I guess we'll see you shortly in just a few minutes. When we return, it will be Coimbra Knights trying to make a winning start to their campaign. They'll require 64 for victory. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Ruckers. See you shortly on ECN for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back here. We're live for the second innings of this rain-shortened match. It's an 8-over fixture. You heard me correctly, just 8 overs in this game possible for each innings because we had a bit of a shower before. It's Friendship CC that will have the ball in the hand now after they made 63, 64. I believe Duckworth Lewis might have taken 1 run off their entire total, which, well, it's going to be very difficult to defend this, but they won 2 games yesterday, and there's no reason why they can't come out here again. And there it is on screen. Target is 64. So it'll be interesting to see if they can defend it. And it looks like the captain Rana is going to be out there with the ball in his hand. And welcome back to all our viewers live via the ETN network in YouTube, via YouTube and by FanCode in India. Great to have you all back, and I hope you enjoy this rain-shorn game. As you can see there, 64 off 8 overs needed, 10 wickets in hand. It's an 8-over affair. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Looking forward to it. And can the captain runner get his team off to a good start? Here he comes. Oh, that is a decent start. Good hard length. Looks like the man that bowled really well, Tariq. He's got the new bat in his hand, and he'll be looking to see if he can be effective with it. That's whipped off his legs. Should be stopped, but they should get through for a single, and they will get through for a single. So, I mean, when you're only chasing 8 and over, you don't need to take too many unnecessary risks, but you still got to be able to hit the bad ball for 4. And, well, it looks like Andrew Winter, who bowled really well earlier today, 49 years old, but playing like a 29-year-old, was fantastic with the ball and in the field. He's opening the batting as well, and I'm sure he'll be using his vast experience to try and chase this total down. Oh, that's a wide ball outside off, and tell you what, when you've only got 64 on the board, can't be doing that. No extras. No, you need to keep it as tight as possible. Oh, that's a short ball, and that's absolutely clobbed over the leg side. And, well, there is the first boundary. It has actually gone all the way. What a shot. Oh, what a talented player Andrew Winter is, with bat, ball, and in the field. Just a bit back of a length, and you can't be doing that. And he settled on that short ball and hit it really hard for 6. So, Friendship CC, they're right up against it here. Hit into the leg side, and now they work away for a single. And I think Friendship CC, they relied on their batting a lot. They made some big totals, so the bowlers could be a little bit loose. But this time they need the bowlers to stand up. They need them to be exceptional, really, and see if they can produce a result. He comes down the wicket. Oh, that's close to the stumps, and underarm from the keeper that will deflect off the stumps, but given not out. So it comes to the last ball of the over. Only a 2-over power play, we should note as well. A few comments coming in. The targets decreased instead of increased because of the wickets lost. You know what Duckworth Lewis is like. A little bit confusing for everyone in the world, but yeah, it did decrease at the end of the innings. Oh, that's why. Oh, I don't know how he's done that. I was just about to say it's wind down the leg side, and he's actually caught up with it and hit it with the back of his bat. What a shot. And, yeah, pretty unbelievable that. Tried to whip it off his legs, and his bat caught up with it in the follow-through and hit the back of his bat and went to third man. I haven't seen that before. That'll bring an end to the first. And 10 for none, only requiring another 54 runs. So, Friendship CC, they're going to have to pull off a little minor miracle to get back into this clash. The best way to do that is to take wickets. Can they get a couple of wickets in succession and just put a little bit of pressure on this batting unit? So obviously new bowler with the new ball, it would be Mohammad Assad, and he's just making a few changes to the field. Looks like deep third man and deep square leg, sort of, no, deep mid wicket, straightish mid wicket. So the keeper's up to the stumps here. Maybe a little bit of a finger spin. Oh, not finger spin. That is actually quite sharp from a small run-up, and really good work from the keeper there. Mizu Ramen rode the ball well, jumped up with it. Dot ball. So Tariq hasn't got off to the start he would have liked. Oh, he has now, though. That's a lovely shot, and it's going to be one bounce four. So, lovely cricket shot. And, well, you don't have to chase too many. These boundaries make it a whole lot easier. Remember, it's only a 2-over power play. So, Friendship CC, well, they're a very friendly bunch, but they need to get a bit of fire in the belly if they're going to try and pull this one off. And they bring third man up and have deep mid-on, deep square. Oh, it's in the air, and oh, he's gone the foot stop. Sorry, not too sure what he's done there. It's almost carried to him, and instead of diving down and going for the catch, he's just taken it right on the foot. Interesting option, hit hard, maybe half a chance. Oh, he beats the bat there, and well bowled, and well, Friendship CC, they're 2-0. They haven't lost a game in this match, just in this competition just yet. So, oh, and it's a pull shot now. It should be just a single. It goes to deep backward square, and well picked up. As I look to my right, and yeah, it looks like we're going to have a guest commentator. I'll introduce him in a moment. So, interesting start, Friendship CC. They're being pretty plucky here. Last ball of the second. And that's a thickish inside edge, but they'll get around for a single. That will bring an end to the second over. 17 for none, as that brings an end to the power play. And I tell you what, gives me great pleasure to introduce a man of many talents, Sam Williams.
Sam Williams,
my boss. How are you, Sam?
I'm good, mate.
Welcome.
Rain seems to have gone away, which is always good.
Yep. And for people that don't know, Sam, what's your involvement this week? Who are you in the ECN crew?
Oh, mate. I'm project manager, mate, for this week. So
Lovely.
just overseeing everything, making sure everything's running smoothly.
How are you enjoying Portugal?
Oh, loving it, mate. Hospitality's been top draw, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has been so far. And 8-over match here, Sam. We'll get your expert opinion because you did play pretty decent lower grade club cricket in England. Do Friendship CC have a chance? I mean, not many runs on the board to defend. 47 off 36.
They need a couple of quick ones here, I reckon.
Yeah. Yeah, well, this man, Nazrul Islam, was very talented yesterday with bat, with ball, and in the field. Sort of bowls little right arm off spin, and in he comes. As that'll be signalled to wide. So how many rain-affected games have you seen in your time, Sam? This is my first one. 8 overs.
Fair few, mate. Fair few. We try and get them on if possible. Obviously across Central Europe. Not always possible.
Oh, what a shot that is, Sam. Well, maybe you've brought some class to the commentary, but that's shot of the innings. Talk us through it.
Mate, a big fan of spin being hit over extra for 6, and this, look at this. It's not even that wide, he's just played straight through the line. Beautiful.
Nice straight bat, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
So what's your cricket history like, Sam?
Played a bit in the UK, mate.
Did
Yeah,
ya?
played a few years. I've been in Austria for 3 years now, not played a great deal.
No?
With the ECN commitments, don't have a great deal of time, but I can play, that's for sure.
As that is wide down the leg side, and it's pretty well kept there by Mizu Raman. I'm glad you say that you can play for sure. And so you've been on the road with the ECN network for a while now, always zipping around Europe. And
That's it, mate. Yeah, just over a year now. Thoroughly enjoyable, gone some great places.
yeah, I can imagine as that's full and hit hard to short mid-wicket, and a little bit of a fumble which will give them the single. And yeah, you got a favourite sort of memory from your ECN days, a country that you visited or got to take cricket to?
Whoa, tough to say, mate. It's been so many. Portugal's great. Had a good time here last year. Comes in again. Oh, it's coming to... Ooh!
Could be coming to us in the commentary box, Sam, and it does. It's straight past us for 4. Well, Coimbra Knights, no one saw this coming. They've just come out of nowhere and smashing Friendship CC all over the park. They do know their name's Friendship, right?
Well, I know. Do love the way that Andrew Winter goes about his business, mate. Classy stroke maker, isn't he?
For 49 years old, he's one of the better bowlers and batsmen I've seen.
Yeah.
He'd be an Englishman, wouldn't he? That's why you're getting around him.
Mate. Need a wicket here, big time.
Well, not going to get it there if the batsman pulls away. I reckon the bowler should bowl it sometimes like that. Just go at the stumps and go, hey, what's going on?
Yeah, ask the question.
You never know. Nazrul Islam comes in again and, well, bit of a miscued flick. It could be run out. Should be. Oh, he's missed. Oh, and the Coimbra fans in the background are ecstatic.
Yeah.
Well, tried to wind the clock back there, did Andrew Winter. He's just jogging through and sneaky single.
Thought he was going to chip it straight to mid-wicket for a sec.
Have you played much of the T10 format? What's your thoughts on the format?
Oh, I love it, mate. I haven't. I've played 2 games, you know.
Yep.
ECS Vienna this year.
Yep.
I was pretty poor, mate.
Yeah, it happens.
Hadn't played for 2 years. Got 1 off 5 balls.
Ooh, strike rate of 20.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. I was actually negative Dream 11 points for a step. I was actually negative Dream 11 points for a step.
That's flicked behind square, and they probably should turn for 2 if they're quick enough. And no, loud call, and the old boy says, not this time, young fella, and they'll get a single. So can you be negative on the dream points, can you?
Yeah, man, I've proved it myself. It happened. I was negative 1 after the game.
How do you be negative?
Strike rate of less than 50, I believe, and I cruised it.
Oh, no, and that's bowled. Well, Nazrul Islam gets the big wicket. Talk us through, Sam. What was wrong with the shot?
Yeah, he's lost his shape there. It's unlike him, uncharacteristic.
Maybe he's got the English wobbles like England losing to India yesterday, but it's good bowling.
Yeah.
It's a bit of you miss, I hit stuff from Nazrul Islam, but I tell you what, I reckon Andrew Winter's done his job here. He's got them off to the fly they needed, and that is the first wicket to fall. And Friendship CC, well, they give each other a cuddle and a tap on the back. They're all friendly. Big wicket, 32 for 1 after 3.
Is that the start of a collapse? We've seen a few. We have seen a few.
Yeah, Vinny's telling me about 8 wickets for 4 and a team bowled out for 6.
Yeah.
That's pretty phenomenal stuff, that.
Yeah.
Back to the drawing board, the coach said after the 6 runs. What do you do? What do you do in your team meeting after you've been bowled out for 6?
Mate, they were chasing 201.
Hit the nets, lads. We'll be better next week.
Yeah, get your head down.
Through the V, boys. That happens to the best of us. And, well, that was a big wicket. Looks like Abdul Moten took 3 for 11 the other day. It's going to come in. Changed the game in that one. Can he do it again here? He bowls stump to stump, little wobblies. Oh, there's nothing stump to stump about that. And they're going to run for a suicidal single. Oh! Well, high throw. Got to get them low. And just the one. Well, if you can get back-to-back wickets here and get 2 new people at the crease, Sam, you never know. You know, it's always difficult to start in any format, isn't it?
Sure is. It's their first game as well. They'll be looking to get over the line.
I sort of feel like teams that are playing their first game in T10 always do well because they're a bit free-spirited. They don't overthink it. Oh, that's played straight and respectfully blocked. Seen a lot of batsmen today without stickers on the bat as well. A couple of Portuguese looking for some sponsorships.
Yeah, some handmade jobbies.
Yep. Oh, that's hit hard. Oh, will he get down to? No, he won't. He's probably a little bit wide there for deep mid on, and yeah, you can see he's telling him not very friendly about that. 4 runs, and well, when you're only chasing 64, you just have to hit the odd boundary to stay above the rate, and it would probably, with 27 need off 27, it'd take a minor miracle for Friendship CC to win this one.
Yeah, I'm with you there, mate. Pretty impressive stroke for second ball, though. Not bad.
Yeah, it is. Straight through the V, through mid on, and they've made the adjustment. Deep mid on's now straight. Oh, there's a big appeal. Oh, well, Sam, get your head into the little TV screen here because they were pretty confident. Well, might have to have a cheeky little look at this. It was a very confident appeal. And, well, we're not going to be able to tell from you from that view because that's behind. If we can get a side-on angle, we might be able to give you a little bit of a bird's-eye view here.
Looks like the square leg umpire seems to be pretty happy that he was back home.
Yeah, square leg's happy. I'd still like to see it. I know you'd like to see it as well. But unfortunately, the decision's going to stay. As the umpire just holds up so square leg can get back into position. Oh, that's a big one. See what the keeper did there? The old take it in, bring it back real quick to try and trick the umpire. It doesn't work.
No, it's not. You're not going to get away with those sort of tricks here.
So Moten needs to pick up another wicket if he can. That's cut really hard to deep extra cover. Nice shot. They could push him for 2. They won't. They'll just take the single. He's got a cannon of an arm. Don't take that on as he rolls it back in. So, Sam, what's cricket like in Austria? You've been there for a few years. Tell us a little bit about the cricket over there.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Loads of teams. Moten's coming in here with his wide arm. Oh, chipped. It's going to be a single to finish. Yeah, lots of teams in Vienna. A couple around the Salzburg area and in Graz down the south as well. So lots of cricket going on. Girls cricket as well.
Yeah.
Ladies team have been on tour recently to Italy.
Wow.
Lots going on.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Are you surprised at the amount of cricket teams that you see around Europe? And you've been on the road now. Is it always a bit of a shock to see how many club teams there are? And
yeah, it was originally. Not so much anymore. We obviously go around to lots of different countries, and every year when we return, we hear that there's more teams than there was the year before, which is obviously brilliant.
Yep.
Paolo was telling us last night how there's more and more teams in Portugal every year.
Yep, unbelievable. Yeah, it's amazing what Paulo's done for Portuguese cricket.
Brilliant.
He's basically built this oval from scratch. It's phenomenal,
isn't it?
It's his backyard. In the background, his big white house, and he's saying 12 years ago started seeding the field and preparing it, and 12 years later, this is their home international venue. Just had some internationals here last month. Looks like Hussein coming in. Well, that's high. It needs to be caught if they're to have a sniff, but no, it's going to land in no man's land. And well, Nazrul Islam will do the cleaning up. 2 runs. Maybe could have had deep mid-wicket. And they had 5 in the ring, actually. So that is a tactical error. He was meant to be there.
Oh, he's staying there now.
Yeah,
Look.
that's
the
for
captain giving him the rocket.
Well, the captain's either giving rocket or the captain's made the error. So.
Yeah, true.
Oh, Sammy, he's come down the wicket, turned himself into a Yorker. Big wicket. Look at the jiggy jig. Well, sometimes coming down the wicket, it's not the right advice if he's going to York you like that. Well bowled.
Yeah, it's a good nut. But if he'd have just stayed home, it was probably a half volley, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. And that looks like that will bring in the new batsman with a bright white lid. Looking forward to showing you that.
That looks to me like Miguel Stoneman.
What a name, Miguel Stoneman. Sam Miguel. Sensational. The old white helmet. Haven't seen that since my junior days. That was the traditional growing up back in Australia. Was get your white lid on, son.
Oh, I've got a lot of time for the hairpiece coming out of the back as well.
Yeah, long flowing hair. Reminds me a bit of Max O'Dowd. And, well, another wicket. And remember, this is an 8-over game, so they still require 20 off 22. 22 off 22. Run a ball. You'd expect the batting team to win it 99 times out of 100, but cricket's a funny game.
Oh, it is, mate. It is. Can he come up with one of those Yorkers first up for Sam Miguel?
Yeah, you've got to just get a couple of dot balls now. They should probably bring cover and point tight, squeeze the new batsman.
Yeah, I'd have mid-wicket up as well, mate, to be honest.
Yep, just squeeze a couple of dots, then retreat again. But they've kept him back on the ring. And Miguel's first ball of the tournament. He does get the Yorker, but easily Whippington through mid-on for a single. I don't know why. I have an odd feeling this might go deep.
Mate, I reckon you might be right. Another couple here. It's going to be super interesting.
Yeah, that's funny. T10 cricket, high scoring, low scoring, it all sort of happens in the one day. Got to get down and make that a dot. Important dot. Yeah, I wouldn't count friendship out of this. Well, when times are tough, who do you turn to? Your friends, and that's what they're doing now. Friendship CC, just cuddling each other, and they're taking it deep.
Oh, no.
No, it's flicked his leg.
It's a dot, mate. It's a dot. If they can get out of this boundary if they can get out of this over without another boundary, it's on.
Yeah, it is on. It will go down to the last 3 overs. It's still, anytime it's above a run of ball, it doesn't matter who you are around the world, there's a bit of pressure.
For sure.
But you think if there's one clean hit, game of margins. Well bowled, really well bowled. Well, what a sensational over that is. 1 for 3 off the over, 43 off 2. And, well, like I said, 8 overs. It's 3 overs left. 21 required now. And, well, they got the 2 big wickets of Andrew Winter and Mobeen Tariq. And it just shows when you're a new batsman, it's never easy.
Mate, you're a highly esteemed coach. What do you do with Tahir Hussein's over. Do you bowl him again straight up, or do you save him?
100% you go again.
Yeah.
If you save it, if you try and leave him for the last, he might be only defending 3 or 4.
True.
So what you need to do is bowls a really good second last over, and then you're giving someone else the opportunity to hopefully defend 7 or 6.
Yeah, backing it for sure. The skipper's got the ball in his hand now.
Oh, Skip! I love it when Skip takes ownership. Says,
Yeah.
you know what? Give me the pill, and I'm going to take this on, lads. Watch me go. Just don't bowl any wides. You can spray it a little bit. In comes Rana. Well, it's hit his leg. Oh, is that a shot? Could be a dead ball. Throw. It should be backing up. He's not moving deep it off. It's given leg byes. Tell you what.
Yeah, it's lucky that Skip got a hand up to that.
Yeah.
Long off, had his concrete shoes on, mate.
Yeah.
He was not going anywhere.
You've all got to be moving in T10 cricket. Everyone should be backing up, or should I say T8 cricket.
Wide on the crease. Ooh.
Oh, it's hit him in the leg, and another leg bye. Well, you can win it in leg byes, but they can't just get ones now as he throws. Oh, these are the little things. Be careful with your throws. Hits the bails off.
It's just another time it's just dropped into that mid-wicket region, mate. I'd have him in the circle for sure.
Well,
It's too easy to get off strike for me.
Well, it's a funny one. It's a fine balance. Coimbra Knights, they're just slowing down at the wrong end. Just need the boundary to steady the nerves.
Wide on the crease again.
And that should just be a single, you'd think. So, good bowling. As that is cannoned into the keeper, my word. But Stoneman and Khan, well, they seem calm. Maybe just nudging it round, waiting for the big shot.
If I was batting, I wouldn't want this going anywhere near the last over, mate. I'd be wanting to make a dent in it now.
Well, you've got 8 wickets in hand.
That's
so,
it.
But you don't want to slog and get dot balls and miss it. Just need to get strong bat on ball.
Junaid's going here.
Oh, he does go. Need to stop it. Oh, he's hit him in the chest. He's not seen much of that. Tell you what, he's worn one for the team. Well, he's going to get himself some more friends around the world with that. It burst through his hands, hit him in the midriff.
Don't rub it, mate.
Don't rub it. No rub it. The old teapot. He saves 4.
He has, for sure. I said he was going to go, look. There's a big old swipe at it. Here we go again.
Oh, Stoneman's hit it hard. Nazrul Islam now. Well, that's only going to be... Oh, he's fumbled it. They should go 2. They should go 2. Really, really, really poor cricket.
Junaid was not watching, mate.
Junaid Khan has just walked a 1. It was a simple 2. Tell you what, they're leaving it late here at the Coimbra Knights. They wouldn't want to lose this. Could be an all-time choke if they do.
Mate, this is going to the wire, and I reckon Maximo's going to be gutted he's not in the box.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is underneath edge. Well, the fielder's been calm. Ooh, yeah. Tell you what, if you're running hard, the outfield, look, it's not the greatest outfield in the world. You can run 2s on the fumble, Sam.
Not watching again.
Brings an end to the over. 49 for 2. Well, you need 15 off the last 2. About 4 overs ago, they were coasting to this total. Oh, I'd be very, very nervous. And they've got a few decisions to make. Who are going to bowl the last 2?
Mate, it's going to be Taha, mate. And if he bowls another tight one, oof.
Well, you need at least 1 boundary. I mean, they were coasting to this total about 20 minutes ago. And maybe a lack of intensity with the running. And the Coimbra faithful, they've come from an hour and a half away. They're pretty quiet now.
Yeah, Vinny seems pretty happy over there, actually. He's got a cup of coffee in his hand.
And he comes and... Oh, it's hit hard. That could not. It's hit the man. They have to run hard. Run hard.
They're going this time.
Yeah, they are this time. So really good. No one backing up the throw either. But that's the running they should have done last. Maybe they've corrected now. There's almost a 2 to everyone on the boundary if there's a bobble.
For sure. It's just basics, isn't it? Run the first one hard.
Yeah, it is. It's a bit of cricket education. I'm glad that they went to Hussain for this one. Oh, could be caught, could be 4, could be 1. It's going to be 1. Needs to throw it. Someone needs to back him up. I don't mind that either. Throwing it to the keeper's ends also wise if you've got the right arm, Sam. Well, where are you sitting on this one? Who are you thinking?
It's a 12 off 10. Like you said, a 6 is a killer.
A 6 is any boundary you'd think you lose.
Yeah.
They have. When was the last time they hit a boundary?
I like this. Taking a bit of time out. He wants to get his field right. He's asking the captain.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Ooh. Okay, I like the process. I'm not sure about this setup. There's a huge gap straight here.
Well, they brought mid-wicket in the ring. Interesting. Oh, Edge has gone through the gap. That'll be the boundary they desperately needed.
Yeah.
I'm a big advocate of actually having a 3rd man throughout the innings. A lot of runs go back there.
Especially at the death, mate.
Oh, lower order batsman. Well, this is top order batsman. Just splice it through the gap. It's a simple 4. And I tell you what, Friendship CC have been fighting, but now it's only 8 off 9, and you'd think that was the 4 that might kill him.
Yeah, with the white lid and the locks, he doesn't look like he's nervous at all, does he really?
No, it's a bit of cavalier, a bit of alpha.
Mate, just strolled out. 7 off 5 balls.
They've got 5, 4 in the ring. Here we go. And that should just be 1. Oh, the field is coming around. Watch the bobble. Good pick up. Good pick up. Well, if they can get it to the last over and only need 5 or 6, the bowling team's actually still in it. Because if you get a wicket off the first ball or second ball, yeah, absolutely. Deep mid wicket's open though here. I reckon he might try and tee it up. Towed it. Should push 2. Should push 2. It's a fumble. They don't turn for 2. Well, hey, we've got to get another last over finish. Been a bit of a theme of this tournament.
Yeah, it has. I think they just, I can't see a wicket. I just can't see it happening. You watch it happen this ball now.
And just a one.
Good cricket.
Yeah, that is good cricket. Cover should have been tight. But hey, Friendship CC, credit to them. They've taken it to the last.
They have.
And it's 59 for 2. So 5 required off 6. And, well, more often than not, the batting team would win this. But this is European cricket.
It is, mate. And funnier things have happened.
Yeah, well, Leicester City winning 5,000 to 1 a few years ago. That's probably one of the biggest underdog stories I've ever heard of.
Liverpool winning the Champions League 05. 3-0 down at half-time. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. I'm a big Liverpool supporter, though, so I think that was planned from us.
Yeah.
Just a bit of fairy tale stuff.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Who do you go in the last over, Sam? Do you go a seamer or a spinner?
The field set's got to be right. There's a meeting going on in the middle now, you can see.
Yeah, panic setting in.
They need, what, first 3 balls have got to all be dots.
Well, what a day of cricket. The first game of the day, they need 4 off 1. And I said to Vinny, watch this go through third. Therell be an edge. Edged it through third for 4. Now this one, 5 or 6. Next game coming up, Friendship CC. Well, they're going again. Friends everywhere playing the Wild Panthers. Azar and Dani, the key to look out for the Panthers. And definitely looking at Nazmul Hassan in the bowling lineup for Friendship CC. So that will be up next, live. Mr. Maximo will be back hopefully then after his coffee break. And, well, it looks like they've gone to number 7, Mohammed Assad. Keepers up to the stumps. Look, see this? This is what you should have the whole thing. Cover and point tight. It's going to be interesting. Here we go, Sam.
Oh, Miguel. Oh, Miguel.
Oh, well, there is the wicket. And I've been saying it. This is why you have cover and point tight. That's exactly, because you can't run a 1. It's going to be a wicket. And now the new batsman... Well, new batsman has to come out and be a bit of a hero, and that's not easy, Sam.
Mate, do you reckon if Khan would have gone there to have got home? Look,
nah.
He doesn't go anywhere.
No, he's
Miguel tacks it in, he's gone, he stops, he's barbecued him.
Well, first of all, the non-striker, Junaid Khan, should have been back out. He's barely moving there. Ball's hit, he's barely moved.
Then
and there is a slight barbecue, but it's good tactics from Friendship. You have to have point and cover tight. I think the whole innings. You will cause a lot of run-outs, and it's a big wicket, and we said if they get a wicket in this last over at the start, well, it'll bring a new batsman to the crease, and this is where you can get 1 or 2 dot balls.
Yeah,
Jeez.
Mate, it's Vikas Kumar, and he was more than happy in the tent down there. He did not want to be. He didn't want to be coming out here, mate.
He didn't want a bar of it, you reckon?
Nah. 5 or 5.
Oh,
brand new batter.
They've brought a few people in. They've got tight point, tight cover, tight mid wicket, and a tight square. You should still have a bit of coverage. I would drop third out the ring. Don't mind if it's a single to third.
He's got a bowl off stump here, isn't he?
Yeah, they've dropped third, so that's good. But they've brought 2 people tight on the leg side. That man in the red hat should be deep as well.
Anything straight's 4, mate.
Yeah, okay, interesting. Here we go. Oh, it's high. Can someone catch it? No, it's going to land. It should be an easy 2. It will be an easy 2. So that's good batting. He didn't want to just dolly it. He put it over good batting. 2 runs, 3 to win.
Oh, that could have gone anywhere though, mate.
Yeah, on another day it could be caught. But 3 to win off 4. Oh, straight to point, should be running out. Oh, it's a misfield, Sam. He's missed an absolute dolly. They'll turn for 2. Oh, that's going to be game almost. Oh, it was the simplest of run-outs.
Clean pickup, he's gone.
Oh, he's out by a country mile. Well, they only need 1 now of 3. You might as well bring everyone in. It's only 1 needed.
That just bounced up into his hands, I thought.
Yeah, well, it's only one needed, so they might as well bring everyone in. It is a missed run out, and they might look back at that Friendship CC and be absolutely distraught. You need to bring everyone tight, mid-off and mid-on. Well, they're going to stay back. Here we go. And he smacks it to mid-off. He shouldn't have been on the boundary, and they're going to lose. The Cumbra Knights with maybe a bit of an upset victory here over Friendship CC. Sam, how do you call that?
Man, they had a few opportunities there. I'm not sure they're going to be all staying friends for too long. There could be a chat in the tent.
Well, they could be changing from Friendship CC to Fighters CC at this rate, because that is a poor loss. And, well, it doesn't matter. Cumbra Knights, they've driven an hour and a half, debut in the tournament, and they've got their first win. Yeah,
let's not take anything away from them. They bowled pretty well first half, and they've got over the line, mate, so can't really say much more.
Well, that's exactly it. It doesn't matter how you do it, you just got to do it. And at the end of the day in the score sheet, it'll say win. And we just have a look at a couple of the highlights. And was there any standouts for you, Sam, throughout the innings with the bat for the Cumbra Knights?
Yeah, well, as I mentioned, I like the way that Andrew Winter goes about his business. You mentioned he's 49 years old, I believe.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Got him off to a flyer, so that tempo at the start was helpful, obviously.
Yeah, and what about a bit of Sam Miguel Stoneman down the lower order? Looked good, didn't he?
He did. He came in, well, he looked steady, and then obviously barbecued himself in the last over, but...
Yep. And have you... look, I'm new to this whole set, but I've never seen so many last over finishes.
Yeah, that's the thing with the T10 format, mate. Anything on the board, with the boundaries the way that they're set up, everything's chaseable. Most of the games do go deep. It's exciting stuff.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And well, this was the run out in the last over, and we thought, well, at this stage, that could be a big moment to get Friendship CC back in it, as well, Miguel went a little bit too far and get barbecued maybe a bit from his partner, who could have been backing up. Brings an end to the innings. We'll have a quick look at the scorecard. Sam, you take us through the batting scorecard here, and what do you see, and who do you think will possibly get man of the match for this one?
Oh, it's a tough one. There you see it. The opener's got him off to a good start. Winter 13 off 7. Mabeen Tariq at the top with 20. Junaid actually, steady hand, 11 off 13.
I think Andrew Winter, you take a 13 off 7 and 2 pretty tight overs.
Yeah, it's thereabouts, isn't he?
What's cost Friendship in the 4 wides? Hurts you in 8 overs of cricket. Well,
big time.
Yeah, that hurts you. And that, well, 64 for 3. They did in 7.4, and we'll have a quick look at the bowling figures here. And yeah, everyone chipped in a little bit. Nezrul Islam's over at 15, probably hurt them in the long run. At the bottom man there, Tahir Hassan, 2 overs, 1 for 13, 6.5. He'll be happy with that. But they just didn't make enough runs on the board earlier, did they?
No, so as you say, 8 and over, straightforward really in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that concludes this game. We'll be back again for match 3, day 2. Sam, pleasure you joining us.
No
Appreciate
problem.
your efforts and your work, and I will see you soon.
Thank you very much.
All right, and tune in a few moments, and we'll bring you game 3 live. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal. Wherever you're watching around the world, it's great to have your company. This is day 2 of the FanCode European Cricket Series, Portugal, Cartaxo. And right now we're getting ready for match 7. Well, it'll be lucky 7 for one of these two teams. Both of them had a wild ride so far. Today, Friendship CC, they won their first 2 games yesterday, including the big scalp of Marlow. Also, Oerash, who are previous semi-finalists, sweeping both those teams aside, but Friendship CC had a bit of a stumble against Coimbra Knights, who started their ECS campaign with a win in the previous match. So that was only around about half an hour ago that one finished. And the Wild Panthers, they had a pretty exciting game as well. They ended up winning it off the very last ball, edging a 4 to sneak past their opposition, the Fighters, in the first match of the day. So it's their second game. And I think this will be a very entertaining contest. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, joining me in the commentary box. Corey Rutgers. Corey, again, I think we might see a very close contest here.
Yeah, well, it's been the tradition this tournament. Close games, last over finishes, last ball finishes. So it'd be good to get another one. And I think Wild Panthers might get over the line over my boys this one.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, Friendship, you've jumped off them already.
No, I'm going for them, but I think they're going to... I have a feeling Wild Panthers might have too much for them this game.
Wild Panthers, they won the close one. It was a real nail-biter, wasn't it? In fact, we're so lucky to have had so many close games so far. Really 4 really close games out of 6.
Yeah.
It shows it's going to be an entertaining series, I think. Remember, they'll only play each other once as well, because 7 teams here. They play 6 games. Here's Patel with the first ball of match 7. And he just launches this one. And this wasn't a very friendly start at all for the ball anyway. That one's out of here. Maximo! And that's the way to start a cricket match.
Well, hello, good afternoon. If you just joined us, what a shot to start. He got a big piece of that as well. That sounded lovely off the bat.
Do you remember the old days when you got told, oh, don't play any horizontal bat shots till you're 30 or 40?
Yep.
Doesn't apply anymore, does it?
No, it doesn't. That is a serious shot off the middle of the blade as well. That was a big 6. They keep this up, they'll make 600.
Wow, in the air, and this is going to fall safely. I don't know where you got 600 from. What's 60 times 6 be 360? You think about the 100.
Oh yeah, it was too.
Yeah. Oh well, you're living in the past,
Wrong
man.
format.
We haven't changed all year. This is match number 730, I think, in ECS for the year.
730.
730.
Oh,
Time
wow.
to get up.
Well, you actually think that will crack 1,000?
I think we will. I mean,
Touch and
in
go?
all formats, I think we will. I can tell you exactly how many, actually, because I do like to keep track of it this year. This is a pretty good ball up in the block hole. And a bit of hustle, and they will get home. So,
is there any other sport that's covered as many games?
I honestly don't think so.
Baseball?
Baseball, they have a lot of games in the season, but you won't have... I guess it's different because the nature of our series is there's only ever one game going on at once in the European Cricket Series. So, Major League Baseball, there'd be lots of games in a year. Each team will play 162, which is quite a lot. But certainly for cricket, I don't think anyone's ever broadcast more games in a year. Now, he goes over the top, or he tries to, but he's not going to get past the fielder. And oh, well... he had to brace for the impact on the ground, but Hardik Patel takes the catch. That's a good catch on the run. Oh, well, repair your divots. That's the first wicket down. Friendship lose their first. It's 8 for 1 in the first over.
Well, I know lunch is just around the corner, and I think Assad was pretty keen on it because he tried to hit all 3 balls he faced for 6. Well, you want to take advantage in the power play, but big wicket early, and, well, it's pretty interesting clash, this one. Be interesting to see how it pans out, but yeah, I mean 730 odd games. I mean, if you get to 1,000 in a season, that's pretty phenomenal.
It'll be touch and go with ECS alone. One thing I can tell you, all the matches we broadcast on the European Cricket Network this year. In fact, tomorrow the second match will be match number 800 across all formats, because we had the Portugal T10. There was 46 matches there. We've had some other T10 matches, Spanish Championship Day. We've had some T20 internationals, including the Belgium series you're involved in, which we broadcast. So another milestone. He throws this one halfway to heaven, but it won't cost him any more runs. And
do you think we'll ever get to a stage as an entity that would have 2 series like this going on in separate countries at the same time?
It's possible. I mean, remember you were involved in the Hanover Hit Out last year. We had 2 going at once.
Do we?
Yeah, there's an ECS alongside the Hanover Hit Out.
Yeah.
I was dizzy watching both though.
So would you interlude both games? They go 1-to-1 or at the same time? 2 channels?
Anything's possible. I think we had slightly staggered starting times.
Yeah.
That's the end of the first over. Bit of everything, and it's 9 for 1 after 1. We did it
Still
earlier in the year. We had the ECS during the day and a couple of games at night. I think that's what I prefer.
Yeah.
Because then you can keep your eye on one ball, and I think, you know, having our resources allocated that way makes a lot more sense.
That marathon cricket idea, I don't know
Yeah.
if people like.
T10
Do you want to
cricket
tell us
marathon.
again, because maybe we've got some new viewers this week.
Well, I say there's an idea we're discussing.
I'm on it.
That we might be able to do. You know, we normally do 24 matches in a week in the ECS. I'd like to see a series which goes basically starts Friday at 5 p.m, finishes Sunday at 5 p.m, and it's just goes through the night and through the day. 48-hour T10 cricket marathon.
So, is there a stadium in Europe that has enough lighting to facilitate that?
There's a few places we could go to. We've already been. We've had night cricket in Barcelona this year.
Yeah. At
the baseball stadium. This is the full toss driven away and a sparing dive from the man behind point. And Azhar Andani was the man that tried to stop it, but he couldn't. Neither could the outfielder. That's 4 runs to start the second over.
So you still think you'd want the 48 hours instead of 24 hours?
Portugal T10.
I think 48 is just a bit pushing it.
But you don't have to play the whole time. You don't have to stay awake for 48
hours.
No, but you get sleeps.
What about 24 hours? That's the novelty. That you've got a game from 3:30 a.m. to 4:30 a.m., 4:30 a.m.
The thing
to
is,
6 a.m.
I think you need to push people a little bit. So remember, it's hard to fit a whole series in 12 games, which is what you get in 24 hours.
Yeah.
Whereas 24 games, we can still do our normal thing, maybe a 5-team tournament where each team plays each other twice, and then you have your finals. And
it would be pretty amazing.
It would be pretty cool. I mean, I just want to know who's signing up for like the 4 a.m. game.
Well,
because that'd be going, oh look guys, you know, it might be a good time. It actually literally means you're resting someone, because they will be resting because they'll be asleep. So none of this resting as we use it, which is just not to get injured basically.
Yeah. But yeah, so would you say, so you have a game starting at 3 p.m, goes till 4:30, next game 30 minutes.
Yeah, well we have 2 hour
after
time slots. So we probably start 5 p.m. on Friday night, 5, 7, 9, 11 at night, 1 in the morning, 3 in the morning, 5 in the morning, 7 in the morning. 7 in the morning be a rough one.
Have you spoken to the powers above
They
about
like
this?
it, but it's one of those things that logistically in Corona times also, as this one is swung away, and this is going to be over the fieldsman at fine leg, and it's going to go for 4, and this is just the angle which assists the left-hander. Yeah, so just to kind of wrap this point up, we'd like to also put a bit of a charity element about it, a bit like, you know, we have a telethon, maybe every 6 hit, we have sponsors, a certain amount goes to charity, and maybe get people in the ground, have a bit of a dance floor, have a bit of a party atmosphere.
Yep.
So obviously these things will be a bit easier once the pandemic has become a little bit further behind us. So let us know what you think in the chat, the Eastern European Cricket Network. I can tell you right now, we've got one of these kind of annoying showers, even though we still have plenty of blue sky. Oh, now we've got big trouble here, and we're going to have a run out. Well, let's see what happens here. I'd like to see this one just from the original camera, because I think that there's just a complete breakdown in communication. I don't think the batsmen even look at each other. He certainly came a long way down before he realised he had to turn around. So that was a wicket from nothing. Rahman gets run out. It's 19 for 2. Let's have a look at this. Talk me through this one, Corey.
The non-striker just took a step or two and might have sold him a little bit down the river, but they've kept point and cover tight, so I'm not too sure it was fully there. Tough one to call, but hey, good fielding. Just one last point on that. Yeah, if it does happen, I'll be making sure the day rate will be getting changed, because imagine us on a day rate for 24 hours.
I'll be rich.
Well, no, it's only we only get paid a daily rate, don't we?
You get paid by the match.
Oh, do we?
Oh,
sign me up.
You don't even realise. Oh, you do.
So, brilliant.
Yeah, we'd have to probably have 3 commentators and
it'd be
each
great.
take a bit of a break.
Barcelona, somewhere like that.
What do you think about if I tried to do all 48 hours straight and
set a world record for longest commentary stint?
Yeah.
I think you and I are hyperactive enough.
I'm already probably setting a record for the most matches in a year this year of cricket.
Yeah,
because I think anyone's
setting a world
ever
record.
done this much cricket.
Or sport?
Sport, I'm not so sure. All right, this one. I mean, there's other types of sports where the games aren't as long, so you might, you might have a darts match or something. You might have more than 1,000 in a year, but it's pretty rare. And we're so happy that so many people are along with us on this journey, though, when it comes down to it. So 20 for 2 after 2 overs. And well, you would say the start would be a bit of a concern, losing those 2 wickets. But although they did lose Assad, who got caught, they do have Nazrul Islam at the crease at the moment, along with Moten. But hasn't Nazrul Islam been outstanding? Missed out in the first game today. Oh, if he gets going, good to see plenty of runs in the first half of this innings.
Yeah, very talented indeed.
Here's Nippo, speaking of talented. Oh, this one gets straight through him. And keeper not able to handle it cleanly. This will be a bye. And this will bring Nazrul Islam back on strike.
Yeah, very quick left arm off spin. Tall customer and looks very difficult to get away.
Yeah,
So.
it's very accurate. That's the thing that I've noticed with him. He goes straight this time. And this is going to get past everybody. And 4 runs the result. This is just a good class shot through the line of the ball and a boundary for Islam.
Yeah, nice shot. Looking to exploit no man down the ground. It looks like the boundary riders are square. So nice shot. He'll be happy with that. And yeah, not a bad start for both teams really. A couple of early wickets, but some decent shots as well.
Do you think you play him a bit more like a slow medium pacer just because of the pace that he's bowling the ball?
Yeah.
Get your thoughts in a second. Guess this one not really drivable. No run there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's not really spinning the ball too much, just looking to dart it in. So playing him as a medium pacer isn't the worst idea. But it is nice to see a traditional spinner. He's regarded still as a spinner bowling in the power play. I do like it.
Here's Nippo again. And when I say playing as a medium pacer, I think I just mean that most batsmen will kind of have a slightly different mindset and kind of pre-ball movement when they're facing a pace bowler versus a spinner.
Yep, that is actually true. Getting your pad out of the line and things like that.
Nippo, it's my first time seeing him live, and I like what I'm seeing. Gets this one past the outside edge.
He's a bit much for the keeper as well, unfortunately.
Just makes things happen, doesn't he?
Yeah, and Mizu Rahman, oh, sorry, my apologies, Kishan Suthar is just struggling with the mitts to him as well. He does bowl really quick spin, so not easy to be up to the stumps.
You've got to stay down a bit longer, I think, just so you can track it. Takes that one nicely, though. Throws this one a bit wide of the off stump, and it's too wide, according to the umpire. Again, that's always quite a harsh rule, but it does discourage negative bowling. Almost got a stumping there. So last ball of the over coming up for Nippo. He'll be relieved as well. He got run out in a crucial moment in the last over, didn't he? But they still just snuck over the line in the first game. This is the end of the over. End of the power play. It's 27 for 2 off 3 overs.
Yeah, end of the power play, pretty even Stevens, maybe a little bit leaning towards the Wild Panthers in the field with 2 early wickets and keeping the rate to just 9s. You reckon we'll ever see a game of cricket where a team will just field all spinners?
Oh, why not? I mean, we've almost seen it in Test cricket on occasions.
You see all pace bowlers?
Yeah, true. I mean, Steve Waugh, I remember him saying something back in the early 21st century where he said, well, you know, if you had 4 good leg spinners, then you'd play them all. You know, if they were your 4 best bowlers, if the conditions suited. So, yeah, why not? And what's always great is that we have so many people watching, including some familiar faces. Who have you spotted in the chat, Corey?
Well, looks like our good friend, Patient Cherambira. Hello, mate. Hope you're enjoying the live coverage here. Now we're in Cartaxo in Portugal, and great to have you tuning in, buddy.
Hey, Patient. Yeah, I was
He bowled well last week, didn't he?
He bowled well. I was unlucky they didn't quite get over the line as far as the final, but they played a great week of cricket, didn't they, Veni Vidi Vici? Diksha Patel is in the air, and this is catchable. Oh, and it just pops straight out of his hand. And he does keep it inside the field of play. But, well, it's not an easy one when you have to move sideways. And past Patel. You see there, he just spilled it. Did well, made sure he didn't step on the line. Oh, this is in the air. This is another catching chance. But this is going to go over everyone. That was just slightly misjudged. And, well, almost takes us out. And the result is going to be 4. Oh, this is one that you really feel If the fielder had spotted the trajectory straight away, then probably should have been taken.
Yeah, it should have been 2 from 2, and I'm marking it down on my sheet this game. I'm looking after the drops and the pluses and minuses in the field, and they're already at -7 with 2 drops now for me. So don't want that to get out any more. Yeah, I've got one for you. So Veni Vici, who we were talking about last week, they won 9 on the trot and then had a loss. Is there any, outside of European cricket, is there any other sports teams in history that have dominated so much a league phases? That is absolutely mowed. Vinny Sandu, that's a large 6.
That is absolutely smashed.
But
Maximo 6 to the best.
I think you know where I'm going with this.
Yeah, so
is there
teams
any
that
other
won everything but
sports
then lost?
Won the whole league, a minor premiership, and then got to finals and had a shocking grand final. Is there a renowned
I don't know
sport?
about shocking. I mean, and they went. I suppose they went shocking, and they didn't win. There was an NFL team a couple of years ago that won every game, lost the ball.
Really?
I think. Wow. Time to Google.
38 for 2 after 4. Yeah, look, well, that's our question to the viewers. Can you think of any sports teams in the past that dominated the league phase, but then lost the final series?
Good question. Good question.
Because Veni Vici, I mean, they won 9, was it?
They won 9 on the trot.
9 on the trot.
It's not the first time we've seen it either. We've seen it a couple of times. So it was Seaside in Sweden last year. One team that won every game, lost the final. I think we might have even seen it in week 1 in Italy this year as well, in Rome. Change of bowling, it's Parth Patel.
Good batting as well, just dropping it to the leg side for a single. And yeah, I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. I couldn't tell you too many that I know off the top of my head that won league system and then lost the finals. Or went undefeated. I mean, there's certain. I mean, undefeated. That hurts twice as much to go undefeated and then just lose the grand final.
Here you go. I've dug up the 2007 New England Patriots in the NFL. They won every game, then lost the Super Bowl to the New York Giants.
Really? How many games in a row did they win then?
There's 16 in a season, plus there'd probably be, I think, 2 or 3 in the playoffs leading up to that. So, yeah, ouch.
Oh,
wow! Speaking of ouch, take that. And this one's another one for the officials to go after. And this is Maximo, and it's Moten who's warming up. And this one was right out of the middle of the bat.
Yeah, in the slot, in the screws, in the wheelhouse. Say what you want. That's a lovely shot for 6. And we welcome Yannick in the chat.
All right.
Yannick, nice to have you, buddy. And I hope you're enjoying this T10 action live in Portugal. Miss you, and can't wait to see you in a peacock shirt soon. But yeah, the question to the viewers, can you think of any other sports teams that went undefeated throughout a season and then lost the final? So we saw last week with Veni Vici. That was a good one from you. The New England Patriots in the Super Bowl. I'm just thinking, is there any other sports, any other codes?
I mean,
AFL,
probably every tennis tournament ever.
Well, okay, yeah, because
that's a straight knockout. I saw some interesting things about tennis, and tennis is the only game where you never really celebrate the second or third. Sometimes the second, I suppose, but it's a bit of an all-or-nothing sport, isn't it? That everybody except one person has a losing finish to their tournament. Quite harsh mentally.
Not if you see the paychecks they get for getting to the 3rd and 4th rounds.
Yeah, actually, that's a fair point. Swing and a miss. Parth Patel. Pretty good over this. Bring the Wild Panthers back into it.
Yeah, nice bowling. Just keeping it outside off stump, and Moten just trying to overhit it. I mean, he got the 6 away, but just needs to keep his shape a little bit better. And he's swinging himself off his feet there. So can he keep his head still and maybe access straight down the ground?
This one will be a little bit too wide, I think. But sometimes we'd say in baseball that's a good spot to miss. If he can sneak that in and he gets a dot, this one just gets away from him and it will be a wide.
Yeah, a wide shouldn't deter you too much. If you can keep it in that wide hole there, it's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, they've definitely got a bit of a different field here. 3 men back on the offside. Well, he has to bowl that line. So with this field, you've got deep mid on, deep mid wicket, and 45. There's no deep square. Instead of a deep square, they've got a deep extra cover and a deep point along with the deep mid off. So different sort of field. Obviously, they've talked tactically and feel like this is the best suited for them. it means he has to bowl pretty wide of off stump. Well, I'd said he has to bowl wide of off stump. That might be off the pitch. It could have been a no-y. That's very, very, very wide. 3 in a row.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. If you miss one out there, but then you'd rather compensate the other way. But I know if you're worried about if you get it wrong, you might go the journey, go for more than one. You'll probably go for 4 or 6.
Yep.
Goes after this one, and this one he's backing back. Oh, he ended up trying the old Statue of Liberty play. Hand up in the air, and unfortunately actually knocked it down to the outfielder.
He says Statue of Liberty.
Yeah, that's what I call a Statue of Liberty play. Just watch this one on the replay. And I'm sure we'll see it here again because this was highly entertaining stuff. And, well, you just have to take my word for it. Don't look away. I'm going to rewind, check this one out. And that's the end of the 5th over. It's 49 for 2.
Yeah, and Keanu's come through the chat and said the Penrith Panthers, Vinny, apparently, went through minor premiers and then got to the final and lost to Melbourne Storm. So I didn't know about that one. But yeah, I mean, final. That's why I love finals cricket, and that's why I'm looking to finals day this week as well on Saturday. Finals sport always brings out the best in teams, and always a bit more cutthroat. And all these 7 teams fighting for finals day Saturday here in Cartaxo, and well, from what I've seen in this comp, it's pretty even all round. Could be anyone in finals day.
Oh yeah. We've got a lot of cricket still to go here. Someone's a bit short, and we're going to get a pull shot, and just pulling up. Didn't really time it. A little bit of foot fielding for you there. And they'll get 2, turn for 3, but they'll just settle for a double.
Yeah, so you can't be bowling short with this field, and I think they're going to make a little adjustment and put 45 back now and bring deep cover in.
Swing and a miss.
Yep, swing and a miss, wide of off stump. Well, halfway stage here, 51 for 2. Still looking at around that 100 mark to 110, but we've had a lot of close games today. It's pretty hard to gauge what a pass score is. And so you can see there, just swinging himself off his feet and just losing all his shape. If he can just keep that head down and look to play through the line of the ball a little bit more, I'm sure he'll make a few more runs at a better rate. Just too many dot balls creeping into this innings. Gives himself room, but that's going to be a wide. And
offside wide.
Yeah.
The other thing it does, it slows down your over rate. Remember, we're quite strict on the time here. So, all balls that you have to re-bowl. So this is Azarandani. He was a key player. Didn't he bat well? Man of the match in the first match of the day, Azarandani. It's a good straight drive, though. A bit of work. This is where I think you need to run the first one hard. Look, they didn't really, but they'll still get away with it. That's just a slight misfield.
Well, it goes on my coach's scorer sheet, Vinny.
That's a -1, is it?
That's a -1.
Yeah, -1.
Do you want the update?
Yeah, where are we at?
So
I don't see anything in the plus column.
So people that don't know, I'm doing the pluses and minuses for the fielding in this inning. So you get a plus if you do something really good, save runs, and a minus if you lose runs. And as that ball comes in, that's spliced away, back a point, should be caught. No, it's dropped, and it could go for more. No, that Zelda passed the baton on. It's dropped him and passed it to the same field. I've never seen that before. So unfortunately, in the Mices, they're -9 with their fielding and 4 drops.
Yeah, 4 drops, and they've only caught 1.
Well,
1 out of 5.
So I'm going to do that for both teams to make it fair, and we're just going to see if it makes a big part in the game.
Yeah, that's a good call, because we know that there's not too much between these two teams. So looking forward to that now.
Fielding is everything, isn't it? And
certainly a big part of it. Last ball to 6. Goes after it again. Is it another chance? Or this one is just going to run down the hill. This will be 4 to finish the 6. Wow, very, very close contest, this one. Friendship there. 59 for 2 at the end of 6 overs.
Yeah, interesting stage in the game here, and that was another big opportunity earlier in the over to take the catch, but unfortunately they've missed it, and it goes for 4. Yeah, I wonder how far. So obviously with us bringing the international T10 tournament, the Euro, well, basically it's almost
like the Euros of cricket.
The Euros of cricket.
I've been saying
I was just about to take
Rico would call it Cartamania.
I'm about to take it one step further.
Anyway.
How far are we and Dan from doing an international T10 World Cup?
Cool.
When do we go to South America and start taking this further?
I've actually always said I don't think the European Cricket Network can be limited to Europe because it's such an exciting format. I think we'll just end up becoming the entertaining cricket network, ECN.
Ooh.
We can go anywhere.
Oh, I like it.
Oh, swing and a miss. Once again, see, gets past the keeper. Not sure if there's a little bit of pad on this. And that's going to run all the way. It's going to be 4 byes. Well, we'll have a look at this on the replay. I think this is the key. And if I was to give some practical advice to Suthar, he needs to put the batsman out of it because I think, see how he's stood up there and he's just not really covering anything. And I think part of the problem was that the bat swing, sometimes it goes in your eye line, but he just need to make more of an effort to block more of the angles. That'll be 4 byes. That's probably 4 you can put in your minus column, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is.
Well, it's in the air, but it's going to fall safely. There's no one back here. I'd say you never have a fielder there, but I have seen several times this year. But they will get back for 2.
It's another misfield, unfortunately, as well there, as he's gone to collect and they've turned for 2. You're
going to run out of ink there at the moment, Corey.
It might sound strict, but I do love my fielding. And they just need to clean it up a little bit here, the Wild Panthers.
Quicker ball. Well, Aspen literally threw everything at that he could and got nothing on it. It's been a funny little partnership because Nazrul Islam hasn't really gotten going to the extent that we've seen before. He hasn't had a lot of the strike. It's Moten who's tried to whack that, lost his footing.
So could you think that there is a possibility that the European Cricket Network branches outside of Europe?
Anything is possible. I mean, obviously Europe's always going to be our focus, but I think just so many people are loving this, and we're developing cricket, and who knows, this format could be the format. Yeah, South America's an obvious one to me. I know there's a lot of cricket goes on there. I mean, east of Asia as well is another opportunity. This one I think is a bit too wide. It'll be called a wide. I mean, I think it's just a great opportunity to develop cricket at the grassroots level. So now what we're seeing basically is like a bottom-up and a top-down approach with ECN. Because we've got the ECL and the ECS, which are club-based competitions aimed at developing club cricket. And then we've got the ECC next week, which is cricket at the highest level, international cricket.
Yeah.
And so the fact that we can kind of dovetail those two together, I think is a really exciting opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going global, isn't it?
Well, going viral. It has ever since we started. Yes, Nippo. Very optimistic appeal.
Hey, you've got to ask, you never know. No, good from the keeper there. I might give that a little +1.
Oh, yeah. Saved a second. Yeah, we've got one in the plus column. Well, there you go. Kishan Suthar. Happy with that. That's just -3 in the last couple of overs in net for him. But, yeah, Nippo just slides it in. I'd like to see him occasionally try and put a few revs on one. See if he can actually get one to turn. It'll be even more dangerous. This one's hit pretty firmly down the wicket. And it'll just be one. Takes us to the end of the 7th over. It's 69 for 2 off 7. And look, we were just talking about the new innovative T10 format and how popular it's been. And we do have the first ever Dream 11 European Cricket Championship starting on Monday. It's 6 days away. And well, there's so many people that are looking forward to this. And how do you think the approach will be from some of the players with a bit more international experience, perhaps a bit more top-level cricket experience? How do you think that might differ from the club kind of ECS tournaments that we see, Corey?
Well, there's more pressure straight away because everyone in their home nation will be tuning in and watching. So how are the teams going to deal with the pressure and the players? So, I mean, I reckon it might make players go a little bit cagey, actually.
You think so?
I think so. And then you'll see some excel under the pressure, of course. But, yeah, it's when you're representing your country at any level, but a lot of them are representing their country for the first time live.
Yeah, true.
So that changes the ballpark, if you ask me. But like we said yesterday, there's going to be a few smokies in that tournament.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting.
I agree there will be, but I just can't tell you who. It just depends who clicks. Here's Azhar Andani, and this one is going to be taken. Oh, well, this was exciting. And that's Nippo, who's gone down to the long-on boundary. And sometimes we see fielders rushing in and immediately regretting it. I think Nippo did regret it, but he still was able to judge it. He actually gets off the ground taking the catch. Really good piece of fielding in the end.
Yeah, he catches it and turns around, looks where the boundary rope is. Well, he was actually quite a few
meters behind it.
Yeah, he's quite a few meters in front of it, but in the end, he takes the catch and does the right job and gets the wicket.
Not a bad innings from Moten. 27 off 23, And that's the third wicket to fall, 69 for 3. Interesting thing for me is that Nazrul Islam, he just hasn't had much of the strike at all. He's been there since over 0.4. So he's basically been there for 39 balls, but he's only faced 11 of them.
Yeah, wow.
So hasn't really been able to put a stamp on this innings as yet, but he's on strike now. Again, because they crossed while that ball was in the air, which is a rule from next week, folks. We're going to follow the lead of 1 or 2 other competitions, and if the ball is caught, then the batsman, even if they've crossed, they have to return to their original ends. So it means, typically, unless it's a change of an over, the new batsman will have to face up. He goes after this, but he hasn't quite got it. And, well, in the end, it doesn't quite carry. And Diksha Patel just hoofs it. And talk me through this. I know you've done a lot of fielding coaching, Corey. Talk me through this technique.
Well, he obviously just couldn't get there in time, and he's gone with the boot. And to his credit, as long as you keep the ball in front of yourself, that's the most important thing. So hopefully he's okay, but yeah, a bit different out there. But what a peculiar day for the weather.
So
It's starting to, it's raining pretty heavily.
I've got coming down now. Now this could be another chance. Yeah, but this is an easy one. Oh, and he puts it down and ends up wearing it. Oh no, this is not a good moment for Siraj Nippo, and it just snuck through his fingers there.
Well, I just said it's a little bit wet, but he's dropped a dolly and it's littered him in the face. Oh, that hurts. That's a bit of insult to injury. That's drop number 5.
Yeah, look, I guess. I mean,
You got to catch that.
Yeah, I mean, you think you got to catch it, but I mean, yes, it is greasy. He's a little bit moist. That's going to be a wide. We've got Diana, our photographer's joined us in the commentary tent. Well, sorry, it's a maximum capacity of 2. So if you could just go back in the rain, that'd be great. No, you're more than welcome here. That's a great job done. Jeez, you take some amazing shots as well.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
They end up on our website or in our social media, a lot of them.
One of my favourite photographers, that's for sure.
Here's Andani. Slow ball, and he knocks him over and says, well, if no one else is going to help me, I'll do it myself. And Andani, oh, this is one of the best slower balls of the week. He's completely fooled Nazrul Islam, who's got to go. Just never got the opportunity to get going. He goes for an unlucky 13. And the score now, 73 for 4 in the 8th over.
Yeah, good slower ball. Totally deceives him there. Looks to overhit it. Swings himself off his feet. And the umpire gives it out for good measure.
Yeah, that's a good decision. And look, you said, you thought we were a big friendship supporter. We know that. But you said that the Wild Panthers might just have their measure. And
my cricket
seems that way.
But my calling of games
getting
at the
better.
moment.
Well, you couldn't get worse.
No.
You couldn't get worse than you were last week. Let's be honest.
No. I got the little things, but my calling of head-to-heads has been, I reckon I'm running 90%. I nearly got everything right last week. I called the upsets.
Right. Yeah, you called the upset. I don't think you called the final.
I called friendship yesterday. Didn't call the final. I admit that, but because you went VV, I said okay, Kampong. So technically.
Oh, easy. Well, I'm a big fan of just entertaining cricket and sports entertainment. That's why I love being right here in the box in this FanCode European Cricket Series. It's been a great series so far. Here's Andani. And now the quicker one. I tell you what, that's very clever bowling. And Andani, we know he's a good cricketer. We saw the way that he batted. We have seen him before on ECN. But that slow ball takes a lot of skill, not just to deliver it, but also to control it. He got it right where he wanted it, didn't he?
Had a good bit of dip on it as well. So just foxed the batsman. And good reward for some good bowling.
Last ball of the 8th. This one gets past the outside edge of Hussain. End of the over. 73 for 4. 2 overs remain in the first innings of match 7.
Yeah, so they'll be looking to get at least 10s off the next 2 and try and get their total up to 93. But yeah, that little sun shower's now passed back over, so hopefully it's not too wet out there for the bowling side. And did you always find that playing in a little bit of wet conditions favoured the batting team just a bit, or?
It's a funny one. I felt like the bowler had a bit of an advantage as far as normally if you're playing on a turf pitch, the pitch does a bit. But once the ball's hit, it's not easy if you're to field. So holding your catches and even just ground fielding, having to deal with a wet ball can be pretty annoying. This is straight, and this will be Diksha Patel. That will do the fielding. Oh, and they might get another one here. No, they won't. Good alert work by the keeper, Suthar, to prevent a second. So how are we going with the minuses and the pluses?
Well, they've actually bowled okay, but just the fielding standard hasn't been great. At the moment, they are on -14 with 5 drops. So if they lose this game later, they might look back at their fielding.
So they're 2 for 7 with the catching.
Yeah, they might look back at that
Yeah.
because they could have restricted them more.
Short, and this is pulled away, and this will be a bit of a chase. Probably run down the hill. That'll be 4. So it crashes into the rope. They're saying, well, he's missed a couple, but he didn't miss out on this one. There was just the length to work with, a good swivel on it. And that's a handy boundary for Friendship to move up to 78. 10 balls remain in this innings.
Yeah, well, because they've got the extra person on the offside, deep on the offside, anything short that gets through the inner ring's 4. There's no one behind square on the boundary, so it can't be going too short. Needs to get it a bit fuller. Gets it short, and
Goes upstairs.
Yeah, the batsman's missed out there. Just had to get a little bit of bat on that, and that would have been 4 again. So yeah, evenly poised, I'd say, but probably the bowling team would be happy with their work. Just disappointed a little bit with their fielding, but if they can finish strong here and restrict them to anything under 90, they'll probably back themselves to chase that down.
We're in the air, and he's going to back, and he's held this. Wow, this is just an unbelievable catch. We'll put that one in the plus column, Corey, because this one, and I think his shoe's fallen off in the process of taking the catch. Well, this is one we're going to see a few times, I'm sure, because this is the reverse Statue of Liberty. Goes up with the left hand, I think. It wasn't the best delivery, to be fair, from Mitchell Patel. Takes it, and then off he goes. He has blowout. He loses a sneaker as well. So it's a one hand, one shoe catch. I can tell you, I've never seen that before. That is a highlight, and that we'll see plenty more times if you look at our social at European Cricket. And just like that, another wicket falls. It's 78 for 5. Well, what a piece of cricket.
Well, I definitely had money on the ball there. Did not expect him to rake that one back in, but he's taken a one-handed duker. Lost the shoe in the process, and he'll be pretty happy looking back on that one later. I'm sure he'll be watching the footage, and yeah, that is a pretty special catch. Saved a few runs, more importantly. Well done to that young man at deep backward point. So it's another dot ball, and well, we're saying their catching woes weren't great, but that sets the tone now. I expect more.
Wow. Next one, in the same general direction, is knocked down.
He only needs one hand, this
What do
fella.
you think there? Is that worth the plus? I mean, that was a pretty good stop. That could have got 3 for 4.
Nah.
Corey said that's just an
Anyone should stop
regulation
that.
stop.
But
I still can't believe the one hand, one shoe catch. I mean, have you ever seen a shoeless catch?
No, I haven't.
Like-
No, I don't think so. Well, we'd see a lot of it if they brought in my foot penalty. We'd see a lot of shoeless catches, but they won't bring that
But
in.
yeah, you said that you actually, if someone fields with their foot, they should lose their shoe. Well, then maybe we'll see it in the future.
Ashraful Alam's just sent in a comment. Catch of the tournament, question mark?
Has to be.
Absolutely.
I think it has to be.
Although that one day one was pretty good as well. That's
Oh,
it.
yeah. I mean, we've been treated to some outstanding catches in this ECS this year. Well, it all happens in the ninth. That's what Rico would say. And Rico's popped into the chat as well. Great to see you, Rico. It's the end of the ninth, and it's 80 for 5. He says, hey, Vinny and Corey, glad to see you having some fun in Portugal. And he remembers Andani and Nippo from Miranda de Corvo, and they will strengthen any team. Well, that's certainly what we're seeing, and they're bringing a lot to the table to the Wild Panthers, aren't they?
Yeah, well, Wild Panthers have come in pretty strong today. And out of all the teams, they're the most vocal by a long way. They are right into it. So, I mean, I reckon a lot of the teams here, Vinny, have seen Mallow go 0-2, and they've thought, this is our time to shine. This could be the time we get our team in the limelight.
Wide open.
It is wide open.
I
I think this comp's ridiculously even.
Yeah, I love it. And there's plenty more cricket to go. And I love even the fact that each team will play each other. And then it'll be the top 4 going off for the title. Parth Patel with the ball. And this one, batsman goes after it. This is in a gap. Well, they should push for 2 here. And, well, they don't. And throw comes in and hits the bowler. I don't know. I think last over, they're the ones that you should be going for, Corey.
I'll tell you what, Skip at the non-strikers then who's got the singles thought, I want a piece of this. And, well, if the captain says no, the captain says no. But there was definitely a 2 there. He's got himself on strike, though. Maybe wants a bit of TV time.
Yeah, it's a bit of pressure, isn't it? When you should be down that end.
Wouldn't you? If you were playing live, you'd want a bit of extra TV time.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Simchas Rana on strike now. There's a big swing and a miss. That's a good full Got a wide delivery that isn't quite a wide. So, yeah, well, Friendship's a little bit below par. Wild Panthers, maybe they left it at the very last minute, but they did chase 120 before, so they'll be full of confidence with the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have to get Azar Andani out earlier, Friendship. If you're going to, as he walks at the bowl here, gets a bit of it, but it's going to go straight to deep mid on. It should only be a single, and it is just a single.
Looks like he's struggling a bit there, Rana.
Yeah,
As
maybe
he hit that one.
Maybe he's picked up a little bit of a niggle, and that's why he wasn't turning around for the second.
I love last overs. Well, all day I could just watch last overs of a T10.
Could you imagine?
Oh.
Put that to the list.
Yeah. I mean, I wish you could have a whole game of last overs, then it kind of defeats the purpose. This one's too wide, and they'll scramble through for an extra one.
Oh,
and now they're going to throw. They won't give any more away. You're minusing one for that.
Yeah, -1 on my list because the keeper could have got that cleanly, which should have been 1 run.
Okay.
So if I have a look at the list with a couple of balls to go, they are -16 in the field.
Well, we take those 16 off the 84.
Well, that's only
been a lot
68.
further ahead in this game.
Yeah.
All right, leans back on this one. And that's going to be a one hopper out to deep mid wicket. It'll just be a single. Again, I don't know. I think sometimes it's not like you have a set batsman, so the wickets aren't worth as much. I still think I'd like to see them pushing for twos, even if they're probably run-outs. But the fact that sometimes you can just make things happen. We saw it before. Get an extra run. I think every run could be crucial in this game.
Just a little bit of match awareness, isn't it? Just pushing those twos late in the innings needs to happen a little bit more from all the teams.
2 to come. Swing and a miss, and no run here. So 85 for Friendship CC.
Still one of the great names.
Oh, it is. And if you missed it earlier, Fighters CC, who are actually in this tournament, actually also wanted to register as Friendship CC, but this Friendship CC got it first.
What are the odds of that? Two teams in Portuguese cricket both want to be called Friendship CC.
One of the great stories. Here's the last ball. Oh, I think this one's fine. And he won't get a wide here. So it's going to be all over. 2 dots to finish. Pretty good last over. Only goes for 5 from Parth Patel. And they're going to finish the innings 85 for 5 Friendship. And, well, they were sent in by Wild Panthers. But normally Friendship CC, they like to bowl anyway. They like to bat first anyway. But they haven't quite put it together. The big guns didn't really fire. Only 3 players reaching double figures on the way to this score of 85 off their 10 overs. And well, Corey, as usual, there was plenty of action and excitement. A little bit of moisture around as well. But well, brace for impact. We were ready for match 7. And that was a good catch to start things off.
Yeah, it was a pretty truncated sort of innings. They just couldn't get any flow into their batting. And unfortunately for them, there was just a few wickets happening at the wrong time. This was a really big run out at the top of the innings, and you can see the disappointment on the batsman's face, turning to his non-striker. Tough one to call, but that did bring in the dangerous Nazrul Islam, and he did get a few shots away. One just went past us in the commentary box there, and Nepo, he's been really good with his left arm off speed. You can see there just a little thin edge that might have been dropped by the keeper, but we'll never know if the umpire would have given it out. There was another drop catch there, and unfortunately, I was keeping a record this innings because I've been curious about the fielding. In total, 5 dropped catches. But in between the drops, there were some good modes from the fielding team and the batting team. Like I said, it was a truncated innings. It just couldn't get flow. And when wickets sort of tumble at the wrong time, it's really hard for a new batsman to come in and sort of get on with it. This was a nice shot though over deep mid wicket. Just shuffled towards it from Moteen just to get a little bit of elevation on the ball. And, well, a little outside edge. I think some of the Friendship batsmen will be, if they're honest with themselves, just swinging a little bit too hard. You can see there just the batsman's arc lifting the head and trying to hit it square instead of trying to hit it straight, and that one snuck through for 4 byes. Bit of comedy shots as well in the middle, but at the end of the day, I think the Wild Panthers will be happy with their efforts. That was a good catch on the boundary by Nepo. Big catch indeed, and took it at the right time. He had another opportunity, but ouch! That one, well, it collected him in the eye. But glad to see he's okay because that would hurt. Azar Andani, a really clever slow ball to get the dangerous Nazrul Islam out, and clever bowling. Wouldn't mind seeing a few more slow balls from some of our cricketers because it is difficult to play, and you can see how happy he was on his face. There's a great shot here is they didn't have a deep backward square, so he just rode the bounce and hooked it behind square to get a vital 4. And we're about to catch the innings. This was amazing. Look at this. One-hander, loses his shoe, does a tumble, throws it back in, sits in the relaxed position. What a catch that was. I can't believe he held that. And that basically drew a close to the innings. So, as I mentioned, they just really couldn't get a flow on. And, well, they'll be pretty disappointed, I think, with their total in the end. 85 for 5. Only Abdul Mohsen going into the 20s, 27 off 23. And you can see there a couple of little double-figure scores, but they never really got going. Extras in the end have ballooned the score up, though. You look at that, 10 wides, 5 buys, and 1 leg buy, 16 extras. You add that to the negative 15, I think they did in the field, and the 5 drop catches. Well, the Wild Panthers could have kept Friendship CC to something in the 60s. So that might come back to hurt them, but we'll have to wait and see when they get into the batting innings. We'll have a quick look at the bowling figures in a moment. There's a bit of rain falls in the background, so it'll be very interesting to see if a little bit of a damp outfield affects the bowling team throughout the day as well. That is something that might come into play a little bit. We'll have a look at those bowling figures now, and as we take a look, well, there's someone in the middle there, Siraj Nepo, sensational, tall left armour. Doesn't matter that he didn't take wickets. 2 overs, none for 11. It's exceptional in T10. And then let's give some credit to Mitul Patel and Azhar Andani, 2 for 14 and 2 for 16 respectively. Pretty well joined by Parth Patel. It was a good bowling unit. They'll be really happy with that. Only 5 bowlers used. No need for a 6th, no need for a 7th. I like that as well. And that will bring it close to the first innings. Join us back live shortly to see if Wild Panthers, can they score 86 and get their second win of the day? We'll be back shortly. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. We're almost back for some live action here. Second innings of this T10 fixture between Friendship C and Wild Panthers. Friendship C batted first and didn't really get going in their innings. They've ended up with 85, and the Wild Panthers, well, they'll be pretty excited about their chances of going 2-0 in this tournament. Really looking forward to looking at the likes of Azhar Andani, number 73 in the World T20 rankings as a T20 batsman. And he'll be out there to open, and this will be tough for Friendship CC. You'd imagine. It looks like the captain, Imtiaz Rana's got the new ball. Welcome back to all our viewers on YouTube and on FanCode in India. It's great to have you all here. It's day 2, third T10 match, and live in Cartaxo, Portugal. Cricket in Portugal, who would have thought it? It's absolutely brilliant, and we're taking you all over Europe this year. We're almost underway, and the question is, can Friendship CC muster something together to defend 86? Their batting hasn't been ticking along too well today, but their bowling unit's been alright. They almost defended 60 odd earlier. So they'll be backing themselves to give this a red hot crack. As there is some slight drizzle around, not too sure how much that will hamper the bowling team. Nazir to open with Andani, and if you haven't seen Andani bat, enjoy it, because he is a very classy batsman. So we're almost underway here in the run chase. One more match live after this. Plenty of cricket action coming your way. And it's great to have all you viewers back with us. If you want to get any questions in or talk with myself and Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu, please feel free to get your comments, questions and queries in. Love talking T10 action with you and love talking any type of cricket with you, really. It's like deep third man and deep fine leg will be the boundary riders to start in the power play. We're ready to go. Here comes the run chase. Oh, he beats the bat first ball. Well, could have had a little edge on that, and that would have been the end on Undone. He's lucky there. He didn't get a feather. He survived first ball. That's well bowled, well played, and good fielding from backward point, and Undani's scoring is underway. He's off the mark. Always a nice feeling for any batsman to get off the mark, as it's worked behind point. I'll bring Nazir on strike. And I'm not too sure if you can pick it up in your screens, but it is raining a little bit and it is blustery conditions. So pretty difficult, you'd imagine, for the fielding unit. It's been a rainy sort of day. A lot of sun showers as well. Very different weather for Portugal, I'm led to believe. That's wide outside the off stump. A lot of swing, but you got to control it. It's always nice to see a swing bowler at the top of his mark. See what Jimmy Anderson's doing for England these days. Lovely watching some proper swing bowling. Damien Fleming for Australia back in the day. Big outswing bowler as well. Same as Rana here. It's a bit short. Catching opportunity. Oh, no. It's an absolute dolly. Oh, it's Ridoon Jaman. He won't want to look back at that one. It was straight into the bread basket and straight out the bread basket. He'll be absolutely gutted. And when you're only defending 86, you got to hold them all. Let me get my little score sheet out. I've been recording the drop catches and the pluses and minuses, and that's going to go in both categories. Oh, and how often do you see that? Oh, he's almost gone around, but it's going to go for 6. How often do you see that? A dropped catch is followed by a boundary just to kick the bowler when he's down. And that hurts. Friendship CC, well, they might start losing friends if they don't hold their catches. Well, they're going to have to make 10 opportunities, you'd feel, to win this game. And you don't want to miss them. And Dani now, with the first boundary in the chase, he's a quality player. As he stylishly works that one through square, and they think about 2, but correctly scream no. So, what can Friendship CC do? They shocked a few teams yesterday. They shocked a few commentators, a few members of staff by beating two of the stronger sides, and they've come back today and they're finding it a little bit more difficult. That's full outside off, defended into the offside. Smart batting. Doesn't have to all be smash, smash, and that'll bring an end to the first 11 for none. And that big opportunity going down, well, they might look back at that, and they might be upset later. Got to hold them. Catches win matches. Famous dropped catch, Herschel Gibbs in the World Cup. Steve Ward turned to him and said, "You dropped the World Cup." I don't know if that actually truly happened. I think Steve said that didn't happen, but around the folklores of cricket, they believe that it was mentioned. He dropped the game. Didn't say close enough. It is true, the old adage, catches do win matches. And for Friendship CC to get over the line, they're going to have to hold everything, as it gives me a good opportunity. Welcome back, Vinny Sandu. Vinny, how are you, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks, Corey. And that was a pretty positive start, wasn't it? And I think they have to navigate their way through this top order if they're going to be competitive in this one. Friendship CC and Dan in particular is a threat. And I see, we saw a little bit of him earlier. I like the way he looks as well. And Luke Belgium in the chat. Great to see you, Luke. He says Portuguese international and record breaker, and Dani holds the key for me here. If he stays in for most of the innings, and Wild Panthers will probably get over the line. A very astute observation from Luke there. Great to see you, Luke.
Yeah, absolutely. He is the key. Probably the best batsman I've seen in the tournament so far. And he batted beautifully this morning as well.
Say hello to Rick Hubbard as well. Hope you're feeling all right, Rick. Always great to see you. Maya as well. Tony Chowdhury's in the chat. And I'm going to see over number 2 now. And it is Mohammed Assad. And he was pretty good yesterday with the ball as well. Picked up a cheeky little twofer.
Yep.
And I just think he's doesn't try to bowl express, but he's just normally got a pretty good idea where he's putting it. This is in the air, slightly mistimed. The fielder is going back, and he's not quite able to pull off catch. That's their star, Nazrul Islam. I was talking about these before, catches that go basically over your head and you're going with the flight. My tactic with them would be I'd try and run too far, because there's so many seams that you just 1 or 2 meters short. And it's not that you can't physically get there. So I just thought there's maybe a bit of a judgment issue. See this one, nice bit of fielding, keeps this 1-1. So yeah, I used to try and go too far and then adjust if at the last moment if I had to slow down. Whereas I've just seen so many of those where the fielder's almost gets there, and he actually had the ability to go the next couple of meters, but it was just a slight misjudgment.
I think the blustery conditions are just playing with the field just a little bit as well. Seems like they're struggling to judge the high ball, and yeah, it's costing a few teams some vital runs.
Yeah, it's a interesting part of the game now. I just need this early wicket. They've held them reasonably quiet so far. Certainly haven't been blown out of the water, which is always a risk if you're only defending something in the 80s. Short, and this one is pulled away, and well, this one they think about a second. Well, are you minding swanning that? Bit of a fumble.
I don't. I think
you've changed.
Well, I think if he gathered that cleanly, he should be running 2 there anyway. So
yeah, okay.
And it is Friendship. I'm also going to favour Friendship CC a little bit. Still love them.
Fair enough. Well, certainly enjoyed your innovative take on T10 cricket, Corey, over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I do love the format.
This is well bowled by Assad. And we'll push, and it's a good piece of running, and they'll get 1. Again, chasing this kind of score. A lot of the time, it's just about keeping that score ticking over and picking your moments to attack.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't always have to be helter-skelter and crash and bash. Pick the ball. There'll be enough bad balls in there to hit for 4, but...
Last ball of the second coming up. Beats him outside the off stump. This will be the end of the over. 17 for no loss after 2. Also want to say a very big hello to Phil G, who's watching from the Czech Republic. No, he's planning to come to the ECC as well. So I think, Corey, you might have a little bit of a fan club around. A few people from the Czech Republic. When I say fan club, if they're not winning, you're going to be hearing heaps, because a lot of Czech supporters coming over high expectations.
High performance manager, not coach. Usually the coach gets the sword first.
So high performance manager.
Just
so,
right.
if they're not performing at a high level, then it comes back on you. Is that what you're
Charles
saying?
is here as well.
Charles
He's
is
the
here, of
assistant
course.
coach, and Alex. I don't want to say his last name wrong. Alex Trishrena. He's still the head coach.
Christina.
So just helping them out a little bit with a bit of guidance. But if there's some poor results, I'll be pushing all the responsibility onto
Well,
Alex.
actually, you can blame me as well because I had my day off. I had a bit of a cruise around and because it's quite close to Dresden.
Yep.
And I checked out one of the national team training sessions. Yeah, while I was there.
Okay. How was it?
Yeah, enjoyed it.
Oh, good.
Pretty slippery.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Had a bit of a run around in the field. It was good fun. They were doing a kind of a centre wicket practice where they were just talking about their fields and their plans. You love that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
I
I
think
do.
you'll really enjoy it. They're definitely thinking about that kind of thing. So I think you'll enjoy working with that group. Some really talented players in there. Sabah Davitsi is one, which I always like watching. Big swing and a miss to start the third over.
I've got one for you, Vinny. T10 cricket. You just
Sure.
said we like our T10 cricket,
Throw
obviously.
some at me, Corey. Throw some at me.
All right. If you could have one sort of impact player, it could be a leggy, it could be a left arm off, it could be a number 3 bat, it could be a gun keeper. What's the most... Oh,
puts it
no.
down. This wasn't super easy because it's...
Oh, it's Andani.
Yeah, well, certainly not somebody that you want to drop. You're going to put a little circle around that one as well, aren't you? Because that's, yeah, it is. And that's the captain, I think, there as well. Himchaz Rana.
I think he's dropped 2.
This one wasn't easy. His elbow's hitting the ground. Now, this one should definitely be out. And somehow this one's been dropped too. Well, you're going to be out of ink soon. And that's Sajjad Hussain. And now it's going to come back to get 2 here. But that's another one of these drop catch hat tricks. We saw one earlier in the year. We had 3 drops in 3 balls. But, I mean, it's a calibre of play you're dropping as well, where you feel like it'll really cost the friends.
Oh, if I'm a bowler right now, I'm pulling my hair out. You've got to support infielders.
It won't be a drop to catch hat trick, but Sahil Rahman saying in the chat, Friendship CC, just doesn't look the same team. No fire today. Must have taken a bit out of them yesterday, those 2 wins, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. A little bit. They have looked a little bit lackluster today.
It's an opposite, because normally we see the opposite. We see teams maybe struggle a bit in their first day in the series and find their feet in the second, but I mean, you do get these outliers, you get these exceptions. At the moment, Friendship, after knocking over Mullo in their first game, have struggled on day 2. Oh, and this one, it's actually a really good stop by the keeper, because that was an awkward one. But how has it missed the leg stump? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, not by much, mate. This is a pretty good over. Could have had 2 or 3 wickets in it.
How's Tahir Hussain going? He's saying,
He'd
what
be
do I
pretty
have to
upset.
do to take a wicket?
I'd be pretty upset if I was the bowler having so many drop catches, but hey, it happens.
Maya must be on the Panthers now. She's just said, keep dropping them. I like. Maya's turned very quickly. All right, last ball of the third over. Swing and a miss. End of a very, very good over. And, well, 3 very, very close calls. After the third over, it's the end of the power play. 20 for no loss.
Yeah, so I was asking you, Vinny, before we had a bit of chaos.
Okay.
You can have an impact player in T10. Any position, any role, and don't go all round.
No, I would have a good leg spinner. A good leg
like
spinner.
a gun leggy.
Basically Rashid Khan. He's what I envision. Someone that can turn the ball both ways at pace, with good control, can whack some quick runs if required as well. Because it's that X factor, I think. It's like it's hard to practice against because it's so different. So that's what comes to mind for me. Particularly a wrist spinner that can also turn the ball the other way, so it has a good run. Why? What are you thinking? I mean, I could just have been boring and said wicket keeper. Because that's my
You could have. You could have.
No, but I think that's what I think. Like, even good batsmen, it's something different that they have to deal with. So even if they're in their groove, you can bring on this kind of X factor player that can.
Are we talking this level
change.
as well? Am I talking sort of
Probably
this?
any level.
I think I'm going death bowler. Someone to bowl my 8th and 10th.
No, you can bowl Rashid in the death. Doesn't matter.
It's not as common.
You can train anyone to bowl Yorkers. I don't know why more people.
No, you can't.
Yes, you
I
can.
think Yorkers are...
Let's have a Yorker off.
I'd win.
No.
Please, I bowl
There's a
Yorkers.
reason that you're not allowed to bowl.
Mate, they bowl me in the power because I'm the Yorker king.
No. Well, this is what I'm saying. If you can do it, anyone can do it. Like, here's the next one.
Ooh.
Oh, it's uppish. Yeah, no, but that for me, I mean,
Well, no, you asked me.
I would rather have, yeah. I'm not diminishing the importance of death bowling, because that is very important. But if you ask me if I could have one kind of a player, I think that somebody that's a bit different. Not just executing a skill. All right, now this one surely can't be dropped. It is dropped. Oh dear.
Well, I'm packing up my car, Vinny.
Right.
I'm out of here.
Corey's out of here.
I'm off the Friendship CC. What's going on? That's 4 drop catches in 20 balls.
0 for 4.
They're dropping.
So give me. So what was the final catch count in the first innings?
They dropped 5.
So the first innings we saw.
Set your feet.
We saw 3 catches taking. So 3 out of 8, and now that's 3 out of 12 for the game.
Come on, guys.
You can tell it's been raining.
Well, the thing for me, it's just technical issues coming into the catching. He let that last one get so low on him when it's gone so high. And
if you're going to take it fingers pointing up, you basically want to take it shoulders or above. The higher the better.
Well, Friendship CC will look back at this and go, we have had that many opportunities. They could be into the middle order.
Yeah, true.
Oh, you got to.
He's
dropped
down.
it.
Oh, has he taken it?
Oh,
No,
he's dropped
it. I saw it just pop out. Well,
I tell you what, I'm changing my deep point and my cover feels.
Normally, it's one thing that I always think's a bit funny when people get moved after 1 drop, but I think after 4 or 5, you've probably got to make the switch. And I thought they were running to celebrate, but they're just running to try and gather the ball. Now, actually, to be fair, that wasn't the captain that time.
I think Nazir's been dropped 4 times out of the 5.
He's only faced 11 balls. This is whipped away nicely. And says, what do you think about? It's not as easy on TV. There's no easy catches on TV. I often say that.
Good point from you. He's faced 11 balls and been dropped 4 times. He's getting dropped every 2.5 balls.
I was a bit younger. The first 100 over score, I was dropped 12 times. And it got to the point, and I still recall, I'm still friends with the guy I was batting with. It got to the point I was hitting him straight up, and we were just calling 2.
Oh, no.
So, I remember that day very well. Slower ball again. He does have a good slower ball. Keeper's after this one. It's a long chase. And in the end, they're all going to get near it, but they won't be able to stop it. And that's 4 to finish the 4th over. It's 29 for no loss after 4. It's a good slower ball, but just the line was a little bit wrong, wasn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit down the leg side, so he just had to help it on its way and get a little bit of a tickle.
Well, hello to all of you around the world. Now, Corey, it's a great chance. Maybe you can show everyone your sheet, because we can hold up to the camera there, because
not too sure.
We go on. This is Corey's work today, and
I'm not too sure they can see us yet, Vinny.
Well, I'm sure you can just switch over to camera 6 now, and let's have a look at Corey's working. Show your work, Corey.
Well,
there you go. Into 4 overs. 29 for no loss.
I'm not too sure the viewers are going to say.
Oh, there it is. There you go. Show me work here, Corey.
Here's me little catches column and me little runs column. And if you look right here, that's 5 catches down lately. And, well, that one's starting to hurt. I've got to keep myself occupied in the com box. And
yeah.
Hey,
I'll be marking that later as well.
Yeah,
so
I like to. Oh, you are?
Put your name on the top of the page.
Well, let's just see. I don't want to make any errors. But and I like to regard myself as a bit of a fielding coach. So, yeah, just
these little things, I think what you're illustrating, though, is that they really make a difference.
Oh, massively.
And the other thing is that Wild Panthers that are batting now, I think what we identified is they probably should be chasing a fair bit less than they actually are chasing in the end. So, well, we're going to have Motin coming into the attack now with his little slingers. And the first one has worked away for a single.
Yeah, and the danger part about this is for Friendship. They've dropped the two openers who are both set. So I wonder, what's the record for most drop catches in a game? Kiyano figured that one out.
Yeah, that's one you won't find anywhere.
You don't think so?
I feel like we've probably seen. I think I've seen double digits once. Depends when you're counting them. You're not always counting them, obviously. And Sahil Rahman saying, I think Corey has taken over as fielding coach for Friendship CC. Oh, that's a sick burn, Sahil. Well, get that guy a T-shirt. That's a great call.
Who's Sahil?
Here's the next one. Geez, we have the best viewers in world cricket on European Cricket Network.
I'm sticking up for myself here. Sahil, just so you know, I'm the fielding coach for Islamabad United, and the last year I was there with the most run-outs in the tournament.
But that's very dated.
We worked on that.
We're more interested in the present.
I'm not.
All right. Here's the next one from Moten, who pitches up. This
Next one.
I know we're meant to ask viewers to stay tuned, but Sahil, if there's anything else you want to go do, go help yourself.
meant to lose.
You've got an enemy for life now, Sahil.
Sahil, keep watching. Don't worry, Corey's only here for a little while. We can talk about it next week. But actually, Corey, it's going to be great. Actually, we've got some plans to have some more series after the ECC.
Oh, yeah, we are.
You know, we'll announce them shortly. I don't mind announcing off the cuff. We're planning to go to Croatia.
Yeah, wow.
For the first ever series we've had in Croatia.
Wow.
After the ECC. This is good footwork to get across, and he picks the gap. And, well, almost slips on a snail, but in the end, I think he stopped this.
No way.
Yeah, wait for it. Yeah, I think he stopped that just inside the field of play. So, again, this is your foot fielding for you because it was touch and go, but he got there in the end, and they all matter. Yeah, so we're planning to go to Croatia for the first time, and then another country we haven't been to before, Greece. We're planning to have one series in Corfu.
Back to my origins.
And then one series in Athens as well. I don't know, is it true that you might have a Greek passport soon?
Yeah, it is. My father's Greek, and oh, that's going to hit the equipment.
Yeah, go and protect the equipment. Here we go.
Fielding,
there's
Vinny.
Foot fielding for you.
That's a bit of
There
2-point penalty in the com box, but nice shot for 4
I'll
there.
do whatever I can. But, well, that's a handy boundary. And we talked about the amount of lives that we've seen these players get so far, but they're pretty much at 8s at the moment. 40 for no loss after 5.
Yeah, well, those 5 drop catches in the power play coming back to hurt them. But, yeah, my father's side's Greek, and I've got my citizenship papers, so now just waiting for the passport. And, yeah, it'll be nice to go there and play some cricket, or commentate some cricket. And I might even play for them in a few years if I get that passport through. Something to think about.
But you already said you don't like picking players in your 40s, so you better hurry up.
I've still got 8 years, surprisingly.
And judging by your grey hair, it's probably already too old for international cricket. But anyway, we'll move on. And, yeah, that rate's just crept up a little bit, hasn't it? And now it's up to 9.2 required. Oh, it gets a bit funky. And he spotted the fine leg, was pretty square.
Oh, great fielding.
Oh, and bad running because they're only going to get 1.
Oh, he's thrown it to deep cover.
Yeah.
+3.
Doesn't matter where you throw it. And, yeah, well, this is just a little bit lazy by Andani. This is the 1%ers that we talk about sometimes. And he should have at least got down there for 2. And then I always think it's a bit of an advantage to have the same batsman facing up. A couple of balls in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm giving that a +3 to the fielder for his good work there.
Yeah, well done. Missing leg stump. And now they're going to try for a run out, but they'll scramble through. But where's his bat gone?
Well, that bat might have got stuck in the ground, you know, so it could have been one of
this again. This is an interesting one.
It could have been one of those ones where if it hit the stumps, his bat was plugged and it could have been run out. Not too sure we'll see it though, Vinny. So
well, that was an interesting piece of cricket nonetheless. Next one down the ground. This will just be a bit of a single. The batsman slips as well.
It's getting a bit. Everyone just needs to take a breath. There's a bit of loose fielding.
That's the twilight zone down there at Long On. Because we saw Nippo take one in the jaw earlier. That was a bit of a funky bounce as well. Very exciting game. This, despite not taking a wicket. I mean, the Wild Panthers haven't batted them out of the game as yet. Next one is just going to be a single. Yeah, it's an interesting one. That this ground actually, we talked about it before. It drains very well because the pitch is kind of the highest part of the ground, and the boundary is slightly lower. So kind of the water generally runs away. This is down the ground. It's going to be more, and well, he does well to stop this.
So I'm giving that +1.
You know what you think? +1? You think they should have got 2 there?
Yep.
Well, if they'd fumbled it, they probably were getting a second, weren't they?
Yep.
So, again, that's good straight hitting, though. They really need a wicket, though, Friendship CC. And this one is hit on the leg side. Now they're going to come for 2, are they? Well, it's a very dicey one. And now they might get 3, but I don't think they will because Nasir took an age to get down there. Well, I didn't know if this one was necessary, but I suppose you make your own luck, and the batsmen do get back for a double.
Yeah, interesting. Well, that's going to bring an end to the over. 47 for none after 6. You'd think with 10 wickets in hand, you'd coast to getting another 39 runs off the 4 overs, but T10's shown us that anything can happen here.
Yeah, easier said than done, because when you need them, it's different. And if it forces one error, we get a new batsman to the crease. I mean, you saw they left it to the very last ball. Actually looked like they'd pretty much missed their opportunity in the first match of the day, the Wild Panthers, but they were fortunate enough to win off the last ball with a boundary, an edged boundary, nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely, and well, it's going to be pretty interesting. I mean, the next high ball, they've got to catch it. They've dropped 5 in the try, and I dare say the fielder under it's going to be pretty nervous.
So are they 0 for 5?
They're 0 for 5, so, but if they don't get one of these two, they will win this game, the batting side, the Wild Panthers. Got to get a wicket.
Oh, slight miss hit, but they'll get one here. Hello to Pronobus in the chat, who's asking if we play cricket. Well, I haven't played for a little while. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Rutgers, former Belgian coach and winning European Cricket League player with VOC Rotterdam.
Yeah.
You've played a lot more cricket recently than me. And, well, trouble if he hits.
Oh.
I think if he hits this out, it's a half opportunity.
Direct hits are always close. I reckon that might have been out.
That'll be an interesting one to look back on. This is Nazrul Islam with the ball now. Who gets this one wrong, and well, fortunately they got a fielder pretty much dead behind the keeper.
They've got a ridiculously fine third man.
Well, you know, I call him a first man because he's not square enough to be a third man. Yeah, third man, second man, first man.
Yeah, look where he is. That's to a spinner.
I used to be offended when I was keeping. If I turned around and saw you, I'd say, "What are you doing there?" Anyway, they get away with just the 2 wides. And well, this one is driven through, and it's going to be 4. Well, let's have a look at this again. And this is a nice shot through the covers, but again, and on the end, along the carpet, finds a gap. So just another steadier.
Yeah, he might have been trying his quicker ball there, and well, yeah, we said they can't drop Azhar Andani in this innings, and they dropped him early, and I just think he's going to make them pay here and bat through. This has turned out to be a pretty expensive over, and Friendship CC, well, they're struggling at the moment.
This is in the air, and well, it'll be 6 runs maximo. Well, they're making the target look pretty small now. He just wondered if they got away, then it'll be hard to stop. They haven't taken the opportunities. And that one, well, we had to protect the equipment, but I tell you what, the Friends, they are struggling to protect this total of 85, and that partnership now worth 60 in 40 balls. So now that gets them back ahead of the rate. It's been a big over, and this next one just be a single. Now I often say as long as that run's required is above the balls, the fielding team still has a shot, but they do need to remove these players, otherwise this could be over pretty quickly.
Oh, I dare say, Vinny, I can't see Friendship CC getting over the line here. They're going to have to produce something. Well, there's another 6. What a shot over deep mid-off. And,
oof.
Well, this is the over that's changed it all. 19 coming from it. And yeah, you can see the bowler absolutely discouraged there. Very disappointed, obviously. Wants to do the best for his team, but just can't get the wicket. And they'll look back at those 5 dropped catches in the first power play, and you can never do that in any format. 67 for none after 7, and 19 off 18 required.
Yeah, well, we're going to last 3 overs of this one. Let's talk about the next match coming up. And I know a lot of people are looking forward to this because the Knights, they're back in action. Both these teams, actually, Fighters and the Knights, had very close first matches. The Knights got back, well, actually won their game in the last over. The Fighters, they went down the very last ball to the Wild Panthers. But the news from the toss, the Coimbra Knights, their captain, Chris Redhead, has won the toss and elected to bowl first. And the Fighters, well, they'll be batting. And we'll get to see them, and particularly their captain, Mandeep Mole. Watch out for him. And Gagneep Singh did a fair bit in the first game as well. But the Knights, well, I did like Mabeen Tariq with the ball, with his 3-for. I know they've been strengthened by players like Junaid Khan, Miguel Stoneman in there as well. All right, here we go. So now we've pretty much run a ball territory now. 18 required off the last 17.
Yep, and well, it looks like it's going to be difficult for Friendship CC. They had a really good day yesterday, Vinny, and it sort of feels like so they just haven't been able to keep that standard high. They fielded well yesterday as well, and they'll be a little bit disappointed with their efforts at the moment, but Nazir, who was given 4 lives, and then Dani 1 life, they've made him pay.
Next one is called a wide. I might see this one again from behind the bowler's arm. I mean, the umpires are pretty harsh on these wides, but there's a fixed point, the popping crease and the wide line. We'll have a look at this on the replay. I mean, it did come back, but did it come back after it went past the line? That's really up to the umpire to judge. Slower ball, goes after it. And this is going to be another drop.
At 6.
Oh no, 0 for 6. And look, this one just got the top bit of his fingers. But again, they need to make something happen, don't they, at the moment? Is that Nasir again? He's got a 5th life.
5 lives in a 20 balls.
He's over half a cat now.
Yeah, imagine if he got to a cat.
A full cat, 9 lives. And this next one is cut away. And well, this one, I think that's a -1 for me because they weren't going to take a second. Then little fumble. So Friendship CC, we've seen a very good day of cricket from them, but today they've just been a bit short of a gallop, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They'll be a little bit disappointed, obviously, and they know as well as anyone that dropped catches will cost you matches. So just trying to save a bit of face here. There's a bit of better fielding from the cover fieldsman, but they'll still scamper through for a single. And well, what about the Wild Panthers though? They're going to be 2-0, and they're going to be undefeated. So they'll be feeling pretty good about themselves.
Yeah, I mean they'll be thrilled about their start. Oh, see, this is an interesting one because is he trying to evade the ball? I think that he is because he's trying to get out the way of the ball.
Nah, that's a
we'll
dead
have
ball.
But look at this. We'll have a look at the replay here because the thing is he wants a wide, and we'll just wind that back a little bit. I mean that would have been out, but I think because he wants a wide, and as long as he's trying to evade the ball, then they're allowed to take a leg by.
Evasive action should be for dangerous things, not like that.
Well,
otherwise,
it's not. You have to rewrite the rules. I've already lost a bet on it. All right, so here's the next one. So the leg by rule states that unless you are, so you can take a leg by if you were playing a shot, or B, if you're trying to evade the ball. It doesn't say why you're trying to evade the ball. So I think there he was actually trying to get out the way because he wanted a wide, even though he hit him on the pads. It wasn't any kind of physical danger. 75 no loss after 8. That's one maybe we could look at changing.
I think we have to because
Mark Waugh, he wants to get rid of leg buys altogether.
Because what you can make it look like you're trying to get out the line of the ball and put your pad on it and then run.
But then your umpire's got to call you on your.
Not sure on that one personally, Vinny. I don't personally like that one. I think if you're trying to evade to get a wide, you're trying to gain a wide and then you're being rewarded. That doesn't make sense.
Well, here's the thing. It would have been a wide, but it's a worse result because it would have been a wide if he had got out of the way, but he doesn't get the extra ball. So in a way, you're still penalised. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Anyway, moving on. 11 runs to get. Tell us what you think. And so 11 off the last 12 with 10 wickets in hand. You'd say they are going to cruise to victory. This one is going to go down to fine leg. But, oh, look, I mean, they haven't taken a wicket, but as Corey said, there's been 6 catches dropped in this innings. So they haven't been short of opportunities. Also a couple of half chances with the run-outs. And has been an entertaining day's cricket so far. Will this one get to the last? Well, not with bowling like that. That's down the leg side. It'll be called a wide. But yeah, it's an interesting debate. Imtiaz again lose it down leg side, and I was going to say Wild Panthers did a few things in the field which I'm sure they'd like to improve on, but I think Friendship CC, they've got themselves even more. Now their avoidables are stacking up. Imtiaz Rana, the Friendship skipper, trying to deliver in the 9th. 8 required for victory. It's a pretty good ball in the block hole. I think that's where he meant to have it. And they'll get an overthrow. No, they won't. It's a direct hit coming from side on. Nazmul Hassan with the fielding. Yeah, what do you think about that game later on, guys? You've got Coimbra Knights against the Fighters. And the Knights look like they'd learned a lot from their previous experience. Full toss. Nice effort at cover, but he wasn't able to reel it in. Probably doesn't cost them a run in the end, as they will cruise through for a single. So they can finish it with one swing of the bat now. This is Imchaz Rana trying to get the game to at least go down to the last over. And I suppose anything can happen. Gets this one through, swing and a miss. I mean, if you can get down to 6 and 6, and then it's a case of you have someone that bowls the over of their life and it's a couple of dots early, maybe gets a wicket, maybe get a new batsman in there, probably have to bring the fielders in a little bit. Take some calculated gambles. This is in the air, and I think this one's going to be 4 runs. So that one pretty much puts this result beyond doubt, as now they only require 2 runs for the win. Still 7 balls remaining. That was a nice shot, just picked up off his pads. Chaz, he'll be disappointed with this, but still, I mean, they're not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. Friendship, on account of their performances yesterday, they're 2 and 2, and they'll be sitting mid-table, you'd imagine. 2 to win. Make that one. This one ties the scores. So it's all a learning curve for Friendship. They've seen the highs, they've seen the lows now in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Just a reminder, the last game will be starting in approximately half an hour from now, right here on the European Cricket Network. Make sure you join us for that. All right, time for the last one. And, well, this is going to do it, and they'll win on a drop catch. Well, that's fitting. And they're going to end up 7 catch opportunities, 0 catches. Friendship, I'll be back to the drawing board as Wild Panthers win with 6 balls to spare. And the players will get the message, and they will be out of here. And it's the Wild Panthers that win by 10 wickets. And the openers do the job. Azhar Andani and Waka Nasir put on an 86-run partnership in 54 deliveries to get their team home, but certainly they had a bit of assistance, didn't they, along the way. Having said that, both teams, it's their first day of ECS cricket. They've got a long way to go. Friendship CC now, they have 2 games remaining in their campaign before the final start. And so we're looking forward to seeing them, of course. Friendship CC, as always, very, very sporting. Let's go back to some of the highlights. And yeah, we all see Friendship CC take on the Fighters on Thursday, and then we'll take on Gorka 11 on Saturday morning. But going back to this game, it was 86 for victory. And just knew that taking chances would be crucial if they would have any chance, Friendship, of defending this fairly meagre total of 85. And taking chances is not what they did. There were plenty of them. 7 in total. And quite remarkable in the end. 3 catches out of 15 taken in the course of this match 7. It wasn't a lucky one for fielders, that's for sure. And Sahil Rahman saying, fitting that this game ends with another drop. And Maya saying, oh, well, tomorrow maybe they'll play a bit better. Well, I certainly hope so. We were busy as well. We're right in the firing line. This breeze is assisting those straight shots. So if you can get it up in the air, then there's normally value for shots down the ground. We've seen players that are able to hit consistently kind of over that mid-off region have been very effective. And in the end, Wild Panthers, after a fairly pedestrian start in the first half of the innings, they did recover to come back to win with 6 balls to spare, an entire over. Let's have a look at the splits in that innings. So they were 40 at the halfway mark, so just a little bit behind, but they did get 46 off the next 4. And it was Andan, 42 off 28, that led the way. Nasir, he had made the most of his lives as well, 34 not out of 26. Didn't even have to go to the middle order. Like Dix Patel, Nippo, and Hardik Patel. So, the spectators in the end, 7 wides. Again, probably a few too many. I think that down around the 3 or 4. I think that will help, but I think most of it was to do with the fielding, wasn't it? And friendship, as Maya says in the chat, stay positive. We'll see them again on Thursday evening. Nobody was able to take a wicket. Have a look at that Mohamed Assad. Probably would have come back for the last over. He never got the opportunity. None for 6 off his over when he bowled in the second. Also, I thought that Tahir Hussain bowled well with that luck. Had a couple go down off his bowling. He took none for 10 off his 2. So, I hope you're having a great day. We still have one more match. It'll be match 8 coming up. Fantastic afternoon for cricket now. The rain seems to have stayed away, and hopefully it continues that way. Plenty of sunshine. You can go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com, have a look at the match preview for the last match of the day. It should be a doozy as we see the Coimbra Knights in action against the Fighters. Also, you can go to our social media at European Cricket. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Ruckers. We'll see you shortly for more cricketing excitement. This is a spectacle that is only found on the European Cricket Network. It's the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Portugal. And well, 3 matches in the bank. It's time for the last match of the day. It's match 8 on the calendar. And 2 teams that had incredibly close games in their opening encounters. It's Fighters who are here to take on the Coimbra Knights. And the coin toss for this game is brought to you by Biostrath. Biostrath are huge supporters of European cricket. We're very thankful to have them on board. Check out biostrath.com/cricket to find out how Biostrath can get more for you every day. And it will improve your energy levels. In fact, we're over 700 matches and I'm still feeling great. So it's time for the Biostrath coin toss. The 2 captains from Fighters and the Coimbra Knights are with match referee Charles Croucher. Let's get ready for the toss.
Your call. Heads, please. Heads is the call.
It's a roller.
It's a head.
What would you like to do, Chris?
We'll have a ball again, please.
It's the Knights that win the toss in match 8 and they have elected to bowl first. So they will be chasing again. They chased successfully in their first match, although it was a rain-reduced contest. And well, what a game it was. They got past Friendship, a team that was previously unbeaten in the series. And look, I'm looking forward to seeing them again. They do have some big ins. I thought that Andrew Winter, well, he's 49 years young. He bowled very well. Also got them off to a pretty decent start with the bat. Junaid Khan's a big in for them. Miguel Stoneman really impressed me the way that he helped them get home at the end. So plenty to watch out for there. And look, I really liked Mabit Tariq. I liked his off-spin bowling. He wasn't afraid to toss it up and kind of play on the batsman's ego a little bit. So Coimbra Knights, they look much improved to me compared to the team that I saw in April. And well, talking about the Fighters, they lost off the very last ball to the Panthers in the first match today. In fact, it was an edged 4 that cost them victory. Only 1 run was in that game. I'm expecting another close game from them. And look, their captain, Mandeep, is a really impressive performer. But Balwinder Singh, I think he bowled a very, very good over at the death that almost pinched victory for Fighters. So the Fighters, can they get their first win in the series? It will be interesting to see. They'll be batting first because the Coimbra Knights, they've won the toss and they have elected to bowl first. So thanks again to Biostrath for their support of European cricket. And here is a man with energy to burn. Corey Rutgers is in the commentary box. Let's get ready for match 8.
Hello, welcome back. We're almost back here for some live T10 action. Just waiting on the fielders and the umpires to come out, and also the batsmen as well. We have Fighters CC versus the Coimbra Knights. This should be a bit of a doozy to end the day's proceedings. It's been a very enterprising day too, with a couple of upsets, and well, it just looks like a little bit in this tournament. Anybody could beat anybody. It's pretty evenly spread, and hard to sort of say who's a favourite, and yeah, difficult to tell who is sort of leading the way in this tournament so far. Some really interesting games, and yeah, it's a tough one to call. In this game now, Fighters CC versus Coimbra Knights, another interesting clash. Coimbra, they ended up getting a good win earlier today against Friendship CC. They bowled them out for 64, chased it 3 down. Fighters CC, they lost a really tough one, a nail biter just on the last ball, going for 4, and it was an edge for 4 as well. On another day, would have been a victory for them, but I think if I have to take a tip, probably Fighters CC going to be too good in this one, but who knows really. Flip a coin. Welcome back, all our viewers via FanCode in India. I hope you're doing well out there, and via the YouTube chat all around the globe. I hope you're all doing well as well. Please feel free to get your questions in and say a big hello. Vinny Sandu will be back in a couple of moments. I'm sure he's enjoying his lunch break. It's been another busy day here, and a busy few weeks and months for the ECN crew. And there's still plenty to go on in the coming weeks and months. It's, walking out there, you can see from your view the Coimbra Knights in their nice bonsai red. Really nice kit, actually. I like it a lot. They've it's about an hour and a half away, and they've brought out their. Oh, sorry, I'm a little bit distracted because something's been passed to me in the commentary box, and it looks absolutely delicious. But I'll have to focus on the action for now. But yeah, they look good in the red. They come from about an hour and a half away. And they've brought a bit of a fan base, which is great to see. So obviously all adhering to the 1.5 metre distances, but yeah, they're all here, and yeah, excited for them to get behind their team. And Fighters CC, well, like I said, really tough loss earlier today, and it will be Sawa and Singh opening the batting. They'll be looking to get off to a good start, and well, Junaid Khan bowled well earlier today. He's a tall, strapping lad. He's got some decent pace behind him, so he'll be looking to follow that in once more. Here we go. Well, like the look of that, it's an old school traditional cricket shot. Just a full half volley, a little bit of a low full toss, but you've still got to put it away, and he does exactly that for 4. They'll be disappointed with that. Well, Coimbra, but T10 cricket, plenty of time to adjust your lines and get things right, and I'm sure Junaid Khan will be trying to do that now. What a lovely shot from Sarwar to start, though. Looking forward to this one. Oh, that's much better bowling, and respectfully defended into the offside. So I've had plenty of T10 cricket action, and yeah, this is game 8, 24 matches this week, 7 teams. I mean, we don't stop. What can Junaid Khan do with the ball right now? Well, not too much. That's wide down the leg side, and he's signalled by the umpire. I think average score probably looking around that 100 mark, pass score. We've had some low scores in this tournament actually, but we've also had some scores that have exceeded of 130, 140. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag here in Cartaxo. Oh, he's gotten a little bit lucky there. Well bowled. He gave himself just a little bit of room to flay it through the offside. He jammed in the Yorker, and Sawa was just good enough to get a little bit of a bat on it. And the old French cut. Don't know if it's still called a French cut actually. It might not be if it doesn't go through legs, but little inside edge then trickles away down to fine leg for a single. 2 boundary riders, deep third and deep fine leg, so pretty traditional. Ring on the leg side, ring on the offside. I don't mind that. It looks good. Not overcomplicating it. Oh, that's a under edge. Don't use your hands. Ooh, tell you what, you don't want to be getting out handled the ball. I had an odd feeling for a second there that he was going to grab the ball with his hand. I'm really thankful that he didn't. So it's a couple balls left in this first over, and like I said, please get in the chat and ask some questions about maybe our cricket history or T10 action. Always good to be interactive with our viewers. That's wide again, so a couple of extras hurting him this over so far. Got to have a little bit more control, just to make sure they don't give any extra free deliveries. Oh, that's poorly timed. They're going to scamper through for a single, and they'll get there quickly as the fielder just does a little bit of a ring about, make sure he stops in the end. 1 ball left in the over. And yeah, I saw your message there quickly, Keanu. It has been a bit unpredictable this tournament so far. It's probably one of the very few tournaments. It's really hard to pick an out-and-out leader, and we're almost at the end of day 2. I think any team could win this. That's respectfully defended, and will bring a close to the first over. 8 for none off 1. Pretty solid start from the batting team, and I think the bowling team will be pretty happy with their start as well. And yeah, there's been some teams that have stood out from the bunch, and I think 2 teams on the first day, Mallow especially, didn't perform to the standard we believe they can. And I think Friendship CC on day 1 really showed what they can do, and then you've got the Fighters here, went down in a nail biter, but look a pretty good side. And you've also got Coimbra Knights here, who had a really good win earlier and shocked Friendship. So yeah, there's just a mixed bag of results as Girish Singh's handed the ball now. And it's going to be interesting to see who takes the momentum and gets themselves to finals day, and then has a good day on finals day. Very curious indeed. So in comes Girash Singh. Oh, it's mowed across the leg side, and that's going to be 4. Well, it wasn't the worst ball in the world, but maybe just a little bit too straight, and he doesn't have a sweeper out there. He's got deep mid off and deep third man. So what you usually see here, people follow the ball a little bit, but third man's now going to come into the ring, and it looks like deep mid wicket is going out to the boundary rope. So maybe a little bit too little too late. Oh, again, Whippington. Wowee, that's a better shot for me. Got that bottom hand in it. Oh, it's gone for 6. I couldn't see from my angle. I'll tell you what, he strayed that one a little bit more on the legs, and he just elevated that gorgeously over backward square. Yeah, getting too straight. They found the ball, thankfully, and thrown back by Miguel Stoneman. But yeah, that is an unbelievably gorgeous shot. So back-to-back boundaries. Oh, it's in the air, should be caught. No, it won't. It's going to go over the fielder. It has some top spin on it. Could be 3. It is 3 boundaries in a row. Well, this is exactly what the fighters wanted to do, and well, they've gone off to a little bit of a fly now. Bit more luck on this shot. Well bowled, and well, this is why you don't follow the ball, because he would have had a third man still, but now when you just start following the ball, you're always one behind, so a little bit of hard luck. Oh, that's it hard. It smashed the bowler's hand. It was almost run out at the non-striker's end. Good hand, though. It's going to go down as a chance in my column. It's a drop catch. Technically, no, I won't be that hard. But it would have been a fantastic catch if he had taken it. Oh, and it's a big fully. It's a big appeal. Oh, he's given it. Well, the umpires finally had to give a decision. Oh, Tyrone, he's been waiting, and, well, the big full toss seems to have worked here. Let's take a look. Yeah, that is out. That is hitting leg stump, the base of leg stump, and taking the whole stump with it, maybe collecting a bit of middle as well. And it's good umpiring and a good decision, and he'll be happy with that. So, a bit of luck for the bowler, though. Girish Singh didn't hit the deck. He didn't use the facilities, but it's out bowled. Seen that happen in world cricket a few times. I remember Chris Rogers in the Ashes getting a gigantic full toss from Graham Swan. Missed it, clean bowled. And sometimes the batsman just doesn't set up for the full toss and always takes him by surprise. So, new batsman comes out. Still got the deep mid off deep mid wicket. And Singh gets a little bit of luck, but you create your own luck in this sport. Can he finish this over well? Batsman just taking his guard, marking centre. Here we go, last ball of the second. Oh, it's short, it's wide. It won't be the last ball of the second. Very wide delivery. So it's been a bit of licorice, all sorts I like to call it. And Luke Belgium's come in. Hey Luke, you've said poor decision that. Oh, well Luke, tell you what buddy, I love having you in the chat, but I know the keeper was slowly going down leg. He had to because of full toss, but that ball, taking a look, was hitting leg stump. As that's pushed into the offside for 1. That'll bring an end to the second. 25 for 1. Now look, it hit him on the full as well. So the ball is definitely going to carry on and take on the leg stump, if you ask me. Maybe worth going back and having another look. And I understand the keeper had to go down the leg side. Probably was a little bit missided because it was a full toss, but I think that was the right decision. As I welcome back co-commentator Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, had a good look at that one, Corey. I think I agree with you. I think it was crashing the leg stump. But the reason the keeper is heading down leg side is because by the time it reaches the keeper, it will be down the leg side. But I think there was no doubt for me. I mean, if that wasn't given as a bowler, I'd be ropeable. Certainly a lot for the umpire to consider, but when the ball hits on the full, they've got to assume it's going, continue on the angle that it is on when it hits the pad. So, 25 for 1. What do you think about this start from fighters?
Yeah, a bit of a mixed bag. They put away some loose balls and yeah, just working their way into innings nicely. Excited about this guy with the ball. Andrew Winter bowled beautifully this morning.
Promise we wouldn't keep mentioning his age though. Here he is.
Yep, just 29 years young. And well, he's been given the task of bowling the last over in the power play.
But seriously, these Coimbra Knights, they've got some serious support crew, and they're quite vocal, aren't they?
Yeah, they do. Good to see, and good to see them adhering to the 1.5 protocols in the stands.
Yeah, it's good. Distance a little bit.
That's well bowled and well played, but what I liked about Andrew in the first game, he hits a hard length, a bowler's length.
Yeah.
Makes it real difficult for the batsman to, well, for the batsman to do much. He asks good questions, just hits that 4th, 5th stump channel on a good length. I love his action, good rhythmic build-up. He'll be looking to put on a big team performance again. Oh, that's hit hard, but there is deep mid-wicket, so it should just be a single, and does the mopping up, will just be a single. So that's good bowling, also bringing in players. But yeah, look, we won't bring up his age, but
well, we'll say it once. We'll say, in case you missed it before, he's 49 years old.
Yeah, incredible.
I'm not going to say it too many times.
I wonder what's the oldest sort of player going around in the scene these days?
I think with oldest we've had a 63.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
As that's defended back to him. 63
Johnny
played in this.
Greener, I think 62 or 63 now. He wasn't the one I was thinking of, but he'd be right up there. He's 60 plus. He's most famous for, unfortunately, getting a ball that hit him in the eye.
Oh, was that
and
him?
That's Johnny Greener. And
63.
also, you'll hear him in the European cricket song that we're listening to sometimes.
Okay.
He's a real character, Johnny, in Malta. He's been around the traps for a long time.
That's short. Could be picked him out, though. It's going to be caught. Oh, it is. It's snaffled, the old crocodile. Well, a little bit lucky there, I reckon, with the short ball picking the one man out on the boundary leg side. But, hey, you take your own luck. And we won't mention his age. We'll mention how good a bowler he is. And he gets the big wicket.
He normally plays his shot pretty well. And actually played this one pretty well, but he just didn't quite go after it. Didn't get it over the field. Didn't get it down. And that's always the risk. And so that is the wicket that they wanted. It's 27 for 2 now with the ball to go in the 3rd over.
Okay, that's maybe a good one to test your cricket knowledge a little bit, Vinny.
Sure.
Who's the oldest active player in world cricket right now?
Oh.
Well, that's a goodie.
Yeah, across all the countries, or in the kind of
in the full members.
Oof.
That's a really good question. Who's the oldest active player in Test cricket?
Misbah played for a long time.
He's retired. He's been
retired.
head coach, just resigned.
Yeah, I saw that. That's a good question. Let me get back to you on that one.
Yeah.
Why don't put it in the chat?
That's a good one for the chat. Who's the oldest active player?
What do you mean by active, though? Currently playing for the national team.
Still getting selected in the tests. Oh, it might be, I was just thinking, Fawad Alam from Pakistan, potentially. That is bowled. Nice ball outside off.
But I have to say, some of the date of birth we get, dates of birth, not always consistent. So
yeah.
It's the end of the 3rd over at 27 for 2. I think Zahid Khan, who played for India, he was 38, but he just told everyone he was 28. Because he said, why is that? He says, because I look 28 and no one will ever pick a 38-year-old. He must have played for a long time. So, I mean, have a look at this power play, and Winter coming on just at the right time, wasn't he? And keeping it down in the 3rd over.
I'm just trying to think. There's no Aussies in the team at the moment that are a bit old. No Kiwis.
They tend to bow out, don't they? I mean,
Nathan Lyon. How old's Nathan Lyon?
He's not that old. He just looks that old.
I'm curious what the viewers.
He's not that old.
Who is the oldest cricketer around in maybe active in Test cricket and one-day cricket and T20 cricket?
Let us know in the chat.
Yeah, get into it. I know that will be good for a few people. As that is whipped into the leg side, and they'll get around for a single.
Yeah, but we do appreciate everyone. And here we go. This is Tom Allen, this is for us anyway. Mike saying Tom Allen played for Knights, age 65 in the Portugal T10.
Oh, wow. So that's the record.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't even know.
That's it. No, it wasn't technically an ECS, but I'll pay it.
Oh,
an ECS.
okay,
No,
okay.
it's all good though. I'll pay it.
As I understand. Oh, that's
Oh,
a
dear.
rank ball. Well, the keeper does well to get a mid on it. And just a wide. That almost 2 wides.
Yeah, could have been a double wide if there was such a thing.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I think it's forward alarm off the top of my head. That's my punt. Oh, that's a rank fully, and that has been given the treatment. Well, that could be a no ball 6.
Has to be a no ball.
It had to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Good umpiring.
Look at
And
that
he's
though. Hold
got
on,
it.
Arsenal, did he catch that, did he?
Oh,
Let's see this on the replay. And it was all eyes on the umpire. Let's have a look at this. And Arslan, we were all looking at the umpire. What we didn't notice is this, and this is miles high, isn't it? But then, here comes Arslan, and he grabbed it.
What a grab, and it's a free hit now.
Free hit's coming up.
Oh, he's
It could be 2 in a row.
Well,
Look at this. Where's that going?
He should have gone that. You'd never get 2 crowd catches in a row, but that's going to be a 7 and then a 6.
Hey,
well,
Mubin Tariq, I mean, he came in the first game and he got a wicket straight away. Just a bit of a different start to this over.
yeah, well, just giving it a bit of flight and just making sure they get it up in the breeze. And, well, it hurts you. And 13 off the last 2, and that's really kick-started this innings. He's going to go again here, I feel.
It's really 13 off the last 1.
Oh, has he got it? No, it's going to be 1 bounce down to our man down there.
Yeah, good fielding.
Mr. Andrew Winter.
He's in key position as well, and you saw what a great pair of hands he has, Winter, in the last game as well. So he delivers a lot for this Knights team.
Oh, I've lost that, Vinny. Where is it,
It's
Vinny?
a quicker ball, and this is a chance. And it's held. So there you go. He can vary his pace, Tariq, and the flighted ones weren't working. Some was a quicker ball, and that is Vikas Kumar that takes the catch. And isn't he thrilled about it? I mean, a couple went over his head, but the one that was hit to him, he didn't make any mistakes. 43 for 3.
No, set his feet well, and look how still he is at the point of the catch, so really well done from him. And yeah, another big wicket in this clash, and I see Keanu's come through with Fawad Alam is 35, and so is Asad Shafiq, but I'm just trying to think if they are the oldest, because what about Kieran Pollard? Older than them?
Oh, see, to me they seem young, but it just shows you how old that I'm getting.
Keanu, I know you're listening. Is he the oldest active player? Come on, viewers, I know you're good at this. You've been sensational the last few days with us, with giving us answers and testing your cricket knowledge, but who is the oldest active player currently in world cricket? Because I think it could be Andrew Winter when he gets selected for Portugal.
It's great to get these discussion points going. And, well, he's a bit of a wicket-taking machine, isn't he, moving Tariq, even though he's gone for a few in this over so far. Almost gets through for another one.
Well, it's a bit of 6er out at the moment, bit of backyard cricket, and that was Singh's first ball. So, tried to absolutely moose that. I'm surprised the batsman didn't cross. That's wide. Oh, someone's given me the answer, and thank God. Why did we think of that?
I was going to say Jimmy Anderson. Is that it?
Yeah, 39.
Oh, I would have thought there'd be someone 40 plus.
Well,
no, Jimmy Anderson was going to be my guess.
I don't know if that's it, but that would make sense. I can't think of
that's
someone
right up
playing
there.
in their 40s. Oh, that's flighted outside off and hit across the line. They're going to race through, but it should just be a single. A little bit of a fumble, but they will settle for a single. Brings an end to the over. 45 for 3. Okay. Oh, Keanu's gone. Gale is 41, but I think Gale retired from Test cricket.
Depends. I mean, yeah, Gale's probably. I mean, that's top level cricket, though, isn't it?
Gale's still playing T20s and one-dayers.
End of the over. It's 45 for 3 after 4. Well, if you want to feel better and perhaps keep your energy going a little bit longer, then I do have a suggestion for you. Why don't you just have a go of our sponsor, Biostrath. They are a sensational Swiss-based company, and they've been very, very innovative. They've got a big scientific kind of background to what they do as well. You can go to biostrath.com/cricket to find out more. They ship to over 100 countries, and it's all done in a very, very professional environment there. Thanks to Strath, and I'm planning to visit the Strath factory actually over winter if we do get a bit of a break in the schedule. Planning to be invited to go have a tour of the facilities down there, and
I might come join you.
yeah, you can. And they did tell me I'm not allowed to swim in it, where they basically mix it in these huge vats, a bit like mixing beer.
Well,
But they said they'll be empty.
Sam Miguel into the attack, and well, he's going to have to fetch that. That's 6 over wide, extra cover. What a lovely shot from Singh.
Wow.
Yeah, glorious
that was
shot.
pretty comprehensive, wasn't it?
Yep.
And see, it's just a kind of length ball outside the off stump. But what I like about this, he doesn't hit across it. He hits through the line of the ball.
Yeah.
And there's a big gap there, and he took full time on that delivery.
Yeah, great cricket shot. Got some names coming through. Imran Tahir, Gale, Mohammed Hafiz. Can you look it up now? Let's get the
Well, it
confirmed
depends.
answer.
Depends what criteria it is, I think.
As that's hit through mid-wicket, and it should be 2 actually as they run around, and yeah, it is well stopped, so it will be 2. It's Miguel Stoneman just bowling a little bit too forward.
Here's a stat for you. Surprises me a little bit.
Yeah.
That okay, I'll ask you a question. How many Test cricketers, people who've ever played Test cricket, have lived to 100?
What? Oh, that's high. Vinny, catch it.
Nah, that one, it's going to be trouble.
Oh, it's
Maximo at a 6. Now, I tell you what, this is where we lose it because we've got the 10 now. It's not great for tracking the ball, so we just had to take cover, and the result is 6 runs. That was a big hit, just over pitch. I think it was an attempted Yorker. Just gets it wrong, and this one, it's half a dozen.
Yeah, another big boundary this over. He's just got to get it right here, Miguel. Oh, he gets it. That's high. This should be the wicket. He's got to set his feet under it, and he does, and takes a really smart catch. So, oh, we're seeing a pretty action-packed inning. 6 out.
Yeah, and that is Junaid Khan that takes the catch. And he brings a lot of experience and skill to this Coimbra Knights lineup. We saw him for Porto in the April series, but Junaid, he takes this catch and never really looked like dropping it. So that's a handy wicket, and it's 59 for 4.
And good brave bowling as well. Been hit a couple of times, but has been rewarded with the wicket. Well, come on, I need to
So here you go. That's a simple one.
Yep.
You just got to say
7.
how many Test cricketers ever have lived to 100. The answer is 1. Just 1.
Don't play Test.
Norman Gordon from South Africa, who basically plays the last match in 1939 as a 28-year-old, and he ended up living until 2014 when he was 103.
That's a century. Well done.
But Bradman wasn't far off, was he?
No. Likes having some stuff in the 90s. Bradman was in the 90s?
Yeah, I think
What a player.
he wasn't. Yeah, that's another one we can look up. I think it's about.
Here we go. Another ball on leg stump. Work down the ground for 1. And 1 ball remaining in this over.
I remember he passed away in 2001, so I think it was around 93 from memory. It was 92, so it wasn't quite 93. But I do remember that around Australia touring India at the time, I think, when he passed away.
Dead ball as he can't come. Oh, name's coming. Pereira for Sri Lanka is 39 years old in 48 days. So what's the answer? Because I've got about 5 names to wear with. Imran Tahir, Gale,
I think
Hafiz.
Mohammed Hafiz is 40. I think Gale's older.
I don't know if Hafiz is still... Oh, it's high. That's going to go over. That's another 6. Well, what a shot. It's going to bring an end to that. That was his first ball. So, 66 for 4 after 5. What a shot first ball. And, well, Stoneman, 1 for 21. A bit of a mixed bag.
That's a typical T10 over. 1 wicket and 21 runs. So it goes magical. 66 for 4 at the halfway mark. Yeah, I mean, I think Hafiz may be in the Pakistan T20 squad. I think that's what the word in the chat is. Haven't actually had a look at that one yet. Luke Belgium saying in the chat, the new Portuguese international takes a much needed wicket for the Knights. Yeah, Stoneman, he does. And, you know, they've had a different look to their team now at Portugal. And I noticed it's a bit of a younger flavour to their team. So I'll be interested to see the squad they take into week 2 of the ECC. But yeah, I think he's known more as a batsman. I know he's coming off a century in the T20 competition, Miguel Stoneman.
Yep.
So it's slightly different, of course, in T10 cricket. But we saw him, apart from the fact he got run out, unfortunately, in the last over. I think he batted very well and very...
assured.
Yeah, very assuredly. That's a good word for it. Just had it under control. Junaid Khan's going to come back to bowl his second over. His first one went for 8 when he bowled back in the first. Here we are for over number 6.
Yeah, respectfully played there. Well, it looks like some of the answers coming through is Pereira 39, Anderson 39, Taylor 37. So I'll take that as the answers. I'm going to flip the script for you. Who's the youngest active player in Test cricket right now?
Well, that's a really good one. There'd be a few. I love that in that kind of Middle East region. They love picking a youngster.
Oh, a little inside edge onto the pad. Oh, it could be a run out. It's a mix up. I reckon that's out.
I reckon he could be
He's
gone.
been given really, really good from the bowler. And Junaid, he got down to it quickly. And good work from the keeper as well. Mohammed Zaman got there really quick.
Yeah. And let's just have a look at this, and we'll probably see it from side on. And he just seemed to be a little bit short. He stretched, but couldn't quite get back. He just took a long time to change his mind. And let's see what happened here between the batsmen. You saw he took a few steps and he was quick to say, no, get back, Mundy. And
really?
see there.
Number
Well,
three.
come on, Faisal. Get out the
Bashir.
way. But I think, to me, it looked like a good decision. And again, that's the Coimbra Knights kind of making something out of nothing. And it's 66 for 5 now in the 6th over.
Yep. Well, good run out. They needed that. And yeah, so without looking at the chaps, I know you do, who do you think's the youngest active cricketer at the moment? Cameron Green? Nah, he's a bit 19, 20, isn't he?
Yeah, that's actually... I think there'd be someone in Afghanistan or Bangladesh, or maybe Pakistan, that could be lower.
So that's a single. Oh, it's almost run out again. Really good movement from Coimbra Knights, almost forcing another run out. Yeah, not too sure myself. Just trying to think of...
There's always someone that keeps coming and taking the record. That's the thing with youngest players.
Well, let's take out Afghanistan and Ireland and just go the main 10 members.
Okay.
So,
I don't know if you can do that.
yeah, I can do that. I'll do what I want. As he comes in again, it's short. It's hits a backward point and the one-handed pickup, bit of a fumble, but just the single. Yeah, let's take out Afghanistan and Ireland. They don't count. And let's just focus on the real test nations.
You're going to make some enemies here.
Probably will. Just trying to think. Young cricketers. India recently debuted anyone young?
Not that young. You have to prove yourself to get in the Indian team generally.
That's short, wide. Probably missed out on that one. Could have got that away, but it would be a dot ball.
And here's one for you. Did you know that just late last year, Pakistan, actually, it was the ICC brought in an age policy. So now that in exceptional circumstances, you can apply to the ICC to allow a player under the age of 15 to play, but otherwise you have to be at least 15.
Really? Oh, bowled him. Well, great bowling. They brought him back to take wickets. He got a run out. Now he gets a bowled. Really good stuff. And that's going to take the score to 68 for 6.
Yeah, full and straight. Nothing beats it. Look at this. Full, straight. Batsman hits across at Dylan. He's got to go. And now it's been such a good comeback by the Coimbra Knights, who didn't start the best, but they've come back and taken wickets, and that's 6 wickets down now, 68 for 6 at the end of 6 overs. Gives me a chance to do my 6 over check-in, and 4 overs to go. I think with 6 wickets down, probably looking at 8 and over. And if you do get 8 and over, you get to 100. I think 100 will test the Knights. I know their batting hasn't really been their strength so far, that they do have a couple of good additions, but that would be what I'd be eyeing off at the moment. Yeah, but Hassan Raza, he played at 14 for Pakistan. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, active.
But also we had, well, there's a Romanian, a young Romanian that played T20 national cricket at 14, I think, as well last year.
Jeez.
Native-born Romanian. So.
Yeah, very interesting. As it looks like now they're going back to Andrew Winter with the ball. Yeah, I wonder who's the youngest active cricketer currently playing as he comes in and bowls. And oh, that's high. And well, it's either 6 around this game. It's going to be caught. Oh, it is caught. Well, I tell you what, it's another big wicket. And we'll have to check if Andrew's on a hat-trick. Did he get a wicket on the last ball of his first over?
I'll let you know. But, I mean, how about this, though? I mean, this is proper crocodile style as well. But he takes it. It's effective. And, yeah, he got Imran Rao out. It was the second last ball of the 3rd over. So that's it's 2 and 3. It's still pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, really impressive. It's good bowling. It's a bit of make the batsman make an error, and he just didn't get enough of that on the bat. And well, wickets are falling. The old crocodile type catch.
But yeah, so Marian Gerasim was the name of the Romanian, and I actually had him in the commentary box, believe it or not, back in Romania.
Youngest commentator ever.
Yeah, and so he was playing in the ECS Romania. and he played it 14 years and 16 days, and
Yeah, wow.
yeah. So, but as far as the major nations, I'm not sure who the youngest current is. But,
Sri Lanka. Is there anyone from Sri Lanka, young spinner?
yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's the like I say, by definition, it's the record that you keep that keeps being broken because whoever the record holder gets older, if they stay in the team,
Yeah.
or even if they don't. And how about Winter though? Let's talk about the other end of the scale. Winter, hasn't he been sensational today for the Coimbra Knights?
Yeah, brilliant. Good leadership, well bowling, and he'll be pretty happy with his effort so far, Andrew Winter.
I'll give you one. Who's the youngest Test cricketer for India all time?
Oh, I wouldn't have a clue.
Very famous. You'll kick yourself.
Vinu. No.
More obvious. Think the most obvious name you could think of.
Tendulkar.
Sachin Tendulkar.
Really?
Yeah, I remember watching him play towards the start of his career. It wasn't the very first season, but he came out and toured Australia in 91-92. Scored a good 100 in that series as well. I think it was 16 at that stage.
That's on the pads and be a dot ball. Oh, the South Coast has just put a message saying Shaheen Afridi made his debut at 17 for Pakistan a few years ago.
But he looks 31.
But no, you've got Naseem Shah.
Okay.
Remember him, the quick that
Yeah.
came down to Australia? They were saying he was 16.
Yeah.
They were saying he was the 16th.
Yeah.
I've got a story for you, actually. I've
All
had breakfast with Naseem Shah.
All right, here we go. Let's get the real scoop as Winter comes in, and field's well placed. Everything going right for the Coimbra Knights at the moment.
So I've had breakfast with Naseem Shah in
Yeah.
Karachi, and a few others at the table, and sitting across from me, and he's just gone back from that series. Naseem, come on, be honest with me. What's going on?
Yeah.
A couple of things go on with paperwork and passwords. He's at about 3 years. He's still young, but he wasn't 16, that's for sure. As that's a dot ball, just missing the leg stump.
This is Ravi with the bat now.
Yeah, a couple of the... So
They take a few liberties.
So
with
if
the old
you don't
date's
have
birth.
an electronic passport things and you come from the mountainish area in Kashmir or around Pakistan, sometimes those paperwork go missing. You write whatever age you want in. And yeah, he definitely wasn't 16 when he debuted, but if
There
people
you
want to
go.
keep funneling the story, they can.
You've got the
I've got
real
it from the hot scoop.
hashtag real news from Corey.
As that spliced away over backward point. Can he catch it? Oh, it's a good bit of fielding. He's turned and, well, the old boy's got another. What is going on here? What a batting collapse.
He's got 3 for 2 with the ball remaining in his spell. And that was a good catch by Girish Singh. We saw him patrolling the boundary earlier, but this one he judged it. And haven't we seen a lot of catches go down today in these blustery conditions? But this one, this collapse continues. And the score now is 68 for 8. And I'm just going to have a look at this collapse because it has been a crazy one. I mean, they were 66 for 4. And now, so they've basically lost 4 wickets for just 2 runs. And if you want to extend that back, they've lost the last 5 wickets for 9 runs. So the collapse is on, and the Knights, basically, they're taking their chances.
Yeah, they're catching everything, and it's really impressive. And they've come here today, and well, they could leave 2-0 as well if they keep this up. You'd say at the moment they're red-hot favourites, and well, I'm pretty impressed from Andrew Winter. He is bowling a magnificent spell. Out of all the bowlers I've seen in the comp, he just hits the same spot over and over again.
And I think he gets a few wickets when it's sunny because it would reflect off his head, but he's doing it in the clouds. So,
Chrome Dome.
yeah, well, it's working for him. His last ball of his spell. Oh, this one would have been out. And this one, I think, straight off the face of that. What do you see, Corey? I mean, it was a really tough one for the keeper. Really gave a good run at it. Mohammed Zaman is, I think, one of the best wicket keepers at the moment. This one, yeah, straight off the face of the bat and just one glove away. But Winter eventually does go for a boundary. Still outstanding spell of bowling for him. He'll finish with 3 for 6. And the score at the end of the over, it is 72 for 8 after 7 overs. Just a reminder, Corey, more cricket coming up tomorrow. And we're going to see a couple of teams that we didn't see today. Awarish and Malmo will be back. And they will each take on the Knights and the Fighters. So it'll be tomorrow morning, day 3 of 6. 8:30 a.m. GMT, which is 10:30 in Central Europe, 2 p.m. in India. Tell me who you like, and especially that Warish Coimbra Knights. That could be a really interesting game first up.
Yeah, interesting. I think Oris will actually have a good day tomorrow. They'll come back, and I think Mallow will have a good day. Well, this competition is wide open.
Yeah, that's what we love as well. Here's the captain, Chris Redhead. I don't think bowled in the last game.
Why has he got a red head?
What's his name?
Oh.
He's got the. It's not Andrew Winter. Bowling spin. Here we go from the back. And that's a good start.
Oh.
He boots it.
No, use your hands. Come on. I like that he's bowling with the shades on. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Don't mind that.
even with sun behind a cloud. What do you think of that?
Yeah, it's a pretty cloudy day, so not too sure, but hey, do what you do. You do you.
If we're going to talk ages, we're going to have to talk about this in a second.
So that's pushed into the offside. You can see the batsman thinking maybe a little bit of a rebuilding stage.
Well, Andrew, what if I told you Andrew Winter isn't the oldest in the team? Chris Redhead is 52, and in a month he'll be 53.
Well, there you go.
But it doesn't matter. Age is just a number, remember? Tell you what, I'd love to average my age.
I'm
Plus 50 plus.
not too sure I'll be standing at 52.
Not with the ball. Yeah, I don't think you will either. You can take better care of yourself. 74 for 8 now.
That's hit through backward point, and third man should do the running around and just pick it up, keep it to 1. And he does keep it to 1. Good fielding, good throw.
Now you really start to worry about batting out your 10 overs now, don't you? Because you've still got a quarter of the innings remaining.
That's why you're seeing them just nudge it this
Yeah,
over, Vinny.
you have to be 30% more careful.
Yeah, you do. You do.
Especially the running between the wickets. You can't really push for those ones you probably would normally push for in the last couple of overs.
So that's worked through backward square. Little fumble, but they will get through for the single. Yeah, I think now you're just a little bit of rebuilding. If you can get to 90, you'd take that. I mean, that middle order of fighters was basically 6 or out. It was a crazy amount of slogging across the line. That's that. It's hit through backward point again, and third man, bit identical, tries to keep it to 2, and he will keep it to 2. And yeah, there's a few other bowlers that bowl with their shades on. Chris Gale used to bowl these shades on.
You know
Mark Waugh.
Dean Jones. He was the first one that tried it. I think I told you the story the other day. I read in his book that he bowled this when he was the first player to basically wear sunglasses regularly on the field, and he bowled at this game in England when he was playing for Australia against one of the county teams, and umpire said, "Well, I'll take the cap, but don't expect me to take the sunglasses."
Yeah. I don't mind. It's a bit of an alpha move. You've seen what's his name? Craig Braithwaite open the batting for the Windies recently with glasses on.
Yeah. If it helps you. When it comes down to it, I always thought it's funny. I mean, if you're wearing them in the field, I mean, it's the same brightness as when you bat. You're obviously trying to block out some of that excess light, which some of the grounds can be really bright as well.
Yeah. That's hit to wide extra cover, and well, it'll be a dot ball. Good fielding from the two old gentlemen.
It's a good example. It's a good example of one they didn't take. I think because they're 8 wickets down. That's the end of the 8th over. It's 77 for 8.
Yeah, good call that. So 2 overs left. Well, if they can get themselves to 90, 95, I think they'll be happy with that. They just don't want to get bowled out here.
A lot of our viewers, Corey, they would remember some of these players from the FanCode Portugal T10 back in April, and perhaps even from Cartaxo last year when we were here about a year ago. Let's have a look at that worm. It's a bit of a camel, isn't it? It's got the hump. It's got the hump, and there's not too much else. Those wickets making a big difference. Tell us some of your favourite players from the FanCode Portugal T10. A couple aren't here this time. Paul Stubbsy Stubbs. He was one that still holds the record for the longest duck, 12 balls. Panda Wood Up. He's another one which I love to watch. Unfortunately, he's not in the squad for this tournament. But some of my other favourites are Azarandani and Nippo. They're 2 of my favourites from that series. We saw them earlier today.
Well, he's gone the flight of delivery. It's a bit of a slog sweep across the line. He'll get the single. And
what do you think about Mabeen Tariq? Do you think it's a good time for him to bowl? Because I suppose you do have kind of some of the lower order in now. He's going to tempt him, isn't he?
Oh, the lower order batsmen aren't nudging this for one. They're going to try hit every ball here. That's what some flighted spinners do to batsmen. So as it goes above the eye line, can't help themselves.
Yeah, I think take it on. I mean, you're hitting with the wind as well. Here's Tariq. Well, big appeal, and it will be called a wide. He can be stumped off a wide. And we'll have a look at this one. It was a wide, wasn't it? With it,
spun a bit though.
Keeper's pretty alert. I think that he does keep that foot down for me though.
Yeah.
Quick hands though from Zaman.
What happens if you need 1 run to win and you've got 1 wicket left and you get stumped off a wide?
We already revisited this. As soon as the wide, that kills the game. It's not stumped at all. This one might have hit the pad on the way
Why
through.
is he appealing to square leg?
Yeah, I think he's just saying, I'll tell anyone that listens that this has hit something.
Imagine if the square leg gave it out.
What if I told you I've
Look
seen...
at him here.
What if, yeah, good. See the deflection. What if I told you I've seen that, Corey? I've seen that.
What?
I'll tell you about it in the break. Not fit for the air. Well, this is in the air, and this one really should be the 9th wicket. And well, 3 times a crocodile. What a beat of catching this is. Vikas Kumar. He's going to have leather poisoning, Corey, because he's been in the hot zone. He's taken everything that's come his way. That's a 9th wicket. And now still with 9 balls remaining this innings, it's 79 for 9.
Well, fair play to him to hold on to 3. I'm not too sure how he's doing it technically. It's the old crocodile technique, and it's come through again.
Well, it works.
Oh, it doesn't fail,
Well,
apparently.
60% of the time, it works every time. But it works every time.
Oh,
That was a real...
he's caught it.
Let's have a look at that one again. That's a real ice cream cone, I call it. It's always come out of the top of the cone.
He's caught it with his top hand.
And it's
like,
almost come out between his thumb and his forefinger.
I tell you,
So,
I'll be checking those hands for some glue. Now, 60% of the time. Oh, the dime. That's
right.
just, yeah. Well, I'm not an advocate of the crocodile, but
I'm an advocate of whatever works.
if it works, it works.
I'll turn around on it. All right, so can they survive the 10 overs now?
Don't hit
Pretty
it to
good
this,
shot.
Man. He won't fumble this.
This
That's
is
for
old glue pots
sure.
here.
Fumbled it.
Yeah. So 8 balls remaining. That won't cost him too many. So now we got Govinda Singh at the crease. I don't think he was expecting to be required. Comes out at number 11.
Yeah, probably his only bat for the tournament, you'd hope. Number 11 getting a hit in a T10. That's flighted, and, well, he's going to be caught first ball, and that is going to bring it in. Well, they have been on fire. The Coomera Knights, they've bolted out the fighters. This competition is just throwing up surprises. They were the underdogs going in, and they're going to be chasing 81.
They lose their last 6 wickets for only 14 runs, and that is absolutely crazy stuff in the space of basically 21 balls. So this is the last one. Yeah, you're right. He just couldn't help himself, could he? Just sliced it up. That's Chris Redhead. He takes it, absorbs the impact. Well, he won't get another over, but the Coomera Knights, I mean, they've improved so much. I think just a couple of the new additions helping, but also I think the players we saw in April, they have really worked hard on their game, particularly I think in the field and with the ball, and they're proving to be quite a threat. And in the end, they bowled out the fighters for only 80 runs with 7 balls left on the table. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from the first innings of match 8. And it was the Coomera Knights. They chose to bowl first after their captain, Chris Redhead, won the toss. And they certainly did a good job of it in the end. And it took them a little while to get going, but once they did, there was no stopping the CKs.
Yeah, the CKs, I like that. Yeah, that was the big first wicket. Big LB Dusha, that smashing leg stump. Good decision from the umpire. And, well, it was a bit of a mixed bag. There was a few nice shots, but there was his first catch on the boundary. The old crocodile. What's his technique like? What do you think?
Well, I mean, if it works, it works. But I tell you what, that was a good catch by Arslan. Yeah, that was the hot zone at deep mid-wicket, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. And, well, the batsmen were going about their business, but it really felt the whole innings. It was 6 or out. There wasn't too much control going on. There was his second catch to the man at the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, and Stoneman came in. He went for a few, didn't he? This over ended up costing him 21.
Well, you
think
take
about
that over out of it.
Wow, that's what I mean. A quarter of the runs, over a quarter, were in this innings. But that one, even though it put us in danger, there was some more action to come. Despite it raining boundaries, Stoneman would induce a Vol shot, and Junaid, he did the rest at long off, and he's a good fielder.
Yeah, good credit to Stoneman. Kept his head and got himself a wicket, and unfortunately didn't get one more 6 off his figures, 6 off the first ball by Singh. But yeah, after this moment, after the 21 over, it really felt like it was the Coomera Knights that would take control. And this run out, it was really, really impressive. Good work from keeper, moved well to get there and be involved. And then a nice full Yorker, bang, see you later. And this was the procession of wickets that followed. The fighters just couldn't get any control of the innings, and I think they could have just tried to bat out their overs in the end, but they were maybe just trying to hit too many.
Yeah, and I still think this score will test them a little bit, the Knights, because they didn't fare too well with the bat. But like I said, they've got a couple of additions there, their lineup. I think even the batsmen they've got seem to be hitting the ball a bit better. That was a good one by Girish Singh. And the foot fives were everywhere, weren't they? And this man wins up 3 wickets. It could have been 4. One just deflected away from the outstretched glove of Mohamed Zaman behind the stumps. But ultimately, we were treated to a very entertaining 10 overs of, I say 10 overs of cricket, almost 9 overs of cricket in the end because they were bowled out. But only 4 fours, but in innings there were 6 sixes. Yeah. And that was the third one. That was the one that almost got away, but it didn't. And Mabeen Tariq, well, it was a good move to bring him on in the 9th over in the end because he just knew if he got one above the eye line, might have induced the false shot. It did, and all 10 wickets were lost. Over and over left on the table. Sacrilege. The fighters, they had bowled out for 80. I tell you what, there have been teams, at least 1 or 2, that have been bowled out and won the game. And well, this is a good opportunity for them to be another team to achieve that rare feat. Have a look at the top 3, not getting out of the teens. Balwinder Singh, he top scored with 18. And in the middle order, you saw a couple of double-figure scores, but not too many. The collapse was on. Like I said, at one point, they were 66 for 4. And they lost their last 6 wickets for only 14 runs. And credit to the bowlers for me. I mean, they did give away 6 wides and a no ball. But I think when it came down to it, they were pretty disciplined. Yes, Girish Singh went for a few, as did Tariq. But he did pick up 3 wickets, Tariq. He did his job at the end. For me, though, only one man to pick of the bowlers. Andrew Winter, 3 for 6 off his 2 overs.
Well, has he qualified for Portuguese yet? Because he can get smoked.
Well, why not? I mean, the way he's performing in this series. So we'll leave you for a few minutes. When we return, it will be the Coimbra Knights trying to go 2 for 2 on their opening day of action. Day 2 in Cartaxo, Portugal. They'll require 81 to win match 8. Until then, it's Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu, along with Corey Rucker. See you soon for more cricket on ECN. 1 more innings to go. See you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Portugal. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And it's going to be one more innings to close out day 2. And we didn't even get a complete innings in the first half of this game. Coimbra Knights winning the toss, electing to bowl against Fighters CC. And Fighters CC, a bit of a collapso. They were all out for 80 off 8.5 overs. Not quite batting out their 10. And it's going to be the Knights coming out to chase 81. We saw them chase 64 in 8 overs before. That was a rain-affected game back in the second match of the day, match 6. And I think this will be a very interesting chase because it does seem below par based on what we think is par. But having said that, Coimbra Knights haven't always excelled with the bat at this level. And so I think could be a very interesting chase. Like I said, it's Vinny Sandu here, and joining me in the commentary box once again is Corey Ruckus. Corey, welcome back.
Hi, Vinny. How are you?
Going well. Always excited when we get to game 4 of the day.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for the next couple of hours, that's for sure. And, it's been another good day of enthralling cricket. And, yeah, this one's tough to call, really. What did you think? Fighters have moved into favouritism, or what do you think?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, and
Sorry, have they moved into favouritism?
yeah, I think you got to back a team to get 81. But I think it all comes down to whether fighters can hold their chances. I mean, that's what Coimbra did so well.
Yeah.
It wasn't always the most orthodox technique we saw, but they certainly did hold them. And yeah, for me, this is pretty line ball. If anything, I'm just tilting towards the Knights, but we'll see. And it's going to be Ranasawa, who bowled with some good kind of pace and movement earlier today. He'll open the bowling, and he's going to be bowling to Mubin Tariq, who's out there with Andrew Winter, Mr. Evergreen. And I'm about to get this one started. So 81 runs in 60 balls. Let us know what you guys think in the chat. And we are about to get this one started. Coimbra Knights trying to go 2 for 2. It's been a strange couple of days, and this tournament is wide open. 81 to win for the Knights. And just watches the first one go through to the keeper. What do you think, Corey?
Good leave. I have a feeling the Fighters will still get up here.
Okay.
Just a feeling. I think if they get 1 or 2 early ones, they might run through them even. But let's see. You never know. I think it's going to be a bit tougher than it looks for the batting side.
That was a good location from Sawa first up. And this one's driven in the air, and this is going to be 4. And this is pretty nice shot through the line. To take a bit of a chance hitting it in the air, but he found the gap. And there's the first boundary for the Knights.
What a lovely cricket shot that is. Tries the big in chang a second ball after bowling the big outie, and bang, have some of that. And a nice cricket shot. Big fan of cricket shots. Well, they keep hitting a couple of boundaries. Can you imagine if the Coimbra Knights go home 2-0?
All right, they'll be thrilled about it, won't they?
They'll be absolutely wrapped if they can. But Fighters, they were also playing all for their first win after a really tight loss.
Yeah.
So it's quite a lot to play for already in this short tournament. You only play every team once. You're going to try to sneak yourself in.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, 3 wins. Maybe I was discussing with some of the players. Maybe 3 wins will get you into the finals. Maybe 2 if you're lucky. Good net run rate. And you just have to look at that 8 and over. I think some good advice that I heard. One of the coaches saying earlier in the year was that, you know, we're just going to try and chase 100 regardless. So we're trying to go at 10 and over. We're not just focusing on that 8 and over if we're batting second.
Yeah, I agree with that. That you don't want to get yourself into too much of a downward spiral.
Yeah.
Too negative.
Leave yourself a bit of wiggle room.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh
no.
dear.
Oh, run him out.
Oh well,
no.
just let it get too low, didn't he? And that's Deepu, who unfortunately couldn't hold on, and he didn't really go down. He kind of lurched forward, didn't really bend the knees, and
Lurch from the
lurched from the Adams family. All right, just kind of didn't. Let's have a look at this one. I mean, he's pretty lucky to survive here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just completely misjudged it, and well, he won't be looking at that replay later. That is for sure. Big opportunity for the Fighters.
Short and
Oh, that's a genuine tough one. but I reckon he's dropped that as well. He got his hand under that, Vinny.
Yeah, I don't think this carried. That's what I'm going to say on
don't
this
think
one.
it carried?
I don't think it did in the end. I think it just bounced in front. Well, if this one carried, then your one carried earlier today.
Didn't carry then. But yeah, I thought he just got a fingertipper to it. Tough to tell. Could be 2 drops in a row. Maybe we'll have 3. Oh, Vinny Sandu, it doesn't matter. It's the big in-changer. There go the stumps, and I think the bowler was a bit like, well, I don't need you fielders anymore. Time to hit the stumps.
Yeah, so Tariq does hit the boundary, but he goes into the first over. And it's going to be 6 for 1. And again, it's really hooped, hasn't it?
That's a banana. Wait, no, not a banana. What's the opposite curvature of banana?
Well, bananas can go the other way.
No, they can't. You know what they go.
What do you mean?
You can't just flip it around.
Yes, you can.
What's the different fruit that shapes the other way?
An eggplant.
Oh, silly sausage.
Still, they go get the boundary. And this will bring Miguel Stoneman. He's in some pretty good form. They just need someone to just engineer this chase, I think.
What do you think of the white helmet?
It's a look you don't see
Nostalgic.
very often. Yeah, I'll give it. I'll say nostalgic. The old white helmet. Don't see many. It's saw test cricketers using white helmets for quite a while, even into the early 90s. So not the greatest first over for the Knights. Just need a bit of luck to go their way. Maybe a big over, 15 to 20, just to steady them here.
Do you think they need a 15 to 20 run over already?
I just think it would help them. Get a bit of a jump.
It would definitely.
Just a bit of a jump. They need to bat. I don't think they want to bat themselves into a hole, is what I'm saying.
You shot off early there. There's 6 for 1. You're like, they need that.
I'm pulling the ripcord. I've seen a lot of Knights cricket. I'm just telling you. I've got some good players to come. Anyway, here's Winter facing up. Well, gets a bit of his own medicine here from Balwinder Singh.
I haven't seen much. You've gone early there.
Well, apologies. Someone finally has disconnected Corey's microphone, so I think that was by popular demand. So you're just going to hear me for a while.
Oh, that was good.
That's a shame that we didn't hear Corey there, but I'm a little bit relieved. Here's Balwinder. And this one, Winter, just been pushed back. And so, at the moment, we're seeing fighters trying very hard to get their first win on the board, yet to win in this European Cricket Series. Last ball, thriller. They went down off the last ball in the first match of the day, conceding a boundary off the last ball of that match. Quite unfortunate fashion. It was Balwinder Singh who was the bowler. Here he is again. And Winter does get some bat on this one. Again, just need to be brave here, I think. Stoneman has a century in T10 T20 cricket this season in the league. Recent representative of the national team. It's a great honour for him. He's certainly a player to watch in this region. And he's a young player as well. He's 23 years of age. And cuts this one away nicely. But they have a field well placed. They had a deep backward point and a third man. So it's also an attacking fielding position, because sometimes we see edges fly all the way on the full. And Corey, how are you going? You already broke one microphone.
Yeah,
Are you back?
I'm hoping I'm back. Let's have a look. A bit of testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. The old school.
Yeah, well, I'm going to assume everyone can hear you. Here's Balwinder. This is whipped away, and good fielding there. Can't prevent a single, but still, they do get the one.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. That just on the legs, whipped away for 1, and a good bit of fielding really. So, well, you said they needed a 20 run over, and I do agree with you now.
You've gone very early as well. Corey's saying they need a 20 run over. They don't need one yet. I mean, look at this. To be fair, the rate's not even above 9 that's required. But we were panicking. If you'd watched some Portugal T10 in April, Corey, you'd know I'm a little bit nervous. And swing and a miss. This one comes back off the wicket. It's the end of the second over, and it's 9 for 1.
Well, it's an interesting part of the game so far. It's difficult to tell if they're going a little bit too soft at the moment, and if they need to be scoring at a higher rate, Benny. Really difficult to tell.
And Keanu's got a good question. He wants to know, has there been an ECS in Luxembourg? Well, not yet. It's a place I'm sure we'd love to go at some point. We will see Luxembourg in the ECC now in week 1. So that's next week. So Luxembourg.
Yeah, I went down there last year. Pierre Warner ground.
Yeah.
The main ground is like absolutely gorgeous. It would be great.
I think it'd be great to get there. I mean, that's the issue we've got, is actually so many places in Europe want to do European Cricket Series, and you can see why. So I hope we can get to a few new places. I know we're going to a few new places after the ECC in Croatia and Greece. After Greece, we'll be going to Italy for the Italian Super Series, which will follow on from the 5 weeks we spent there back in late March and early April. Then we have 2 weeks in Cyprus. It'll be great to be back to Cyprus again. So join us for a cricketing adventure. Ranasawa comes back to bowl his second.
Oh, that's high. It should be up. I should try and catch that. That's a great shot for 6. Vinny Sando, what a shot.
Keep calm. Winter is coming. And Andrew Winter whacks this through the line. Hello to Urushan Madhushanka, who's watching from Sri Lanka. It's great that you can join us. That one, 6 of the best. Just the steadier they needed. And so Ranasawa trying his hardest. Same kind of ball, driven to mid-off, and this one gets through him. It's going to be 4. Oh, the game can change so quickly. And Deepu hasn't had a great time in the field so far. This one was a fairly regulation stop, and again, just couldn't cover it. There's 4 runs, and that's one. I know Corey's putting down a -4 in his book right now.
Yeah, absolutely disappointed with that. But hey, look, I'm excited. Let's bring this home here. I'm getting right behind.
There you go. You can get behind.
I still think the Fighters are just going to win this.
Fighters.
It's tough to tell.
Still favourites.
Right, that 10 runs off 2 balls all of a sudden makes you feel like this power play is okay.
Yeah, and they've only got... Well, yeah, it's not. I mean, maybe we're just nervous for no reason. Maybe it's like the plane shaking, but everything's actually under control. Well, this is a bit of a dirty heave, and he's happy to get away with this one, Winter. Off the inside half of the bat, he'll get 1.
Dirty heave, eh? Yeah. Bit of a swat across the line, but after 2 nice shots, should be a bit adventurous, I think. Yeah, it'd be amazing if they go home 2-0. It's quite blowy today, isn't it?
Yeah, and they've got about an hour and a half to get home as well. So they got time to think about it. But it's always better going home after a win on one of those long journeys. Stoneman drives, and this will be 1 down the ground to mid-on.
Yeah, they've got to take all their opportunities here, Fighters. They can't be dropping catches, and if they can be taking their opportunities, I think they'll still go close to defending this. It's really curious to see if they can find 2 more boundaries in this power play, and then the field goes out after this over.
Yeah. I mean, they're pretty much up with where they need to be. They want to be 24 after 3 overs.
That is high, and I don't think anyone's going to get round to it. Oh! Oh, wrong call. What a catch. What a catch.
Bowen to Singh. How about that? And we were talking about these earlier, weren't we, Corey? That these can be the hardest ones to judge, especially with a bit of wind. And that's an outstanding bit of work. Not only just to get there, but then to hold on. So that's a big wicket of Winter. He has to go back to the pavilion, and it's 21 for 2.
Well, after what I've seen today, I gave that one absolute no hope to be caught, and he's made great ground and taken it over his left shoulder. Huge wicket in the context of this game as well. They needed Winter to go a little bit further. So it looks like Junaid Khan now coming to the crease.
Good man to come to the crease, though.
He is
Junaid Khan.
just working through a few little technical things with our winter rounds.
Yeah, one more. And so runner Sawa is going to finish the over. What a catch, says Tawhid Hassan. Stoneman, can he hold things together? So these two put together a reasonable partnership before a run out ended it in the previous night's match. That's the end of the power play. It's 22 for 2 after 3 overs. What do you think in the chat? Do you think these two can put together a winning partnership for the Coimbra Knights? It's going to be exciting to see things develop over the next few overs. We haven't seen too many times that teams have been bowled out but won matches. It's actually the opposite to something we talked about earlier this week, which was teams winning a match despite not taking a wicket. So that's kind of the opposite.
Yeah, absolutely, and that brings an end to the power play, as you mentioned. So still need about 60 odd, and 59 to be precise, of 7 overs. It'll be interesting to see if they can get there.
Yeah. But just don't want to have too many of those overs where they don't get the rate. I mean, any of these 6 or less overs. But Balwinder Singh, he's going to come back and bowl out. So they've bowled both their openers out. That's something to think about as well. Get 2 of the draw cards first up.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that, Vinny.
Yeah, so they're going to go back to Balwinder Singh, but he sometimes we don't know whether this is a good idea. But having said that, Balwinder Singh, he did only go for 3 in his first over, so you can see why they'd bring him back, and maybe hoping to pick up a wicket and break this partnership. Fantastic game of cricket so far. Been treated to so many close contests. A bit of a false start. Stoneman, he's been cautious so far. Junaid Khan yet to face the ball. Stoneman just pushes this one to the leg side. He'll get 1. Hello to Jay Hayes, who's in the chat. Great to see you. And if you do have any questions, fortunately, Corey has done some sort of voodoo with the microphone, and so it'll just be me for now. We'll be working on that to get Corey back there. Corey, great time for you to go get me a coffee, because I've got new for you. No, it's okay. You just stay there and enjoy the game. We'll be watching like everyone else. This is well driven, but straight to the man. And well, could be struggling here. He overcommitted there, Stoneman. We might see this from right behind the bowler's arm. You'll see that sometimes the non-striker will just kind of go on the hit. I think the striker, Junaid Khan, he was acutely aware that he'd hit it straight to the fielder, so he didn't want to go. Corey's on the chat now. That's handy. This is driven again. I was going to say, that's one way you can contribute. I'll give you a tip, Corey. Go up. Actually, I'm going to order you to do something. Go up and watch it with the Knights cheerleaders. They are full of snacks. they are. I watched a couple of overs of the last game. That's when Sam came back. You remember when Sam came to take over? They wouldn't let me go. All right, this is sliced away, and it's a bit of a long chase for Verinder Virik. But he will cut it off. They come back for 2, so that's good running. Yeah, and the thing was, up there, they were getting my commentary anyway. Just while I had a bit of a few sweet treats. And also, I promised I'd shout out to their women's team from that region. This one has just worked away by Stoneman for a single. The Miranda Maidens. And Kirsty Redhead, who's Chris Redhead's wife, is their captain. So, yeah, Miranda Maidens. I'm a big Maidens fan. I'd love to bowl a maiden over. But yeah, make sure don't rush back, Corey. Go and hang out with we need a name for the Knights cheer squad. Well, it's just good bowling, and it's been a good spell by Balwinder Singh. He's given very little away. You can see it's 8, but that is the end of him for now. And after 4 overs, it's 27 for 2. Hope you're having a wonderful day, and hopefully you have plenty of energy, just like I do. And I can suggest that if you'd like to feel better every day, why don't you try it? Biostrath, great formulation, scientifically based and proven to make you feel better. Biostrath.com/cricket. Check it out. They ship to over 100 countries. Also special formulations for pets. and children, so you can look after all of the people that matter to you and your family with Biostrath. And thank you to Biostrath for their support of European cricket. So change of bowling is forced. Mandeep Singh, he will bowl over number 5. Short, and Stoneman missed out. Didn't really get across to that one. It was just a bit of a swat. And yeah, for me, it's not really scoring off enough balls at the moment. I mean, we'll keep an eye on the run rate required. I mean, they want to be about 8 and over all the way through here. Once again, there's a bit of length on this, and Stoneman just kind of bunts this away on the offside for a single. Yeah, so at the 4 over mark, they were 27, so just a handful behind where I think they'd want to be. Again, could have another cliffhanger on our hands. Mandeep. Short. And the batsman was waiting for it. And this will scoot away for 4. That's one thing with the length. I think it was a bit predictable. I think Junaid Khan watched that from the other end and said, okay, I can see what you're doing. You're banging it in. So he was in great position just to pick up the length. There was no deep mid wickets. That's risky if you are going to bang it in. Again, you see the slightly different approach from Stoneman and Junaid Khan, the way they approached that short ball. Stoneman just hesitant to get inside the line to open up that leg side. Maybe just a little thing you could work on. This is pitched up, and he throws the kitchen sink at it here, Junaid Khan. He's just going to drag it down to long on for a single. And that's some, luck plays such a huge part. I mean, if he hits that better, he probably gets caught at long on, but because he mishit it badly enough, and it's just going to be a single. Hits across the line, but this one was missing the leg stump. Getting up to 5, they'd want to be about 40. Last ball for Mandeep Singh. He's just held them at bay. That rate now about 9.3 and over required. Oh, this one, he gets wrong, and Stoneman pounces. And that one's gone all the way. Maximo! That is how you get back on track in the chase. And after 5 overs, Coimbra Knights, they're 39 for 2. Oh, yeah. He bowled a pretty good over to that point, Mandeep Singh, but just let himself down with this one. It was a knee-high full toss, and Stoneman just turned on it. So a game can change so quickly. And Keanu in the chat saying he's seen the Spanish lineup and he likes them. He says he's in the top 5 favourites for the ECC. That's an interesting observation. I think we're going to see a few surprises in the ECC. I also like that each team, they'll play each other team in their group twice. So they'll play each other team twice over the course of their 8 group matches. And so Spain, I mean, one of the teams to watch. Of course, we spent a lot of time in Spain, didn't we, at the start of the year? 5 weeks in Barcelona. Also, we saw the Spanish Super Series, where La Manga, Torrevieja took on Minaj for the right to play in the ECL, but turned out to be inconsequential because the ECL would be postponed until February 22. So all bets are off as to who that representative will be. Here's Ravi. First one's punched out by Junaid Khan. Yeah, I think the key here, just don't have too many dot balls. I think you'll get the occasional one that you can hit, and you saw that in the last over, the way that Stoneman put away that full toss. And I think that's what his approach is, but they're not going to get a run here, and there was a mix-up between these two in the last game. So hopefully they can be on the same page this time. Stoneman rocking the white helmet. Junaid Khan needs to be alert as well. And just works this one away. Little leg glance. And well backed up by the bowler. He had to clean up. So just one. Just a fascinating contest. We're loving bringing you this action. We've had so many close games. Junaid's had enough, and he says, there you go. This one is out of here. Maximo! That one was picked up. And you see Junaid, he's such a handy addition to this night's lineup. And Ravi just got the kind of length that Junaid could get underneath, and that's a steadier. And once you come back from that, if you're going to be up there, you've got to get up in the block hole to Junaid, I think. That's a good straight hit. And he works this one away intelligently. It's a bit of a chase out there for Mandeep. And, well, he's not going to get there. So that brings up the 50, and it's Junaid Khan who's stealing the show in the 6th over. Again, this is a smart shot. And that one wasn't actually that wide of the off stump, but he just gave himself some room. And Mandeep, well, it was a valiant effort. He ended up sprawled out. Here's the next one, and it beats Junaid for pace, and this is the end of the 6th over. 51 for 2 after 6. And just using that 8 Nova as a bit of a comparison, you'd expect at this stage Coimbra Knights would want to be 48 or more, and they are just a couple of runs above it. So it's been a kind of topsy-turvy contest, hasn't it? But we identified that these two did have to make a bit of a contest of it and needed a partnership. Clean innings so far, so absolutely no extras. These two came together at 21 for 2, and this partnership now with 30 in 19 balls. So again, if a wicket falls, anything's possible, but I think that these two players will want to get a lot closer before they're separated. So it's going to be the captain now, Deepu Matsuparia. He's going to take over in the 7th over. So game in the balance at the moment. Thank you to Corey for bringing me a coffee. And he's taking my advice. He's going, having a little sit with the Coimbra Knights. I don't know how popular it'll be over there, because when I was sitting with them in the innings break, Corey said he's there about a 20% chance of winning. Stoneman gets lucky. This one's off the inside edge, and here's a good stop. It was about a very fine third man. Stoneman runs hard and gets 2. But this could have been very, very different. Almost knocking over the stumps. Good bit of fielding down there. Each run will be crucial. I just feel like we're headed for another blockbuster finish. Short up. Stoneman gets a cut on this. Again, they don't run. I mean, at least they're on the same page. It was hit pretty much straight to the man back on point. I like this from Stoneman because he actually tried to hit the ball. I think sometimes he gets a little bit too cute with that dab shot, and you can get in trouble. You can start nicking them, but yeah, if it's wide enough to cut, then give it a full-blooded cut. That one unfortunately found the fielder, but if it missed him, it would have been 4. Stoneman just settled into the kind of support role now. I think he's just trying to score off every ball. He's not too worried about the big shots unless he gets a ball he thinks is in his zone to hit the boundary. So 27 off 21. Really interesting match at the moment. Goes after this, but he's mishit this. This is going to be out, and it is. So Gangadeep Singh takes the catch. And Junaid, well, this one was just towards the end of the bat. He went to try and fetch it from outside the off stump, didn't he? One hand came off the bat, no timing. That's an important wicket. The threat of Junaid is no more, and it's 54 for 3. Still a good partnership of 33 between those two. But Junaid goes at a crucial time. And that, for me, maybe just brings this match back into the balance somewhat at 54 for 3. And this will bring Vikas Kumar to the crease. Well, he certainly had a great time in the field, holding 3 catches. And now Stoneman, he has to just make sure that he's scoring at the rate required. I think now they are literally going at 8.1 and over at the moment, which is exactly what they need to win this match. This one is a dot, and this is where I think you need to be aware of the game situation. You don't want to have dot balls. That's what's going to get you into trouble. You don't want to leave your run too late because Kumar needs to be backing up. If it's behind point, he can call Stoneman through for that run. Last ball of the over. Stoneman just bunts it back, so he won't keep the strike. It'll be over to Vikas Kumar. End of the 7th over. It's 54 for 3. So 27 required off the last 3 overs of the day. Just a reminder, we will be back tomorrow with some more action. And you don't want to miss it. We have Werash and Marlow, 2 games each, as the Fighters and Coimbra Knights. So they'll be playing each other. We won't see the Werash-Marlow clash, and we won't see the Coimbra Knights and Fighters, of course, because they're playing right here. Each team just playing each opponent once in this FanCode European Cricket Series. It's great to have 7 teams as well. Heaps of teams wanting to get involved in Portugal. You can join us for day 3 of action here on ECN in the morning, 8:30 AM GMT, which is 10:30 in Central Europe, and 2 PM in India. Please join us. And after tomorrow, we'll be halfway through the series. It seems like we just got started. All right, Kumar doesn't have time to get started. They need to go now. 9 and over required. And this one's pretty close. The umpire says no. Oh, he's nervous. And we'll probably see this one from behind the bowler's arm. Umpire just indicating he thought it was going down the leg side. You be the judge at home. Certainly it was full. I think that's a good decision. That's a really good decision from the umpire. But more importantly, I think, than the wicket, or lack of, it was a dot ball. So 27 off 17 balls now. And he's after him, but it's a chance. And it's taken. And he's taken another one. Gagandeep Singh. Well, you got to feel for Kumar. He hit this pretty close to the middle of the bat. He got the power, but he didn't get the elevation. And well, much like the first innings of this game, a bit of a mini collapse starting. And it's Virinder Virak gets the wicket. You see this one. He hit it decently. But good alertness from the fielder, Gagandeep, to come in and take it. Not easy to take the ball at pace. And unfortunately, that is a duck for Vikas Kumar. He's not able to recreate his exploits in the field with the bat. It's 54 for 4. I guess he only used up a couple of deliveries. It gives another batsman an opportunity. And they don't seem to be in wicket trouble. But you would have said that about the Fighters as well, who ended up getting bowled out before the end of the 9th over. Fazal Bashir is the new batsman. And I think, from memory, if they were able to win this game, they'll only be the 3rd team that I remember on ECN actually winning a game after being bowled out. The Fighters. Stoneman, they crossed because before that catch was taken. And now just need some attacking intent. And they got it from Kumar, but it just didn't come off. That's the game, I guess. Oh, a little edge, but field well placed. This is what the Fighters would have given anything for a player in that position earlier when they conceded a 4, just like that, to lose the match. But now you're getting to the stage where ones aren't really enough now. It's just crept out over the last couple of overs. I mean, that last over from Deepu only went for 3. Oh, this one would have been out. And oh, that's hit back at Virak. We'll probably see this one from probably camera 4, I think, because just watch this one come back at Virak pretty quickly. Stoneman gets a life. Self-preservation, but more importantly, it's a dot ball. And this one's in the air, and he's going to try again, Virak. Well, 2 fielders collide, and in the end, it's been taken. And, well, Virak, he called it all the way. Imran Rao wasn't having it, and he picks Imran's pocket. Stoneman gets lucky once, but not twice. And that's the set batsman gone now. Knights are feeling the pinch. It's 56 for 5. That's a mysterious game, as Maya says in the chat. And I tell you what, sometimes you can know exactly what the right thing to do is, but it's a different thing. I mean, I don't know exactly what the right thing is to do, because Stoneman, He did bat well, looked good, but just kind of lacked that punch that was required to hit the boundaries. That's why it was so good while Junaid was there, because Junaid was able to do that. Stoneman has hit the 1-6, but it was off that full toss, if you remember. It was outside his legs. He just kind of turned around the corner. They didn't bowl too many pitched up deliveries to him, did they, Stoneman? I think they identified he's a strong driver of the ball, so they were trying to push him back. That's the end of 8 overs now, 56 for 5. So, well, 25 off 12. What a great over that was. In the end, only 2 runs off. It's only 5 runs have come in the last 2 overs. They're going to go back to Deepu. And now you're at the situation, you basically need 12 and a half and over. You need 2 boundaries and over, I think. You need 2 boundaries this over specifically, I think, if you're going to get close to this. I mean, they're going at 7 and over after 8 overs, and that's just not enough. They need, well, now 24 off the last 11. Swing and a miss, and this is where it's a bit of a deal with the devil, isn't it? When, yeah, you need a big shot, so you try, but if you miss it, it just ramps up the pressure. What a game of cricket we've had. Deepu's been excellent with the ball. Goes after this. This is the top edge. It's a catching opportunity. Oh, and we almost had a collision. It somehow falls to Balwinder, and we got very close having a run out. Well, let's see this again. I don't know how this ends up anywhere near Balwinder. He didn't even try and catch it. I mean, it was definitely a chance. I was worried we were going to have a collision. Then he just found the ball in his hand and pinged it in. And well, I'll get 2 in the end. So only 3 off the first half of this. It's not enough. They need boundaries. They need them now. And this one might get past the keeper. And the man at third man is going to come from nowhere. And there's no chance of a second. So, well, it's all about your field placings, as Corey would say. And on this, any other time, this would have gone for 4. But the fighters, well, could this be their first win in ECS cricket? They went so close before. A solitary run separated them from the Wild Panthers earlier on today in match 5. They're in the box seat now. And they'll only get 1 here. So it's been just a stifling 3 overs. Have a look that they were 51 after 6 overs. And here we are now. And they've only scored 10 runs in the last 17 deliveries. They've really put the brakes on, and they've held a couple of key chances as well. Now, it's seeming closer and closer to pretty much impossible for the Knights. Well, they need a 6, and it won't be a 6. It's number 6. And he drops this one, and they're going to come back for 2. If he hits, I think he'll be gone. Oh, well, as Meatloaf said, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. And he's been outstanding, Gaggandeep Singh. That one was in the air for so long. I mean, that might have brought another storm, because that was miles high. It came out of the clouds. He had to just keep readjusting because of the wind. And so, they'll get 2. That's the end of a very good over nonetheless. And it only goes for 7. The last 2 probably shouldn't have existed, because it should have been caught. 63 for 5 after 9. And we'll go to the last. They require 18 off it. Well, how do you get 18? Well, I think you need 12 to 14 runs in boundaries. And that means, or 2 6s or 6 and a couple of 4s. Maybe 3 4s. I mean, but we just haven't seen that many boundaries, have we, in the last 3 overs? Hard to imagine happening now. 4 4s and 3 6s in the innings. So it's going to be Verinder Vierik. The other thing is, he bowled such a good over in the 8th. He only went for 2. You can't imagine there's any scenario where he's going for 18 here. Oh, unless this is pretty high. Well, I'd like to see a side on of this. They're going to go for 2. Could be trouble. He didn't have the ball. Well, I'd like to see this one from side on because it was high. It was maybe one of those ones that's touch and go. He's lucky to get away with it, I think. Certainly was fuller than he intended, Vierick. And, yeah, I mean, it's probably at the waist. That's costly. Costly no call. They'll only get, I was going to say only one, but this will roll down the hill. And, well, somehow he's kept this in. So they're doing everything right now, the fighters. Well, they are fighters, aren't they? Despite getting bowled out, they look like they're going to win this game. And the chances are slipping away for the Coimbra Knights. Oh, they'll kick themselves as well. So often the batting's been their Achilles heel. They played some really good cricket today. Probably going to walk away 1-1, as will the fighters. But the fighters, they do deserve some points. I think they were so close. So, just checking that one. Yeah, I think that one's okay. So 14 of 4. Now they're desperate for a boundary. He hits it pretty well, but he's going to pick out the fielder. And they'll only get one there. So now we're getting to basically desperate stakes. But how about the bowling of Verinda Vierick? Basically changed this game along with Deepu Matsaparia. Slower ball, again dragged out. Well, will they go for 2 here? It's a clean pickup. And now, well, simple. You need 2 sixes. What a defence it's been by the fighters. They just hit the wall, didn't they? 51 after 6 overs. And there's only been 18 runs since then. And, well, swing and a miss. So it's going to be disappointing. Says Girish Singh. He's not in an enviable position. Trying to hit the last 2 for 6s. And really, should have been down to him, really. Just shows you, if your set batsmen get in, they've got to finish the job. Slower ball. Just make sure that it's not a wide or a no ball. And it'll be a single. And in the end, it'll be 80-70. Congratulations to the fighters. They have their first win in ECS cricket. A very entertaining game of cricket. And we loved watching them and what they bring to the table. What a great day of cricket again in Portugal. We said it before. I'll say it again. It is wide open this week in Cartaxo. Anything can happen. I certainly hope that you can join us tomorrow for day 3. Some very fascinating matchups. I mean, the Oirish versus Knights clash in the morning. First up, join us from 8:30 a.m. GMT, which is 10:30 in Central Europe, 2 p.m. in India. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. And Ranasawa, well, he opened up. And it was pretty tight. And for me, there were only 3 overs where the Knights ever got away. There were 3 overs in double figures. The third went for 13, a dozen off the 5th, a dozen off the 6th. Apart from that, there were some really quiet ones. And just looking at their splits, they scored 39 in the first half, only 31 in the second. So basically needed to go at 40 per half if they were going to get home. There were some lusty blows in amongst it all, though. And this is where Sawa got a little bit of tap when he bowled the 3rd over of the innings. And it was just something special required to get things going. And it came in the form of this catch from Bowen Singh, running with the flight. I think we see some really good catches today. I know a lot went down, but some of the ones we saw were absolutely world class. The boundary got away, and at this stage with Junaid and Stoneman there, that was the one Stoneman got away. It wasn't a good delivery. And in the middle of the innings, it did seem like they were on track. And then Ravi, he came in, and that one was powerfully struck out of the ground. They went for a dozen as well. And some really good batting. And this is a good effort by Mandeep Singh. Unfortunately, couldn't quite cut that one off. And then this one, Junaid, just mishitting this one. You saw one hand come off the bat. He went to try and fetch it from outside the off stump. Hit over the leg side. But he wasn't finished yet, was he? Gangadeep Singh. He removed Kumar. Only 2 balls later. Then Stoneman. Well, he got dropped. It was a spicy one, the ball before this. And in the end, even though they didn't necessarily agree, I guess you'd rather both go for it than both leave it alone. Vierick got his man in the end. He was desperate to remove Stoneman. And once he did, it was big trouble. And this one, it wasn't taken. Just fell right into the mitts of the other fielder. And when it came down to it, you thought this one would be taken too. You should have had a third. Again, that's the pressure of the situation. And in the end, you see, nothing was going right. You'd think that's 4 rolling down the hill. And that man comes from the bleachers. And in the end, 80 to 70. The Knights just can't chase down this target of 81. That's concerning. But they can take a lot of positives out of their first day in the tournament. Let's have a look at the scorecard. You see, once again, a bit like the first innings, the issue was people reached the teens, but they couldn't make 20. That was the story. In the game, Stoneman was the top scorer with 19. Winder made 18 in the first half for fighters, but no one out of the teens. And apart from that, no real contributions. And I felt bad for Fikar Skumo. Hit his pretty well, but he had to go for a second ball duck. Bashir and Girish Singh, just the game slipped away from them. How about that? A clean innings. Now, you don't see that very often. Absolutely 0 extras. And, well, take a picture because you might not ever see that again. How about Verinder Virak, 2 for 9, but also Mansur Puriya, 1 for 10. They really kept things tight. But Balwinder early, he kept them in the contest as well. His 2 overs only going for 8. Ranasawa picked up 2 for 19 along the way. But, well, highly entertaining game. And hopefully you can join us tomorrow. We can do it all again. It's been great having your company. And we'll hope to get Corey's microphone fixed for the morning. And thanks again to all our chatters. YouTube chat, ECN, European Cricket Network. Keanu saying thank you for joining us for another great day of cricket from Portugal. Join us again tomorrow for more great cricket. We appreciate all your contributions and support in the chat. Well, we appreciate you, Keanu, and all of the fantastic viewers we have. I say it before, I'll say it again. I think we have the best viewers in world cricket. I know Corey and I really appreciate the positivity in that and the supportiveness. And we're looking forward to ECC. We'll have a look at that. That's a really close table. I mean, look at Marlow. They're right down the bottom. They're previous champions. Awaris as well. Well, they're on a bad side. But basically every team we saw today now has at least 1 win in the tournament. Friendship CC is getting toppled a little bit. Wild Panthers, they won both their games, but pretty wide margins in both of them. And I can't wait to see how this develops tomorrow and over the next few days. Remember, each team will play 6 matches, and then the top 4 will play a straight semi-final shootout, 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3, before the final on Saturday afternoon. So there are the fixtures for tomorrow. See Warish versus the Knights. Then we'll really see where the Knights are at, and Warish for that matter. And then we have Marlow versus Fighters. I think that'll be a good one. Marlow, they'll be out to prove a point. They'll play back-to-back in the middle of the day tomorrow. And Warish versus Fighters to finish the day. So plenty of great entertaining cricket ahead. Go to our website, europeancricket.com. Check out the match previews there. I'll be there tonight, as well as our social media at European Cricket. And look, even have a little gander at ecc.cricket, because it's all about the European Cricket Championship, and we're only 6 days away. Thanks once again for your company. Hope you are happy and safe no matter where you're watching from around the world. And we hope you love cricket as much as we do. If you do, then join us tomorrow for more T10 action, 4 matches on the way. But for now, from everyone at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, this is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu on behalf of Corey Rutgers and everyone here on the ground in Portugal. Hope you have a wonderful evening. We'll see you tomorrow on ECN for more cricket action, for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everybody.